In the silver glow of a full moon, destiny thrust us into each other's arms. I was Cassandra, a quiet wolf, content to be overlooked, until betrayal forced me to bare my fangs. My mate, Alpha Dominic, claimed my heart even as he commanded my death. Darkness sank its claws into us both, and an unforgivable wound was opened. Yet, in the silent spaces between rage and regret, a faint hope lingered, a spark that refused to die. Mooncrest Pack stretched across rolling hills blanketed in spruce and birch, its territory crowned by a shimmering lake at the heart of the valley. By day, slender pines cast long shadows across the water's surface. By night, the moonlight wreathed the land in silver, revealing hidden secrets in every hollow. For as long as anyone could remember, Alpha Dominic's lineage had guided this realm, forging its traditions and protecting its borders. Under the starlight, the sprawling pack compound an assortment of cabins, training grounds, and a formidable central lodge resembled the skeleton of a timeless beast. Steeped in centuries of lore, Cassandra was among those whose presence in the pack often went unnoticed. Her parents had both died years before a tragic accident that no one could fully explain, and she had grown up reliant on distant relatives and passing kindness. Despite her hardships, she carried herself with a quiet dignity that belied the sorrow beneath her reserved exterior. She was neither a powerful warrior nor a strategic counselor. She had never risen through the hierarchy's ranks. Her wolf, while swift and keen-eyed, had never shone on the sparring field. Yet to those who bothered to look deeper, Cassandra possessed an aura of empathy and subtle strength that set her apart. It was in the low-lit corners of the pack's dens, or during her solitary walks beneath the moon, where her true nature glimmered. On an evening that promised change, though no one could have predicted the magnitude, she finished her duties in the communal kitchen, gently rinsing off ceramic dishes as laughter and conversation hummed behind her. Other pack members ate, flirted, or spoke in raised voices about the upcoming festival that would coincide with the next full moon. Cassandra was content to fade into the background. She found her place in these softly lit corners, in the comfortable hush of routine tasks. But as she set aside the last plate, a ripple of tension swept through the dining hall. Conversations dropped to whispers, and heads swiveled toward the main door. There, framed by lantern light, stood Alpha Dominic, tall and broad-shouldered, with dark hair that fell in a wave across his brow. The Alpha carried an unmistakable authority. His presence demanded attention, whether by admiration or fear. Normally, he entered spaces to quiet acceptance. Everyone knew their roles well enough that he did not need to speak his commands twice. That evening, though, something in the atmosphere was sharper, heavier. A rumor had been circulating about a rogue attack on the western perimeter wolves crossing from the Pale Moon territory. Anxious speculation about the security of the pack had run rampant, with many turning to Dominic for reassurance. But instead of delivering his usual stoic calm, Dominic's expression was clouded, his eyes flashing with an inner turmoil that put everyone on edge. He scanned the room, acknowledging the respectful bows of his pack members. Then, as though drawn by an invisible cord, his gaze locked onto Cassandra, who stood near the kitchen's edge. Their eyes met. The moment was fleeting, yet electric. Cassandra felt her breath catch in her throat, her wolf stirring. An unfamiliar awareness rippled through her, leaving her unsettled. She had never been this close to him before, nor had she been worthy of a direct glance in his eyes, and the intensity radiating from him was enough to make her heart pound. Dominic held her gaze for what might have been a single heartbeat, too long, before he cleared his throat and moved on, greeting the elders at the nearest table. Cassandra let out a breath, unsure why she felt so shaken. Her wolf paced within her, restless and intrigued. There was no reason for her to draw attention. She was just Cassandra, an orphan on the fringes. She had neither prestigious alliances nor remarkable talents, yet that look haunted her, even as she turned away to gather a stack of towels. Around her, the uneasy hush lifted, replaced by the usual buzz of conversation, albeit with a sharper undertone, as though everyone was braced for some announcement. Ignoring the curious glances thrown her way, Cassandra slipped outside. The crisp air, laden with pine scent, calmed her nerves. She exhaled and pressed a hand to her chest, feeling the frantic flutter of her heart. Perhaps it was nothing. The Alpha had simply looked at her. After all, beyond the central lodge lay a network of paths that meandered between cabins, training grounds, and the edges of the forest. Cassandra chose the darker route, one that wove through tall pines. She relished the privacy found in the hush beneath the branches. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, painting silver patches on the needled ground. Away from prying eyes, she allowed herself to reflect on the strange sensation that had overtaken her. The word mate slithered through her thoughts, unbidden, a concept taught to every werewolf from a young age. The possibility of a fated bond that, once ignited, burned with intensity. Could it be? She shook her head, swiftly discarding the notion. The idea that Dominic, the Alpha, could be her mate was absurd. If that were the case, she would have felt something more unmistakable. Right. Even so, the intensity of his stare had awakened her wolf in a way she'd never experienced. By the time she returned to her modest cabin, a single-room wooden structure, perched near a stream, she felt calmer, though not entirely at ease. The interior was spare yet homey. A small bed, a few worn books, and a blanket crocheted by her late mother. She lit a lantern, letting its warm glow drive out the shadows, but her mind continued to race. Gazing at her reflection in the cabin's cracked mirror, she touched her cheek. She looked the same as always, brown hair that refused to be tamed. Eyes a shade too green to be called hazel. There was nothing special here, she told herself. And yet, Dominic's gaze had penetrated some hidden part of her soul. Cassandra crawled beneath her quilt, half hoping sleep would bring clarity. As she drifted off, her mind summoned fleeting images, the Alpha's stormy eyes, the hush of the pines, a rising sense of dread, and a swirl of uncertain excitement. The next morning dawned bright, as though mocking the pack's hushed anxieties. Sunbeams fell across the training grounds, where young wolves sparred under the sharp commands of pack instructors. Cassandra usually avoided the training area. She knew her limitations and had faced enough cold remarks about her lackluster battle potential. Still, a nagging curiosity drew her toward the thrumming energy of the place. She lingered on the sidelines, watching the fluid transformations, lean bodies dropping to all fours in swirls of fur, jaws snapping and claws scraping the dirt. To an outsider, it might appear violent, but to the pack, it was life practicing necessary skills to protect their territory. A commanding voice cut through the morning air, sending a ripple of tension across the field. Cassandra turned to see Dominic. Again, this time, he was dressed casually, black t-shirt and athletic pants, but the set of his shoulders and the authority in his stance were unmistakable. In a circle around him stood several senior wolves, including Gideon, Dominic's most trusted advisor. Gideon was a tall, lean man in his early 40s, with salt and pepper hair and calculating, steel gray eyes. His sharp gaze flickered over the sparring wolves, then landed on Cassandra momentarily. There was a glint there she didn't like, cold and assessing. She started to edge away, not wanting to draw attention, when a barked command halted her retreat. Cassandra! Her heart fluttered at the sound of Dominic calling her by name. She stilled. The young wolves paused mid-spar, their ears perking to witness what was about to unfold. Dominic beckoned her forward. "Come here for a moment," he said, his tone firm but lacking hostility. Heat flooded her cheeks, but she complied, crossing the training field under the speculative stares of onlookers. Dominic's nearness brought with it a faint cedar and sandalwood scent that made her wolf stir a distinctly alluring presence. She braced herself, uncertain. "Good morning, Alpha," she said softly, dipping her head in respect. Dominic studied her for a moment, his gaze flicking across her features as though searching for something. "Morning," he replied at length. "You're not usually out here. Did you come to watch?" Cassandra nodded, but found herself unable to speak properly. Words seemed to stick in her throat. Then Gideon, who stood slightly behind Dominic, stepped forward with a thin-lipped smile. "We haven't seen you in training for a while, Cassandra. It's been noticed," he remarked, his voice smooth but edged. She forced a polite smile. "I've been focusing on other tasks, sir." Gideon gave a slight tilt of his head. "Of course. We all have our strengths, I suppose." His tone hinted that he found her lacking. Cassandra swallowed her pride and reminded herself that rank was to be respected, especially in front of the Alpha. Before she could summon a reply, Dominic interjected. "The next full moon is a critical time for the pack. We may need every wolf capable of fighting. You should refresh your training." Cassandra, her heart kicked. This wasn't a request she could easily refuse. Still, it stung to have her weaknesses acknowledged publicly. "I'll do my best, Alpha," she said. A flicker of something approval perhaps crossed Dominic's face. Then Gideon laid a hand on Dominic's shoulder, and the Alpha's expression changed, becoming remote again. The older advisor murmured something in Dominic's ear that Cassandra couldn't catch. Whatever it was brought a shadow to Dominic's gaze. He dismissed her with a nod, returning to the circle of senior wolves. That small interaction shouldn't have rattled her, but it did. Cassandra felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as though some budding connection had been severed. As she left the training ground, Gideon's cold eyes followed her. Despite herself, Cassandra shivered. She could feel something brewing, a tension that wouldn't easily dissolve. Over the next several days, Cassandra attempted to return to life as usual. She resumed her chores in the main lodge, helped tidy the communal spaces, and occasionally joined group hunts. The festival preparation also kept her busy. Everyone had to pitch in. The pack was buzzing with 100 tasks, from weaving decorations of moonflowers and ivy to preparing savory dishes meant to be shared under the full moon's glow. At times, it felt like a welcome distraction from the unsettled tingle that followed her everywhere. But wherever she went, she couldn't entirely escape Dominic's presence. Though they barely spoke, she caught glimpses of him in the corridors, near the training fields, or in hurried discussions with the elders. Each sighting left her unsettled, her pulse quickening. She could sense, as surely as she sensed her own heartbeat, that he was aware of her too, though he tried to conceal it. Meanwhile, Gideon's watchful gaze dogged her steps, cold and suspicious. She had no idea why the advisor seemed to have singled her out, nor did she want to provoke him by prying. One late afternoon, after finishing her tasks early, she decided to walk beyond the usual pack boundaries for some fresh air and solitude. It was a path she knew well, one leading toward a quiet glen by a meandering stream. Dense forest enclosed the spot, making it a peaceful hideaway. As she approached, she realized she wasn't alone. Dominic stood by the water's edge, his posture tense. The late-day sun gilded his dark hair, casting a pale glow across the firm line of his jaw. At the sound of her footsteps, he turned quickly, muscles coiled as if ready for a fight. When he saw it was Cassandra, he relaxed, though not entirely. "I'm sorry," she stammered, pulse drumming. "I didn't know you were here." He looked at her for a moment, then shook his head. "There's no need to apologize. I'm not hiding." He glanced at the stream, as though uncertain what to say next. "This place was one of my father's favorites." She hesitated. "It's beautiful," she offered. "Peaceful." He made a sound that might have been agreement. A wisp of wind ruffled the leaves overhead, scattering a mosaic of light and shadow across the ground. For a moment, they stood in silence, the tension an almost tangible thing. Eventually, Dominic spoke, his voice low. "I'm aware you've likely felt something, a sort of pull around me." Her heart jumped in her chest, her wolf leaping to attention. "Yes," she admitted quietly. His expression was unreadable, walled by conflict and carefully restrained emotion. "I've never experienced a connection like this before," he said, "and I'm not sure how to handle it. You must understand my duties to the pack." "I do," Cassandra interjected, surprising both herself and him with her boldness. "I don't want to complicate things for you, Alpha." At her words, Dominic's features softened for a brief, telling second. "Cassandra," he began, stepping closer. He trailed off, suddenly going rigid. Cassandra didn't understand why until she caught a whiff of another presence. Gideon, of course, emerging from behind a copse of trees. He raised an eyebrow at the two of them. "Alpha," Gideon said, bowing his head respectfully to Dominic before casting a cool glance at Cassandra. "I've been looking for you. There's an urgent matter to discuss. Pardon the interruption," he added, though his tone implied anything but genuine regret. Dominic's jaw clenched. He shot Cassandra an apologetic look before turning to Gideon. "Yes, let's go." He inclined his head toward Cassandra. "We'll talk later." She managed a nod, her throat too tight to speak. She couldn't miss the flicker of suspicion in Gideon's eyes as he followed Dominic away. Once again, Cassandra found herself alone, her heart swirling with questions. That brief conversation had felt like stepping onto the edge of a revelation, one that she was certain Gideon would do anything to sabotage. A few nights later, the pack compound was awash in festivities for the approaching full moon celebration. Lanterns hung from every rafter, and the scent of marinated meats mingled with sweet pastries. Children ran through the aisles, giggling, while older wolves shared stories around communal fires. It was a welcome respite from the tension of recent days. Cassandra assisted in serving dishes, moving gracefully between tables, ensuring everyone was fed. She paused occasionally to observe the merriment. This was the pack at its best, united in culture and tradition. Toward the evening's peak, Dominic made an appearance, flanked by Gideon and a handful of senior wolves. Everyone stood in respect, waiting for the Alpha to speak. Dominic offered a short but stirring announcement about standing together, defending their territory, and remembering lost friends and family during the upcoming full moon. His voice carried strength and a hint of warmth, though Cassandra noted the tension etched in his brow. She could almost feel the weight on his shoulders, as though something dark coiled just beyond the glow of the festivities. Once his address was complete, the music and chatter resumed, albeit with a layer of introspection. Cassandra found herself near the edge of the dance circle, drawn by the rhythmic drumbeats. A swirl of dancing couples filled the open space, bodies swaying in fluid movements that felt as ancient as the moon. She smiled wistfully. She'd never really taken part in these dances. It was more her way to watch from the fringes. Suddenly, a hand extended into her line of sight. She looked up, startled to see Dominic standing before her. For a moment, she was too surprised to move. The crowd parted to observe, hush falling over them as though the entire pack had turned its attention to this singular interaction. "Dance with me," Dominic asked quietly. There was a vulnerability to his voice that she had never imagined possible from the alpha. Heart pounding, Cassandra allowed herself a small smile. She placed her hand in his, and he guided her toward the center of the circle. The drums pulsed through the night air, and dancers around them gave way, forming a respectful ring that allowed the alpha and his partner space. Dominic's warmth enveloped her as he placed a hand lightly on her waist. They began to move in unison, a slow, swaying step in time with the primal beat. At first, Cassandra felt painfully self-conscious, but as they circled each other, she discovered a sort of quiet harmony. The mate bond hummed in her veins like a current seeking connection. Dominic's dark eyes never left hers, and in that heated gaze, she found acceptance, curiosity, and something deeper, perhaps longing. Her wolf stirred, rising within her to mirror his energy. They moved together until the drums faded, replaced by strings, and the pack turned its attention back to their own dancing. By the time the music ended, Cassandra realized her cheeks were flushed, her entire body trembling with a mix of joy and trepidation. Dominic still held her hand, as if reluctant to let go. She could sense the unspoken question in his gaze. What now? Yet before either of them could speak, a figure stepped forward, clearing his throat, a gesture that carried more force than necessary. Gideon. His face was a portrait of calculated concern. "Alpha, if I might interrupt, there's a matter requiring your immediate attention." He glanced at Cassandra with a measured politeness that fell flat. "I'm sure the rest of the pack can handle the festivities for now." Dominic's hand tightened on Cassandra's for a fraction of a second, as if he hated the interruption. Then he dropped his hand and stepped back. "All right," he said. "I'll be there." Cassandra bowed her head. The moment passed in an exhale, and Gideon whisked Dominic away. As they disappeared into the throng, she caught a fleeting glimpse of Gideon's expression, chilly satisfaction. A knot of unease settled in her stomach. Even so, she couldn't deny the flicker of hope that still glowed in her chest. The dance had been more than just a few steps. It felt like a silent promise. That silent promise, however, began to unravel under the weight of Gideon's machinations. Cassandra couldn't pinpoint when exactly it started. Perhaps it was the hushed conversations she caught at odd hours, or the way certain pack members began eyeing her with growing suspicion. The atmosphere in the compound shifted, like storm clouds gathering on the horizon, invisible but threatening. She heard rumors of new rogues at the borders, of possible spies within the pack. Whispers rose and fell, accompanied by pointed glances. It was as though someone were sowing seeds of distrust, preparing the ground for something far darker. Dominic seemed pulled in every direction, locked in strategy meetings, running midnight patrols, and conferring with the elders. Cassandra's fleeting glimpses of him were increasingly fraught. Sometimes, their eyes would meet across a crowded room, and he'd offer her a brief nod. But Gideon was always lurking in the background, steering Dominic away. Meanwhile, Cassandra had no idea what was actually happening. The pack rumor mill was notoriously unreliable, but one phrase surfaced over and over: "There's a traitor in our midst." One morning, as Cassandra left her cabin, she found a note tucked beneath a rock at her doorstep. The handwriting was hurried, and the message cryptic: "Be careful who you trust. Meet me by the old oak at sundown." No signature. Cassandra's instincts screamed caution. She had no clue who might have sent it, or why. She thought of ignoring the note entirely, but the sense of foreboding that had hung over her recently pushed her to learn more. Besides, if danger was closing in, Knowledge could mean survival. At sundown, she slipped away from the pack compound, careful not to attract attention. The old oak stood at the edge of a meadow, gnarled branches stretching skyward like skeletal arms. The sinking sun cast orange rays across the tall grass. Cassandra waited, her nerves taut, scanning the horizon for any movement. Minutes ticked by. A pair of deer wandered into the far side of the meadow before bolting at her scent. The sky began to dim to a smoky lavender. Finally, a figure emerged from the tree line. Cassandra's wolf bristled, then relaxed a fraction when she recognized the slender outline as Lucia, one of the few pack members who had shown her small kindnesses over the years. Lucia approached with wary glances over her shoulder. "You came," Lucia said in a whisper. She clutched a folded piece of parchment against her chest. "Lucia, what's going on?" Cassandra asked softly. "Why the secrecy?" Lucia's eyes darted around as though the shadows themselves might be listening. "I don't have much time. I overheard Gideon talking to someone I didn't recognize, an outsider. Maybe they were discussing something about framing a traitor, and your name came up." She pressed the parchment into Cassandra's hands. Cassandra opened it. It appeared to be a partial transcript of a conversation, references to Cassandra's movements, remarks about setting a trap, and a mention of the Alpha's new distraction. She felt her blood run cold. "They're planning something," Lucia hissed. "Something big. I don't know all the details, but Gideon is orchestrating it. He's going to pin some crime on you and drive a wedge between you and Dominic." Cassandra's breath came fast, panic clawing at her. "But why? What does he want?" Lucia shook her head. "I don't know. Power, maybe. He's Dominic's right hand. Maybe he wants to keep it that way, or even seize control. It's no secret the Alpha's interest in you has been growing." Cassandra swallowed hard, her mind reeling. The dance, those intense glances, the half-finished sentences. She'd felt a growing bond between her and Dominic. Could Gideon see it as a threat to his own influence? Suddenly, all the suspicious stares, the rumors, and the heightened hostility snapped into grim focus. "What do I do?" Cassandra whispered, clutching the parchment so tightly it crinkled. She felt as though the ground might collapse beneath her. Lucia's voice trembled. "You need to be cautious. Gideon is cunning, and he has allies. If he convinces Dominic that you're a spy or a danger, the Alpha might act ruthlessly. He's already on edge with the talk of rogues." A wave of nausea rolled through Cassandra. She considered telling Dominic the truth, but something held her back: fear, confusion. She didn't have enough evidence beyond this snippet and Lucia's word. Gideon could easily twist matters, and the worst part, Dominic might believe him. The Alpha was bound by the pack's needs first and foremost, and if Gideon spun a convincing narrative of treachery, Cassandra's bond with Dominic might not be strong enough yet to break through the lies. "I'll try to be careful," Cassandra said, her voice hollow. "Thank you, Lucia." Lucia nodded, her expression full of pity. "Be safe," she murmured, and then she was gone, disappearing back into the shadows as swiftly as she'd come, left alone under the old oak. Cassandra felt the night air turn cold around her. The parchment in her hand felt like a dead weight. She folded it and tucked it into her pocket, mind racing. She had to keep a low profile, watch her back, and figure out a way to reveal Gideon's schemes if she could. Because if Dominic turned on her, she wasn't sure she'd survive the devastation, let alone the physical threat that came with being marked a traitor. In the following days, Cassandra navigated the pack grounds with mounting caution. She minimized her interactions, trying to remain inconspicuous. Yet no matter how carefully she kept to herself, Gideon's network of watchers seemed to track her every move. Harsh glares and sidelong glances were becoming more frequent. She felt a building pressure, like the hush before a storm. She debated confiding in Dominic. But each time she mustered the courage. He was either occupied or Gideon materialized at his side. The fleeting moments when she did catch Dominic alone were swallowed by urgent demands or interrupted by yet another crisis. And though Dominic always spared her a look of concern or warmth, it wasn't enough to clear the looming clouds. One evening, she was returning to her cabin with an armful of supplies for the next day's chores when she spotted a flicker of movement near her door. She froze, heart pounding. A large wolf stood there, sniffing at the threshold. The beast's fur was a mottled gray, and its stance suggested tension hackles slightly raised. Cassandra had never seen this wolf before. It definitely wasn't one of the usual patrollers. The moment the wolf realized her presence, it spun, snarling softly, then bolted into the underbrush with impressive speed, chest heaving. Cassandra hurried forward to inspect her cabin. A quick sweep inside revealed nothing obviously disturbed, but she couldn't shake the sensation that someone had been searching for something. Her gaze fell on her threadbare mattress. Lifting it, she checked for the parchment she'd hidden there. It was still safe for now. But the fact that someone was sniffing around boded ill. That night, she slept fitfully, plagued by nightmares of being surrounded by hostile wolves, cornered with no escape. She woke at dawn drenched in cold sweat, her pulse still racing. Under the chilly morning sky, Cassandra made her way to the communal lodge for breakfast, trying to keep her nerves under control. The mood in the hall felt subdued, as though everyone sensed an unspoken tension in the air. She collected a bowl of porridge and settled at a corner table, eyes cast down to avoid drawing notice. The steady hum of conversation was punctured by abrupt silences whenever she passed a group. She heard her name more than once, muttered in conspiratorial undertones. Halfway through her meal, she felt a presence loom. Lifting her gaze, she found Gideon standing across the table. "Cassandra," he greeted with a too cordial nod. "Mind if I sit?" She stiffened. The entire hall seemed to hush. "Of course," she said, keeping her tone neutral. Gideon lowered himself onto the bench, folding his hands on the table in a posture of polite conversation. His eyes betrayed something far less benign. "I've been meaning to speak with you," he began. "It's come to my attention you've been wandering the territory at odd hours." Her mouth went dry. "I sometimes take walks to clear my head." "Is that a crime?" "Certainly not," Gideon replied smoothly. "But in these uncertain times, the pack is vigilant. Rogues have been sighted. We wouldn't want anyone, especially a respected member of the pack, to be mistaken for a spy." A hush fell over the tables nearest them. Cassandra forced herself to keep breathing calmly. This was the game Gideon played. Implied accusations without outright naming her. "I appreciate the concern," she managed. "I have no ill intentions." "Of course you don't." Gideon's smile was as sharp as broken glass. "Still, I wonder if you've considered how your actions might be interpreted." The alpha places tremendous trust in his wolves. She forced a tight smile. "Then I trust he also knows I am loyal." Gideon's gaze flicked to her half-eaten porridge before returning to her face. "See that you keep it that way," he said softly. Then he stood and swept from the hall, leaving a trail of raised eyebrows in his wake. Feeling more shaken than she cared to admit, Cassandra set her spoon aside and left. Outside, the sky threatened rain, iron gray clouds gathering along the horizon. The air was damp, and the tang of ozone prickled at her senses. She made her way to the edge of the forest, fighting a swell of fear. It was clear Gideon was zeroing in on her. If she didn't act soon, he might succeed in painting her as a threat. Later that day, a chance arrived. Dominic was overseeing a training session near the western boundary of the Pack's territory, far from the usual crowd. Cassandra decided this might be her best opportunity to speak to him alone, away from Gideon's watchful eye. Summoning her courage, she made her way to the clearing where warriors practiced tactical maneuvers, shifting from human to wolf form under Dominic's direct guidance. She watched from the tree line as Dominic demonstrated a sweeping, fluid movement, instructing the group on how to counter a flank attack. Even at this distance, his power was evident, each motion controlled by a deep well of skill. But Cassandra also noticed how tension tightened his shoulders, how quick his eyes were to dart over the perimeter, as though expecting trouble at any moment. When the session ended, the participants dispersed, and Dominic remained, speaking with one or two senior wolves. Cassandra waited until they departed before she stepped from her hiding place. "Alpha," she called softly. Dominic turned, brow furrowing, then easing as he recognized her. "Cassandra, you're quite far from the main grounds. I needed to speak with you," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. The wind ruffled her hair, carrying the scent of pine and oncoming rain, away from prying ears. He nodded slowly, concern flickering across his face. "All right, go ahead." She hesitated, glancing around. "I fear there are plots at work within the Pack. You may have heard rumors about a traitor." His eyes narrowed. "I have. We're investigating. It's a serious matter. Why do you bring it up?" Cassandra swallowed. "Because Gideon seems convinced I'm involved, and I believe he's behind it all, or at least manipulating the situation." Dominic's lips parted in surprise. "Gideon, he's been by my side for years. Why would he do such a thing?" She gripped her hands together, trying to contain her anxiety. "I don't know his exact motive, but I've seen evidence he's working with outsiders, forging something that will frame me as a traitor. I think he's trying to undermine your trust in me." Dominic studied her, and she couldn't read his expression: shock, doubt, perhaps a glimmer of concern. "That's a severe accusation. You must have proof." She retrieved the folded parchment Lucia had given her. "This is all I have. It's part of a conversation referencing attempts to label me a threat." She handed it to him, her heart hammering as he opened it. His gaze flicked across the words, face growing more guarded with each line. When he finished, he exhaled, running a hand through his hair. "Where did you get this?" "I can't say. The person who gave it to me is afraid of retribution," she replied carefully, "but I trust them." Dominic's jaw clenched. "I need time to consider this, to validate its authenticity. Gideon has always served me faithfully. But if he's turned..." He stopped. Cassandra could sense a war raging within him. Gideon was the closest advisor, a man Dominic had relied on for guidance, especially after his father's death. The idea of betrayal at that level was unthinkable. And yet, Cassandra's desperation was clear. She held her breath, hoping he would see the truth. Finally, Dominic folded the parchment, meeting her gaze. "All right, I'll keep this in mind. But be cautious. Cassandra, don't confront him directly. If what you say is true, he won't hesitate to retaliate." Relief mingled with fear. "Thank you, Alpha," she murmured. Please, be careful. He's dangerous." Dominic's eyes softened for a moment. "I won't let anything happen to you." Those words, so simply spoken, resonated deep within her. She gave a small nod, then turned to leave. As she disappeared into the forest, she glanced back once. Dominic was still standing there, the parchment in his hand, brow knitted in thought. That evening, a storm rolled in, darkening the skies and drenching the land in a pounding rain. Cassandra remained in her cabin, listening to the drumming of raindrops on the roof, trying to quell the anxiety roiling in her. She felt an odd mix of hope. Dominic's words indicated he might protect her, and dread, for she knew Gideon wouldn't stand idle if he sensed his power threatened. When thunder shook the rafters, Cassandra lit a single candle, crouching beside her bed with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She prayed that she had done the right thing by coming forward. Even though Dominic had shown concern, his loyalty to Gideon was deeply ingrained. One misstep, one clever lie from Gideon, and everything could turn against her. In the flickering candlelight, she thought back to the dance they shared at the festival. The way she'd felt alive in his arms. The memory brought a whisper of warmth to her chest, a fragile hope that maybe, just maybe, they could overcome this web of deceit. Her wolf wanted to believe that the bond between them was strong, but Cassandra couldn't forget how easily illusions could shatter. She must have dozed off because the next thing she knew, a sharp pounding at her door jolted her awake. The storm still raged outside, wind howling through the cracks in the cabin's walls, heart in her throat. She rose unsteadily and opened the door just a crack. It was Lucia, drenched to the bone, her eyes wild with fear. "Cassandra, you need to come, now." Cassandra threw on her coat, ignoring the biting cold as she stepped into the night. Rain whipped across her face, and muddy water soaked her shoes. "What's happening?" Lucia beckoned frantically. "They've found something, some letters or documents implicating you. Dominic is furious. Gideon, he's convinced him you've been working with rogues." The world spun. "No," Cassandra breathed. This can't be happening." Lucia gripped her arm. "You have to flee. If Dominic believes Gideon's story, he might," she trembled, either from cold or terror. Cassandra couldn't tell. "Please, hurry. There's a group of warriors on the way. I heard them say they're under orders to bring you in, by force if necessary." Horror lanced through Cassandra. She had no time to gather her belongings or defend herself. She glanced around desperately, but the darkness seemed alive with threats. "I can't just run without explaining." Lucia shook her head fiercely. "Gideon has spun a convincing narrative. He's pinned the rogue attacks on you. He claims you're funneling information to an enemy pack. Dominic must be in a rage. He just ordered your execution." Those words hit Cassandra like a physical blow. Her wolf howled within, denial mixing with sorrow and betrayal. She remembered Dominic's promise not to let anything happen to her. He must be confused. This must be Gideon's manipulations. But if Dominic truly believes it, she'd be dead before she could defend herself. Lucia's eyes brimmed with tears. "Go. I'll try to mislead them. Don't let them catch you." Cassandra swallowed her panic. "Thank you," she whispered. Then she turned and plunged into the storm-lashed forest, the rain stinging her face like needles. Lightning arsed across the sky, momentarily illuminating the twisted silhouettes of trees. Her wolf senses urged her to shift for speed, but she resisted for now. In human form, she could navigate the terrain without leaving the telltale tracks of a large wolf's paws in the mud. Behind her, she could hear shouts, men's voices, barked orders that barely carried over the gale. Adrenaline spurred her onward. She knew this territory intimately. She'd spent countless hours wandering its hidden paths. She vaulted over fallen logs, slid down slippery slopes, and pressed on through tangles of wet undergrowth. At times, the lightning flashes revealed glimpses of shapes moving behind her, dark forms in pursuit, closing in. At last, she arrived at a rocky outcrop overlooking the rushing river. The water below churned dangerously, swollen by the storm. She paused, chest heaving, searching for an escape route. The cliff edge was slick. One misstep would plunge her into the raging current. Gasping for breath, she heard the pound of footsteps and turned to see 3 wolves materialize from the trees, eyes gleaming in the stormy darkness. One of them shifted to human form, Jarek, a powerful fighter loyal to Gideon. He snarled, "Orders are to bring you back, dead or alive." Cassandra's mind reeled. "Why?" she cried over the roar of wind and rain. "I've done nothing." Jarek leveled a cold gaze at her. "You're a traitor. Cassandra, hand yourself over." She shook her head, horror and heartbreak tangling inside her. "I'm not, I swear. We have evidence," Jarek snapped, stepping forward. "You fed information to rogues. Pack members were slain at the border because of your treachery. Now, stop resisting." She realized with a sick jolt that Gideon had orchestrated every step to end precisely like this. If she went with them, she'd be hauled before Dominic, who might already be convinced of her guilt. The memory of Lucia's words burned. "He's ordered your execution." Dominic's face flashed through her mind, the warmth of the dance replaced by the cold reality of betrayal. The wolves advanced, and Cassandra had no choice. She summoned her wolf, bones snapping and reshaping in a swirl of agony and primal strength. Fur erupted along her limbs, her senses sharpening as she dropped to all fours. Jarek bared his teeth and shifted as well, the two wolves flanking him doing the same. They lunged. Cassandra darted aside, her smaller size making her quicker in close quarters. She managed to rake one wolf's flank, drawing a yelp of pain. Another snapped at her hind leg, barely missing. She was outnumbered 3 trained warriors against her single, less experienced self. Lightning lit the sky again, revealing Jarek's enormous gray wolf circling. A furious brawl erupted. Teeth clashed, claws tore at wet fur. Cassandra fought with a desperate ferocity, fueled by sheer survival instinct. She landed a lucky bite on one wolf's shoulder, forcing him back. But Jarek took advantage of the distraction, colliding with her side and sending her skidding perilously close to the cliff's edge. Her paws scrambled on the slick rocks, and for a heart-stopping moment, she teetered over the rushing void. With a snarl, she dug in her claws, lurching back onto solid ground, only to face the 3 wolves again. Blood trickled from a wound on her flank, the pain intensifying with each breath. She was losing, and the thunderous roar of the swollen river below offered no solace. Another clash, more snapping jaws. Jarek seized the scruff of her neck, his teeth piercing skin. Cassandra let out a distressed yelp, twisting to break free. Her hind leg slammed into him, creating a momentary gap. She seized that instant to bolt toward a narrower section of the cliff, hoping to outrun them or find a precarious path downward. The pounding rain turned the rocks slick as ice, and her paws slipped dangerously. The other wolves closed in. One tore into her shoulder, sending shock waves of agony through her. She retaliated blindly, her senses swimming. She could hear her heartbeat like thunder in her ears, the clash of canines, the copper tang of blood in the stormy air. It all blurred into a nightmarish melee. Suddenly, a savage blow knocked her sideways. Cassandra's paws scrambled futilely on the wet rock. She tumbled over the edge, disoriented, and plummeted into the raging river below. The icy water stole the breath from her lungs, current spinning her in violent spirals. She couldn't tell up from down. Her wolf fought for control, panic warring with the instinct to survive. Time lost meaning in the swirling darkness. Water filled her lungs. She coughed and choked, flailing, desperate for a mouthful of air. By some miracle, her head broke the surface for an instant. She wheezed a gulp of oxygen before the current dragged her under again. She lost consciousness to the river's fury. When Cassandra next became aware, it was in fragments, blurred shapes and shifting lights. Something warm pressed against her body, and a firm hand rested on her forehead. She heard a distant voice speaking softly, though she couldn't make out the words. Pain flared in her side, and darkness reclaimed her. Hours, or perhaps days, passed in a haze of feverish dreams. She saw Dominic's face, etched with sorrow, and Gideon's cunning grin looming like a specter. She felt the rush of the storm, the taste of blood, the cold terror of the water swallowing her. Then, slowly, she surfaced into reality. She was lying on a makeshift cot in a small, dimly lit room. A single window let in slivers of pale daylight. Bandages wrapped her shoulder and flank. Each movement sent a stab of pain through her battered body, yet she was alive. With a soft groan, she tried to sit up. "Easy now," came a gentle voice. A woman in her middle years, clad in simple woolen clothes, approached. Her brown hair was streaked with silver, and her face carried the subtle lines of worry and kindness. "You've been through quite an ordeal." Cassandra's voice emerged as a scratchy rasp. "Where am I?" The woman helped her sip some water from a wooden cup. "Safe, for the moment. This is my home just outside the main pack territories, near the foothills. My name's Arya." Cassandra swallowed, the cool water easing her parched throat. She tried to piece the situation together. "You found me in the river." Arya nodded, setting the cup aside. "My sons spotted you washed ashore near our property. Barely breathing, they helped carry you here." She pressed a gentle hand to Cassandra's brow, checking for fever. "You've been unconscious for 2 days. 2 days." Cassandra's head swam with the implication. "Thank you," she managed. "You saved my life." Arya's face softened. "I did only what anyone should, but I have to tell you, there are rumors swirling in the packs around here, whispers of a she-wolf labeled a traitor. My sons were told to be on the lookout. They recognized you from the description. They weren't sure what to do." Anxiety lanced through Cassandra's heart. The label of traitor had spread beyond the Mooncrest Pack territory. "Why did you help me then?" Arya sighed. "Because I've seen enough pack politics to know not everything is as it seems. There are always hidden motives, especially in times of tension. I had a feeling something wasn't right." Cassandra closed her eyes, gratitude mingling with despair. Even if Arya believed her to be innocent, the rest of the region might not be so sympathetic. "I can't stay here," she said quietly. "If they find me, you need time to heal." Arya insisted, her tone firm but compassionate. "Your wounds could still kill you if you push yourself too hard." She paused, then added, "We don't have strong ties to the Alpha anymore. Not since, well, it's a long story, but we won't betray you. You have my word." Cassandra felt tears prick at her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered. The relief she felt was immense, but overshadowed by the heartbreak of her situation. Dominic, the mate who'd set her heart aflame, had ordered her death, though she believed Gideon's lies were at the root of it all. The emotional wound cut deeper than any physical injury. Arya offered a small, comforting smile. "Rest now, child. We'll talk more when you're stronger." Drained, Cassandra nodded, letting exhaustion pull her under. But in the quiet edges of her awareness, she vowed that if she survived, she would uncover the truth of Gideon's deception, and, if necessary, she would face Dominic again. Whether it would be to clear her name or to seek vengeance remained uncertain. The only thing she knew for sure was that she could never return to the Mooncrest Pack as the same naive wolf she'd been. Everything had changed the moment the Alpha's command set death at her heels. Cassandra lost track of the days in Arya's modest home tucked near the foothills. Outside, dense conifer forests wrapped the land in a thick, quiet hush. Inside, the little house was often filled with soft light, the hearth's embers glowing through the shadows. As Cassandra's wounds mended, Arya and her 2 grown sons, Sam and Nolan, would bring her broths and herbs, doing their best to make her comfortable. Each morning, they checked the bandages that swathed Cassandra's shoulder and flank, applying ointments to keep infection at bay. More than once, Cassandra woke in a feverish haze, her mind tumbling through nightmares of the raging river and the betrayal back in Mooncrest. Still, her wolf refused to let her surrender. On the third day after regaining consciousness, she managed to push herself upright in bed, ignoring the sharp jolt of pain that rolled through her side. Arya found her that way, struggling for composure. "You should rest," Arya admonished gently, setting a wooden tray by the bedside. Steam rose from a mug of tea, pungent with healing herbs. "Every time I see you, you're awake before you ought to be." Cassandra tried a wan smile. "I can't seem to sleep. There's too much." Her voice trailed off, though her meaning was plain. Too much worry, too many questions, too much fear. Arya nodded in sympathy. "Well, at least drink this. The herbs will help your body heal." Nolan gathered them himself. Cassandra accepted the mug, sipping the bitter concoction and fighting the urge to grimace. She glanced at the window, where a pale sunbeam drew a line across the floorboards. "Your sons. They've risked a lot by bringing me here." "They have," Arya agreed softly. "We're no longer under the Mooncrest Pack's direct watch, but we keep to ourselves because it's safer that way. Whether it's your alpha or neighboring packs, no one appreciates outsiders meddling. We have enough farmland and hunting trails to get by, so we tend to stay quiet." She hesitated. "But when they found you, we couldn't just let you die." A swell of gratitude welled in Cassandra's chest. "Thank you," she repeated, conscious of how inadequate the words sounded in light of everything Arya and her sons had risked. "I promise, I won't endanger you any more than I already have." Arya's gaze flickered with concern. "You'll have to be careful. We've heard rumors. Travelers passing through with gossip that the Alpha's men are still searching for a traitor, supposedly. The pack has found evidence you colluded with rogues, though we both know it's nonsense. Gideon's name came up too, though mostly from folks who suspect he's pulling the strings." Cassandra's heartbeat stuttered, even far beyond Mooncrest territory. Gideon's false narrative had spread like wildfire. Fear licked up her spine as she pictured squads of loyal wolves combing the forests, each hoping to capture the traitorous Cassandra. "Has Dominic personally come?" she asked before she could stop herself. The mention of the Alpha's name brought a conflicting rush of longing and dread. Arya set a calming hand on Cassandra's arm. "We haven't seen him. Only patrols and messengers, mostly. If he's learned of your supposed death after the river, well, that news might have reached him. Or maybe not. Word is the pack found traces of blood near the river's edge, and no one's certain if you lived or died. There's talk you might have drowned. Another rumor claims you escaped across the mountains. Nothing is consistent." A shiver ran through Cassandra. She knew well that rumor could be as dangerous as any physical attack. If Dominic believed her dead, that might at least slow his pursuit. But that meant he truly thought she was guilty, believing Gideon's web of lies. A pang of grief speared her heart. Even if she told herself it was Gideon's fault, she couldn't help feeling betrayed, that Dominic hadn't seen through the deception. "But it's my word against Gideon's," she reminded herself. She had never been particularly influential. And Gideon, he was Dominic's right hand, the man who had stood at the Alpha's side for years. It was no wonder Dominic might be swayed by Gideon's manipulations. "Rest," Arya repeated, more firmly this time. "You need your strength." Cassandra sighed, leaning back against the thin pillows. "I'll try." She took another sip of the tea. "But soon, I have to think about what comes next." Arya nodded, understanding in her gaze. "Of course, when you're well enough, we'll figure out how best to proceed. Just know, you have a safe place here until you decide your path." Cassandra said nothing more, but in her heart, resolve gradually took shape. She would not stay hidden forever, cowering in fear. Whether she chose to return to the Mooncrest pack or flee somewhere else entirely, she needed answers. She needed justice. She needed to learn if the mate bond she'd felt with Dominic was truly broken beyond repair, or if it was all a tragic misunderstanding that could yet be untangled. For the moment, though, she had no choice but to lie low and heal her wounds, physical and otherwise. Dominic found little peace in the days following Cassandra's disappearance. Gray dawn light filtered through the thick curtains of the Alpha's quarters in the central lodge, casting dull shadows on the walls. Dominic sat on the edge of his bed, still wearing the same clothes he'd donned before a restless night of half-sleep. His mind churned with images he couldn't banish. Cassandra's dark hair plastered against her pale face in the storm, the thunder's roar drowning out all rational thought. The horrific possibility that she was lost to the raging river forever. He raked a hand through his hair and exhaled sharply. He'd allowed Gideon to present evidence letters and documents that supposedly proved Cassandra's guilt. In his fury at being deceived, Dominic had given the fateful order: find her, bring her back dead or alive. Now, regret gnawed at him. The logic had seemed clear at the time. If Cassandra had truly betrayed the pack, then she was more dangerous than any rogue. But the outcome sat ill in his gut. There had been no official confirmation of her death, only blood spatter and half-washed footprints leading over a cliff. Gideon insisted it was enough to conclude Cassandra had plunged to her doom. Dominic yearned for certainty, for a body to mourn or a prisoner to interrogate, anything that could lift the suffocating weight of doubt from his shoulders. A brisk knock shattered the heavy silence. Dominic rose, steeling himself. "Enter." Gideon stepped into the room, bowing his head slightly. "Alpha, good morning." Dominic frowned. The man's presence never used to rankle him. But now, Dominic felt a subtle tension, as though Gideon's smooth words concealed a deeper cunning. "What is it?" "Word from the patrols," Gideon reported. "No sign of Cassandra. The tracks and blood at the river's edge strongly indicate she fell in. The waters were dangerously high from the storm. I fear we may never find her remains." Dominic's gut twisted. "So that's it, then?" he asked, trying to keep his voice neutral. "We declare her dead and move on." Gideon made a show of sympathy. "It seems the only conclusion. A few of the more sentimental pack members are still out searching, but we can't divert resources indefinitely. We have real threats pressing in, particularly from the Pale Moon territory. The last thing we need is to sink time into a fruitless search." A tense silence stretched. Dominic glanced at the modest stack of documents on the table. Cassandra's alleged betrayal, spelled out in black ink. The flimsy parchments still felt damning, though something about them nagged at him, a feeling he couldn't name. If only I had more time to verify. But the border conflicts were very real, and leadership demanded his attention. He also recalled the moment Cassandra had shown him that snippet of conversation implicating Gideon. It had unsettled him, yet Gideon had swiftly provided plausible denials. In the confusion, with outside threats mounting, Dominic had made a snap decision, and now there was no undoing it. "Fine," Dominic said, at last, forcing the words. "Call off the search officially, but keep an ear out for any rumors of her survival." Gideon inclined his head. "As you wish. Alpha, are there further orders?" Dominic rubbed his temples, exhaustion weighing on him. "Yes, double the patrols along the Pale Moon border. I don't want any more surprise skirmishes. And send word to our allies in the Frostleaf Pack. See if they have intelligence to share. Right away." Gideon hesitated, then added in a softer tone, I know this has weighed heavily on you, but sometimes an alpha must make hard choices for the good of the pack. Dominic didn't reply. Instead, he turned toward the window, letting Gideon slip out. The door clicked shut with a quiet finality. The room felt emptier than before, and a dull ache pulsed behind Dominic's sternum. He whispered into the hush, What have I done? Back in the foothills, Cassandra's slow recovery tested her patience. At first, she could hardly walk across the little house without gasping in pain. But each day, she pushed herself, from crossing the threshold to hobbling around the yard, then taking careful steps into the edge of the woods. Arya would stand by, fussing like a mother hen, while Sam or Nolan hovered in the background, their concern evident, though the men had been wary at first, partly from the rumors, partly from not knowing Cassandra. Her quiet humility and obvious suffering gradually won them over. Nolan, the elder son, occasionally joined her on short walks, pointing out edible plants and sign of wild game. Sam, quieter by nature, would help rewrap her bandages in the evenings, making sure not to let the cloth chafe her healing wounds. I still don't understand why Gideon would do this, Sam remarked one afternoon as he gingerly secured a fresh wrap around Cassandra's bruised torso. People say he was your alpha's closest advisor. Why risk betraying the pack? Cassandra stared down at her hands. They were shaking slightly, though whether from anger, fear, or residual pain, she couldn't tell. Power, maybe. Control. If Dominic has a fated mate, someone outside Gideon's influence that could threaten Gideon's position, she swallowed. I wish I had more than suspicions and scraps of evidence, but so far, that's all I've got. Sam tied off the bandage. Maybe you'll find more if you go back. She winced. Going back means risking death. I barely survived the last encounter. And if Dominic truly believes Gideon, the sentence went unfinished. The possibility that her mate still wanted her executed cut into her like a blade. Silence fell, broken only by the rustle of wind outside the small house. After a moment, Sam cleared his throat. I don't mean to pry, but this mate bond you speak of, that's a powerful thing, isn't it? Hard to break, she nodded, a twinge of sorrow piercing her. Yes, usually it's unmistakable, which is why I still can't fully believe Dominic wants me dead. But people do irrational things when they think they're betrayed. Sam wrapped the old bandages in a neat bundle and stood. I never belonged to a big pack, so I can't imagine what you're going through. But if the bond is real, maybe he'll see the truth eventually. Cassandra forced a small smile. I hope so. Thank you, Sam. He gave her shoulder a gentle pat and stepped away, leaving her alone with the swirl of conflicted emotions. She wanted to believe in that intangible thread between her and Dominic. Yet, reality painted a grim picture. He had given the order. She had bled under the jaws of his wolves. No matter how Gideon had orchestrated it, the pain was real. The days bled into weeks. Cassandra regained her strength more quickly once she was able to venture outside for fresh air and mild exercise. She helped Arya in the garden, pulling weeds and checking the vegetables for pests. She offered to mend torn clothing, using the sewing skills she had picked up from her mother before tragedy stole her parents. Gradually, she felt less like an invalid and more like a guest, though the hush of dread never vanished entirely. She had to keep her identity concealed from any travelers who passed near the homestead. Arya's family didn't often receive visitors, but once in a while, a local merchant or wandering hunter would show up to barter for dried herbs or homemade salves. Arya coached Cassandra to stay out of sight during those visits, just in case. Cassandra obeyed, though every time the sound of unfamiliar voices drifted through the window, her heart pounded. One misstep, and she could be dragged back to face certain condemnation. One evening, Cassandra stepped out onto the front porch. The sun was setting behind the western mountains, painting the sky in shades of gold and pale lavender. She inhaled deeply, catching a breeze laced with pine resin and the distant promise of autumn. Her wolf stirred within, restless, longing for freedom, for the wide expanse of the territory she once called home. A pang of homesickness took her by surprise. For all the cruelty and betrayal she had endured, she missed her pack's familiar corners, the rolling meadows and silver-lit lakes. Soft footsteps approached. She turned to see Nolan stepping onto the porch, a thoughtful look on his face. He wore a hooded cloak to ward off the evening chill, the last of the day's light glinting on his sandy hair. "Mind if I join you?" he asked. Cassandra shook her head. "Not at all. It's peaceful out here." He rested his forearms on the wooden railing. For a few moments, they watched the sun sink lower, gilding the treetops with an amber glow. Finally, Nolan spoke. "Mother thinks you'll be fit to travel soon." Cassandra exhaled, her breath forming a faint cloud in the cooling air. "I feel much better already. The wounds have scabbed over." She flexed her shoulder carefully. There was pain, but no longer the sharp agony that had haunted her first days of recovery. "If you were in my shoes, what would you do?" Nolan took his time replying. "I'm not sure. Hiding forever isn't a solution, but walking right back into Mooncrest territory, with the alpha set on arresting you, seems like certain death." He paused, eyes flicking to her. "Is there anyone else you trust in that pack? Someone who might protect you until you clear your name?" Cassandra thought of Lucia, the friend who had warned her in the final moments before the ambush. Lucia had risked her own standing to help Cassandra flee. Yet contacting Lucia again would be risky. Any letters or messages could be intercepted. Still, it was a possibility. Maybe one or two people, she admitted. But Gideon holds so much sway, and even if I did convince someone, we'd need solid proof of his deceit to overrule him. Nolan gave a slow nod. "What about forging alliances outside the pack? If Gideon is stirring trouble in Mooncrest, maybe there are other packs with a stake in stopping him." Cassandra's brow furrowed. She had grown up hearing about the complexities of inter-pack politics, tenuous truces, old grudges, alliances cemented by mating bonds or trade agreements. The idea of seeking help from outside the pack was daunting. She had no official standing to negotiate, and some packs might consider her an outlaw. Yet the thought tugged at her. She remembered mention of the Frostleaf pack, one Dominic had tried to maintain friendly relations with. Perhaps, if she approached them, explained the situation. But then again, would they even believe her? "It's an idea," she allowed. "Though I'm not sure how welcoming other packs might be." Nolan offered a half smile. "Just keep your options open. If you ever need a guide around these territories, Sam and I know some of the safer trails. We can't waltz into a big pack meeting, but we can keep you hidden from prying eyes." Touched by his willingness to help, Cassandra nodded. "I appreciate it. I'll think about it." They lapsed into silence, watching as the sun finally disappeared behind the distant peaks, leaving the sky banded with purple and orange. In her chest, Cassandra felt the slow, rhythmic thud of her heart, a steady reminder that she was alive against all odds. And as the gentle hush of dusk settled, her determination hardened. "I won't let Gideon's lies shape my fate forever." Meanwhile, Dominic's burden of leadership grew heavier by the day. The skirmishes near the Pale Moon border intensified. Scouts reported multiple small-scale attacks on Mooncrest's outer hamlets. Wolves from the rival territory, spurred on by unknown backers, probed the edges of Dominic's land. The tension boiled. If Dominic did not secure peace or victory soon, the entire pack would be at risk of war. In the high-ceilinged council chamber, the Alpha met with senior wolves, warriors, strategists, and elders. Gideon presided over maps spread across a broad oak table, pointing at potential weak spots. Dominic tried to focus on the conversation, but his mind wandered. Every problem demanded urgent action: fortifying defenses, rationing resources, maintaining morale. Yet the memory of Cassandra refused to fade her quiet strength. Her haunting eyes, the swirl of betrayal that ended in her disappearance. "We can't overlook the southwestern routes," Gideon was saying, tapping a calloused finger on the parchment. "Reports indicate that the Pale Moon Scouts traveled along the ridge here. If we dispatch a patrol..." An elder with a salt-white beard raised his hand. "Yes, but a single patrol might be cut off if they're outnumbered. We need to coordinate with the eastern flank to close them in." Murmurs of agreement circled the table. Dominic forced himself to pay attention. "I'll send Beta Marcus with a squad to handle the southwestern approach," he interjected. "We can have secondary support stationed near the ravine. That way, if the Pale Moon sends more than a scouting party, we won't be caught unprepared." "An excellent plan," Gideon said smoothly, his approval immediate. He looked around the table. Any objections? None came. Dominic exhaled, forcing a measure of calm into his voice. "Then let's finalize the details." He gave instructions, delegated tasks. The meeting continued for another half hour of logistical wrangling, territory reports, and supply tallies. By the time it concluded, the senior wolves filed out, leaving Dominic and Gideon alone. The heavy wooden doors shut behind the last elder, the echo resonating in the cavernous chamber. Dominic moved to the tall windows, gazing out at the distant treetops. Clouds hung low, threatening another bout of rain. He sensed Gideon approaching from behind. "Alpha," Gideon began quietly, "I know you've been troubled since Cassandra's flight." Dominic's jaw clenched. "Flight implies choice. Maybe I did drive her away." Gideon tilted his head, a thoughtful expression on his angular face. "She betrayed us. Dominic, the evidence is undeniable. You did what any alpha would. Protecting the pack comes first." An uneasy silence weighed on them. Dominic could not dispel the flicker of unease whenever Gideon mentioned Cassandra. It felt as though the advisor carefully guided every conversation, ensuring Dominic's guilt stayed locked onto Cassandra's shoulders. Yet Dominic found no proof to exonerate her, nor to condemn Gideon. He was caught in a paradox. "I just wish it had ended differently," Dominic finally said, voice low. "We lost not only a potential traitor, but also someone who might have had answers." Gideon's lips pressed into a thin line. "I understand your regret, but let us not dwell on the past. The pack's future hinges on your leadership. We must stand united against Pale Moon." Dominic nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Deep in his core, his wolf was restless, unsatisfied with half-truths. Even if Cassandra had been guilty, something about her disappearance felt wrong. He swallowed hard, hearing the echo of a vow he'd once made to Cassandra: "I won't let anything happen to you." Now, all he could do was stare at the horizon and wonder if he'd already broken that promise beyond repair. Weeks trickled by. Cassandra's strength returned, though the scars on her body remained tender. An early autumn chill crept into the foothills, turning the leaves to gold and red. Nights grew longer and cooler, the wind singing a lonely tune through the trees. Arya's home became a place of quiet routine for Cassandra, helping with daily chores, practicing basic combat stances in the yard to keep her wolf agile, and cautiously gathering bits of news from passing travelers when possible. One late afternoon, after collecting firewood with Sam, Cassandra retreated to her small room, a makeshift space that Arya had originally used for storing dried herbs. She set the neatly stacked logs by the fireplace, then noticed Sam lingering in the doorway, his expression pensive. "Everything okay?" she asked, brushing wood shavings from her sleeves. Sam nodded slowly. Heard something in the village market yesterday. A couple of traveling merchants mentioned tensions between Mooncrest and a group of rogues. Seems like there have been more rogue sightings, and some fights south of here, near the old Silverglyn mines. Cassandra stiffened. Did they say anything about Gideon or Dominic? Not specifically, but rumor says the rogues might be led by a werewolf who once served in a formal pack and then broke off. Could be someone with a grudge. The name Gideon was tossed around, but it wasn't clear how he's involved. Maybe he's trying to hire mercenaries, or maybe the rogues are his enemies too. Hard to piece together. Cassandra frowned, uneasy. If Gideon was forging alliances with rogue groups, that spelled more danger for Dominic's territory, and for Cassandra if Gideon decided to track her down. "Thanks for letting me know," she said at last. "I'll keep it in mind." Sam lingered a moment longer. "Mother wants to send you to the village for some supplies soon. If you're up to it, might be good for you to hear the gossip firsthand." Cassandra paused. It was a calculated risk. The village was small, but travelers passed through, and any one of them might recognize her. Then again, she couldn't hide forever. If the rumors about roving rogues and Gideon's possible alliances grew worse, she needed a plan. "I'll go," she said softly, "but I'll keep a low profile." Sam nodded, relief visible in his posture. "We can disguise you a bit. A hooded cloak, maybe some soot to dim your hair color. People around here won't ask too many questions, as long as you don't draw attention." She offered a grateful smile. "That would be helpful. Let me know when we're heading out." Sam departed, and Cassandra allowed herself a moment to lean against the rough wooden wall, breath coming shallow. The very idea of stepping into public made her pulse quicken. Her world had been turned upside down once by false accusations. Another slip could prove fatal, yet she couldn't remain idle. Not with the noose of Gideon's schemes tightening somewhere out there. In the Mooncrest territory, Dominic found a moment of solitude in his father's old study, a private room few dared enter since the former Alpha's passing. Dust motes danced in the half-light slanting through tall windows. The shelves lining the walls held ancient tomes of pack history, genealogies, treaties, and maps. A sense of memory and legacy permeated every inch of the space. Dominic eased into the old leather armchair behind the desk. The scents of worn paper, old ink, and faint cigar smoke reminded him of his father's stern presence. He had come here in search of clarity, or perhaps just a moment's reprieve from the constant demands on his leadership. Yet no respite awaited him. His father's gaze seemed to linger in the silent corners, disapproving of Dominic's uncertainties. Raking his fingers through his hair, Dominic let his gaze wander. His eyes settled on a small portrait propped against a stack of books. It was a painting of his parents, rendered years ago. His mother's gentle eyes and father's proud stance spoke of better times, when the pack was stable, and Dominic had been a young wolf, still learning what it meant to lead. "Traitor in our midst. Cassandra is guilty." Over and over, that refrain played in his head. Gideon was certain. The so-called evidence was neatly compiled. Yet Dominic kept remembering Cassandra's frightened eyes when she had presented her own scrap of evidence, implicating Gideon. Could Gideon have fabricated the letters that framed her? The notion was horrifying, but the longer Dominic dwelled on it, the more he could not dismiss it outright. He stood abruptly, crossing to a shelf of old, leather-bound records. If there was a chance that Cassandra's story might be true, even partially, there had to be some oversight in Gideon's evidence. Dominic pulled down tomes, rifling through pages of official documents, old treaties, supply logs. It was tedious, and after an hour, he found nothing useful. "I'm looking in the wrong place," he realized. He tried a different tack, scanning old notes that detailed interactions with other packs, including the signatories who witnessed official agreements. If Gideon had been forging alliances behind Dominic's back, maybe there was an unaccounted contact or suspicious signature. But the scrawl of names blended together. Centuries of text, none of it pointing to Gideon's involvement. Sweat beaded on Dominic's brow as frustration mounted. A quiet knock at the door startled him. He shoved the ledger shut. "Come in." Beta Marcus entered, dipping his head respectfully. "Alpha, I've been looking for you." Dominic forced calm. "Is something wrong?" Marcus's normally stoic face was tight with concern. "A new raid on the southwestern outskirts. Several rogue wolves attacked a hunting party. 2 of our wolves are injured. 1 is missing." Dominic's jaw clenched. "Another blow. Where?" "Near the Rockfall Meadow, a place we considered relatively safe. The patrol arrived too late to catch the attackers. But there are rumors one of the rogues had ties to Pale Moon, or maybe another group entirely." Dominic swore under his breath. "I'll come at once. Have the injured taken to the infirmary, and gather an investigative team to search the site." Marcus nodded. "Yes, Alpha." As Marcus left, Dominic lingered a moment, glancing back at the musty ledgers. A wave of guilt nagged at him. "I'm the Alpha. My pack is under siege from within and without. Yet, I'm here rummaging through old books, half hoping to exonerate a traitor." Cassandra's name lingered in his mind like a ghost. He slammed the ledger shut, deciding that for now, the immediate threat demanded his attention. He would put his father's study behind him and fulfill his duty, even if that meant burying his doubts deeper into the unspoken shadows. The next morning, Cassandra prepared to journey with Sam into the nearby village. Dawn broke pink and cool over the foothills, frost shimmering on the grass. She dressed in plain trousers and a long-sleeved tunic, throwing a hooded cloak over her head to conceal her features. Arya insisted on smearing a bit of charcoal dust through Cassandra's hair to darken it. It left a faint soot mark on her forehead, but it was better than being recognized. "You're sure you'll be all right?" Arya fretted as she handed Cassandra a small bag of coins and a list of items to purchase. "This is the first time you've been out in public since she nearly died." Cassandra forced a reassuring smile. "I'll keep my head down and speak only when necessary. Sam knows the place well." Nolan, already burdened with chores, gave a thumbs up from behind the barn. "Good luck. Don't linger too long." Sam hoisted his own pack onto his shoulders. "We'll be back by nightfall. Sooner, if we can." They set off down a winding path that skirted the hills. The autumn air felt crisp in Cassandra's lungs, invigorating her wolf senses. She walked with measured steps, testing her stamina. Though her wounds had mostly healed, she couldn't risk pushing herself into a sprint. If danger arose, she'd need her energy if she had to defend herself. As they neared the outskirts of the village, clusters of small houses appeared, along with fields where locals harvested root vegetables. The dusty road led to a modest market square, where a handful of stalls displayed woven blankets, dried fruits, and simple crafts. Farmers bargained with peddlers, and the occasional traveler trundled by on a cart. It was a humble scene, nothing like the bustle of a larger town. Yet, to Cassandra, it felt like stepping onto a stage with all eyes ready to pierce her disguise. She kept her hood low. Sam guided her to a stall where a friendly-looking older woman sold dried herbs. "Mother wants rosemary and thyme," he said quietly. The woman chatted amiably, unaware of Cassandra's tense posture. While Sam handled the purchase, Cassandra scanned the crowd. No one seemed to take special notice of her, but her nerves prickled all the same. Next, they moved to a leatherworker's stand, where Cassandra quietly selected a small, sheathed dagger. Arya had given her permission to spend a bit on personal necessities, and Cassandra knew she needed something for self-defense. The vendor gave them a curious glance, but said nothing beyond naming a price. Sam slipped him the coins, and they moved on. Near the center of the market, An itinerant bard strummed a lute, singing a ballad about star-crossed lovers. The melody, though simple, tugged at Cassandra's emotions. She paused, drawn to the sad refrain about two souls fated to meet, only to be torn apart by cruel circumstance. Her throat tightened. Sam gently touched her shoulder, snapping her out of it. "Let's get the rest of the supplies and go," he murmured. Cassandra nodded, forcing herself to focus. As they made their way to a final stall for household goods, candles, soap, and some seeds for Arya's garden, her senses went on alert. Someone was watching her. She felt it like a prickling heat on the back of her neck. Slowly, she turned. A tall, hooded figure stood some distance away, half concealed by a cart of pumpkins. She couldn't make out a face beneath the cowl, but her wolf bristled at the aura of tension emanating from that direction. Before she could nudge Sam, the figure shifted and disappeared into the crowd. Cassandra's heart pounded. Had it been mere coincidence? She hurriedly finished purchasing the supplies. Sam noticed her agitation and frowned. "We should head back," he said, placing a protective hand on her arm. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "I'm not sure," Cassandra said quietly, scanning the marketplace again. Nothing unusual jumped out now, but the feeling of unease refused to subside. She and Sam carefully made their way toward the edge of the square, weaving between stalls. Cassandra risked one final glance behind her and froze. That hooded figure was following them, staying several dozen paces back. "Sam," she whispered, a tremor in her voice. He followed her gaze. "Let's pick up the pace." They slipped down a side street lined with modest cottages, aiming to lose themselves behind a row of stacked firewood. Cassandra's pulse thundered in her ears. Every muscle tensed, ready for flight or fight. The side street emptied into a narrow alley that curved around an abandoned cooperator's workshop. Sam led her along the route, glancing over his shoulder to see if they were still pursued. But as they emerged from the alley, the tall figure stood at the exit, blocking their path. Cassandra's wolf snarled inside her mind. Instinctively, she reached for the dagger under her cloak. Sam stepped forward, placing himself between Cassandra and the stranger. "Who are you?" Sam demanded. A moment of silence. Then the figure raised both hands in a gesture of peace, pulling back the hood. It was a woman, perhaps in her 30s, with striking eyes the color of topaz. Auburn hair, braided with leather cords, fell across her shoulders. She wore traveling leathers that showed signs of wear. "I mean, you no harm," the woman said softly, her gaze flicking from Sam to Cassandra. "But I recognize you." Cassandra, even with that hood. Fear lanced through Cassandra. She debated drawing her dagger, but the woman's tone wasn't aggressive. "How? Who are you?" The stranger lowered her hands. "My name is Saskia. I traveled through Mooncrest territory some time ago. I saw you once at a festival. There aren't many werewolves with that exact shade of green eyes. Word says you're a traitor and dead, but I see neither is true." Sam bristled. "She's not a traitor." Saskia nodded calmly. "I believe you, which is why I followed you to talk, not to expose you." Suspicion gnawed at Cassandra. "Why would you want to talk to me?" A flicker of something dark crossed Saskia's expression. "Because I have a score to settle with Gideon, too." Cassandra and Sam exchanged a shocked glance. Cassandra's heart hammered. "You know him," Saskia exhaled. "I was a scout for the Dawnridge Pack years ago. Our Alpha made a trade agreement with Gideon, back when he was traveling as Dominic's envoy. But Gideon twisted the terms, manipulated deals behind the scenes. It led to a devastating conflict for my people, all of which Gideon profited from in some underhanded way. The details get murky, but the result was the dissolution of my pack. Many were forced to scatter as rogues, or they were absorbed by neighboring packs. I lost my home. A chill spread through Cassandra's veins. So Gideon's betrayals stretch further than just me. What do you want from me? Then, I've heard enough rumors to sense that Gideon has set you up, Saskia explained. And if that's true, then you might be my best chance at getting evidence against him. A chance to bring down the man who destroyed everything I once cared about. Sam relaxed, fractionally, though his posture remained guarded. Do you have any proof of these claims? Saskia's lips twitched into a mirthless smile. Some, not enough to convince an alpha outright. But I've collected letters, testimonies from a few survivors of Dawnridge. It's a puzzle with missing pieces. She inclined her head toward Cassandra. I believe you hold some of those missing pieces. Cassandra wrestled with a surge of emotion, hope, wariness, a fierce flicker of anger at Gideon. She remembered the parchment Lucia had risked her life to give her. I have some documents that suggest Gideon's duplicity, but it's not conclusive on its own. Together, we might have enough, Saskia said, stepping closer. I won't lie, it's dangerous. Gideon has allies, and your Alpha's resources. But if we can compile enough evidence, perhaps we can expose Gideon, publicly force Dominic to see the truth. Cassandra's thoughts whirled. The idea of returning to the heart of the Pack's territory to confront Gideon again terrified her. Yet if she had even a shred of a chance at clearing her name and avenging the injustices done to her and others, how could she turn away? She glanced at Sam, who gave a hesitant nod, as if to say, this might be the break you need. All right, Cassandra said quietly. I'm listening. Saskia released a breath, relief shining in her eyes. Good. We can't talk here. I have a safe house a few miles north. Let's go somewhere more private. Sam shot Cassandra a questioning look. She weighed the risk, but something told her Saskia was sincere, her story too specific to be a fabricated trick. They couldn't stand in the alley forever, especially if word of Cassandra's presence might spread. Fine, Cassandra agreed. But we have to pick up some supplies first. Then we'll meet you outside the village, near the old mill. We can't just vanish without suspicion. Saskia nodded. I'll wait until nightfall. With that, she pulled up her hood once more and slipped away. Cassandra's pulse roared in her ears. Sam let out a shaky exhale. Do you trust her? He asked. Cassandra hesitated. I don't know, but she might be our only lead on how to prove Gideon's treachery. Sam's gaze flickered with resolve. Then let's finish our errands and get out of here. They hurriedly gathered the last items Arya needed, making sure to keep an eye out for any other suspicious onlookers. None appeared, though Cassandra's paranoia soared each time someone so much as glanced their way. Finally, they left the village, slipping down a winding dirt road that skirted the farmland. A dilapidated mill stood by a slow-moving creek, its water wheel broken and moss-covered. Beyond it lay a small grove of trees, where shadows grew thick as twilight descended. Saskia emerged from behind the mill's crumbling wall, her posture tense but purposeful. Ready. Sam cast a final look back toward the village. Yeah, let's move. They followed Saskia into the grove, forging a path through undergrowth and across rocky terrain. The woman moved with practiced agility, clearly familiar with traveling off-road. Cassandra tried to keep pace, ignoring the dull ache where her scars pulled tight. The hush of the forest deepened, and soon they left all signs of the village behind. After a couple of miles, Saskia led them to a small, low-roofed cabin nestled in a dense thicket of spruce. It looked abandoned from the outside, shutters missing, a crooked chimney. But once inside, Cassandra saw signs of occupancy, a modest bedroll, a small hearth with smoldering coals, and a scattering of personal gear. The air smelled faintly of burnt wood and dried herbs. Saskia lit a couple of lanterns, casting flickering light on the rough timber walls. Sam closed the door behind them, tension etched in his features. Cassandra stood near the hearth, letting her eyes adjust. Outside, the wind sighed, a lonely sound in the gathering night. "All right," Saskia said, unfastening her cloak. "We can speak freely here. No neighbors for miles." Sam carefully set down the sack of supplies. Cassandra lowered her hood, revealing her face. It felt both liberating and risky to do so. But if they were to talk, she wanted to look Saskia in the eye. "Tell me everything you know about Gideon and what he's planning," Cassandra said. Saskia leaned against a rickety table. "All I have are fragments. A few months ago, I started hearing rumors that Gideon was forging alliances with certain rogue factions, groups willing to stir up conflict on Mooncrest's borders. Why? Possibly to undermine Dominic's rule, sow chaos, and make it easier for Gideon to seize authority. Or maybe he has a broader plan involving other territories. It's hard to say." She paused. "What I do know is that Gideon has meddled in pack politics for years, leaving ruin in his wake." Cassandra exchanged a glance with Sam. "It fits with what I've seen. He orchestrated my downfall, turning Dominic against me. I suspect he's funneling misinformation about rogues, or even controlling some of them behind the scenes, so that Dominic remains off balance and relies on Gideon more." Saskia gave a grim nod. "Control. That's Gideon's endgame. If Dominic lost the respect of the pack, guess who's in a prime position to step in? As soon as the alpha looks weak in the eyes of his people, Gideon can tighten his grip. And Cassandra's fate was just a piece of that puzzle," Sam added bitterly. Silence settled as each of them pondered the ramifications. Outside, the wind picked up, brushing pine needles against the cabin's walls like restless fingers. Cassandra's pulse hammered. If Gideon was shaping a network of rogues to destabilize the region, the threat extended far beyond her personal nightmare. It could ignite a full-blown war, with countless innocent wolves caught in the crossfire. Saskia reached into a leather satchel and produced a slim sheaf of papers, some water-stained, others scorched at the edges. "These are my records, letters I've intercepted, testimonies from survivors of Dawnridge, even cryptic notes that mention Gideon by name. It's not ironclad proof on its own, but it's enough to raise serious questions." Cassandra removed the folded parchment Lucia had given her, along with a few scribbled notes she'd written from memory about Gideon's suspicious behavior. She smoothed them on the table. "This is what I have. We can compare our leads and see if they connect." Together, they pored over the documents, candlelight dancing across the ragged pages. Saskia pointed out references to Alpha's second, the cunning wolf in the west, or the silver-haired advisor, each a possible allusion to Gideon. Cassandra recognized coded phrases about rogue movements that matched some of her old pack reports. Sam observed in quiet fascination, occasionally chiming in with logical connections they might have missed. Gradually, a dark tapestry formed, revealing how Gideon might have manipulated events across multiple packs, always lurking behind legitimate negotiations. In each instance, chaos followed, and Gideon seemed to emerge unscathed, retaining Dominic's unwavering trust. Even though the puzzle wasn't yet complete, Cassandra could see the outline of a monstrous plan. "This is bigger than just me or your old pack," Cassandra breathed, a chill raising the hairs on her arms. "He's been doing this for years." Saskia's jaw tightened, which is why we need to expose him in a way Dominic can't ignore. "If you're really Dominic's mate," she paused, shooting Cassandra a questioning glance. Cassandra nodded slowly, face warming with emotion. "Yes, at least. I felt it, but Gideon twisted that bond. made Dominic think I was the one betraying him. Now Dominic probably believes I'm dead, or at least a mortal enemy. Exactly, Saskia said. So we have to be clever. If Gideon is as entrenched as we suspect, he'll try to kill or discredit anyone who stands in his way. Sam folded his arms. What do you propose? Saskia pursed her lips. Step 1, gather more concrete evidence. We have partial information, but we need something undeniable, signed documents, witness testimonies from key figures, something that ties Gideon directly to the rogue attacks. Step 2, get that evidence into Dominic's hands without Gideon intercepting it or spinning the story. That might require infiltration of Mooncrest territory or a public confrontation in front of other allied packs. If Dominic sees and hears enough to doubt Gideon, the Alpha might finally act. Cassandra felt her pulse thrum with a heady mix of fear and resolve. But how do we do that without being killed on sight? Stealth. Allies, Saskia said. Maybe a large pack, gathering some event where other alphas and envoys are present, so Gideon can't easily silence you. Do you know of any upcoming summits or ceremonies? Cassandra shook her head, racking her brain. Dominic often meets with allied packs around the time of the harvest moon. That's about a month away, if I recall correctly. Could that be an opportunity? Saskia's face lit with calculation. Possibly. The harvest moon gatherings are usually a big deal. If Dominic invites delegates from Frostleaf, Stone Peak, and others, Gideon will be on his best behavior. But that also means security will be tighter than ever. Sam shifted his weight. Sounds like infiltration would be tricky, but maybe not impossible. A hush fell as they stared at the scattered pages. The plan forming in Cassandra's mind was equal parts terrifying and exhilarating. Gather ironclad proof of Gideon's treachery, then confront him and Dominic at the Harvest Moon Summit, where Gideon couldn't hide behind secrecy. The risk was staggering. One misstep, and she'd be captured or killed. Yet the alternative was to let Gideon remain in power, free to destroy more lives as he'd done to her and Saskia. Cassandra lifted her gaze. I'll need time to prepare, time to heal fully, gather what we can, and reach out to a few pack members who might still trust me. She hesitated, thinking of Lucia, who had risked everything for her once. I have a friend. She might help if I can contact her safely. Saskia nodded. Let's do it. We can each pursue leads. I'll keep gathering intel on rogue factions. You see if your friend can confirm Gideon's movements within the pack. We meet back here in 2 weeks to decide next steps. Sam exhaled, glancing at Cassandra. This is dangerous. You're sure you want to do this? She squared her shoulders, feeling a fierce determination burn in her chest. Gideon destroyed my life. Dominic may have pulled the trigger, but Gideon loaded the gun. I can't let him keep doing this to innocent wolves. Saskia's eyes glimmered with respect. Then we stand together. That night, Cassandra and Sam returned to Aria's homestead under cover of darkness. Aria, anxious and pacing, nearly smothered them in relief when they slipped inside. Thank the moon you're safe, she exclaimed, tugging them over to the hearth. It's late. I was starting to worry. Something happened. Cassandra gently squeezed Aria's hand. We're all right. Just a long day. She and Sam recounted the bare bones of what transpired, leaving out certain details to avoid overwhelming Aria. But the gist was clear. An unexpected contact, new evidence against Gideon, and a plan brewing to expose his treachery. Aria's face paled as she heard the risk involved, but her eyes burned with protective concern. You must be careful, Aria warned, her voice trembling. Gideon has no qualms about hurting anyone in his way. Surely not if he's manipulated an alpha to believe in your guilt. Cassandra reached for Aria's weathered hands. I know. And if you want me to leave, to keep you out of danger, I understand. Arya shook her head, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. Child, you have a home here, as long as you need it. We'll stand behind you. But when the time comes for you to face him, I only ask that you promise me one thing. Come back alive. Emotion flooded Cassandra's throat, making it difficult to speak. She nodded, swallowing back tears. I'll do my best, she whispered. Sam clapped a hand on her shoulder. We'll help in any way we can. My brother and I know these hills, the paths, how to avoid patrols. We can get you wherever you need to go. Gratitude welled in Cassandra, and she cast a final glance around the modest, warm interior of Arya's home, the safe haven that had sheltered her at her lowest. Beyond the walls, danger lurked in every shadow, but she felt a glimmer of hope. Gideon might be cunning, but he wasn't invincible. With Saskia's help, with allies like Arya's family and Lucia, if she could be found, maybe Cassandra could reclaim her life and reveal the traitor who had stolen so much from so many. 2 weeks slipped by in a cautious flurry of preparation. Cassandra spent her days training her wolf reflexes, reacquainting herself with basic combat forms. She practiced shifting at dawn and dusk, pushing her body to adapt without aggravating her scars. Arya's herbal remedies worked wonders, strengthening Cassandra's stamina. She no longer woke gasping in pain from her injuries. Instead, she tested the boundaries of her recovery, going on short sprints through the forest, or climbing steep hills with Sam trailing behind to ensure she didn't overexert. During this time, Saskia made brief appearances at the homestead, slipping in after nightfall to share updates. She had ventured into rogue-infested territories, farther south, discovering hints of Gideon's meddling quiet deals made, coin exchanged, all to incite attacks on Mooncrest's borders. None of it was easy to verify without infiltration, but every rumor converged on one conclusion: Gideon was fueling conflict. He wanted Dominic's domain in a perpetual state of crisis, leaving the Alpha dependent on Gideon's counsel. One late afternoon, as golden light streamed through the barn's cracks, Cassandra crouched in a corner, rereading the scraps of evidence she and Saskia had assembled. Saskia's satchel lay open beside her, revealing letters scrawled with half-legible warnings about a silver-tongued wolf and pleas for help from scattered survivors of pack collapses. Any breakthroughs? Sam asked quietly, approaching with a pitcher of water. Cassandra sighed. Nothing that leaps out as the smoking gun. A few more references to Gideon's shady deals, but they're all secondhand. He's careful. I'll give him that. Sam set the pitcher down, rolling his shoulders. We'll keep looking. The harvest moon is a couple of weeks away. Saskia thinks Dominic will hold a gathering with allied packs around that time, which might be our best shot. Cassandra closed her eyes, feeling the weight of the upcoming confrontation. It's going to be dangerous. I might need to slip into the territory early, see if I can contact Lucia or anyone else who might testify. Sam lowered his voice. We can help you travel safely. My brother and I can lead you along lesser-known routes. But once you're in Mooncrest land, you'll be on your own. I understand, Cassandra said, her tone resolute. This is my fight. She reminded herself she would not drag others into the crosshairs unless they chose it. And Sam, Nolan, Arya, they had already done more than enough. A hesitant knock sounded on the barn door. Saskia's voice carried through. Cassandra, Sam, it's me. Sam slid the door open just enough to admit her. Saskia stepped inside, brushing hay off her cloak. I have new information, she said, a note of urgency in her tone. We don't have much time. Cassandra tensed. Tell me. Saskia glanced around, confirming they were alone. I passed through a trading outpost near the southwestern pass. Word is that Gideon's men captured a rogue who claimed to have direct orders from Gideon to stage an ambush on one of Dominic's scouting parties. The rogue apparently boasted about it to the wrong listener, and got turned in. Now Gideon is likely interrogating him in secret. If Gideon thinks this rogue can incriminate him, he'll silence the rogue or twist his testimony before Dominic ever learns the truth. Fear shot through Cassandra, so there might be a living witness to Gideon's direct involvement in these attacks. Saskia nodded. Yes, but I'm sure Gideon will act fast if we could somehow get to that rogue first, or at least gather his testimony. It would be invaluable. Cassandra and Sam exchanged a look of determination. Sam asked, "Where's this happening?" "Near the Redwood Garrison," Saskia answered. "A small outpost on the western side of Mooncrest's territory. I've heard rumors Gideon keeps a discreet holding cell there for questionable arrests." Cassandra's heartbeat pounded in her ears. "We have to try. If that rogue can confirm Gideon's involvement, that might be the missing piece we need." Saskia hesitated. "You realize how risky this is. Gideon's men are likely guarding the place, and if Dominic ordered standard patrols in that area, you'll be facing them too." Cassandra rose to her feet, her resolve blazing. "I can't let Gideon kill or coerce that rogue into silence. If I sneak in, free him, or at least speak to him, I might get the confession needed to expose Gideon. We don't have the luxury of waiting for the harvest moon gathering if Gideon's about to eliminate the only living witness." Sam frowned. "You won't go alone." Cassandra shook her head firmly. "I'll need help to get there, but once we're at the Redwood Garrison, it might be better if I go in alone or with just one other. The fewer we are, the less likely we'll be detected." Saskia eyed her, lips pressed thin. "I'll come with you. I have my own reasons to see Gideon fail. Sam, you and Nolan can provide backup outside. Get us a safe route in and out." Sam folded his arms. "All right, but if things go south, we won't abandon you." "Understood." Cassandra's throat felt tight with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered. "All of you." They exchanged a tense nod. No more words were needed. The plan was dangerous, borderline foolhardy, but it was the best shot they had at intercepting a key witness before Gideon struck first. In that moment, Cassandra felt her wolf stir with fierce purpose. She had once been content to be invisible in the pack, overshadowed by stronger wolves and more influential leaders, but now she stood on the brink of confronting a monster who had nearly destroyed her. Fear still gnawed at her, but it paled in comparison to the indignation and hurt roiling inside her. "Gideon tried to kill me. He manipulated Dominic. He wants to tear my pack apart from within." Cassandra inhaled, steadying her racing heart. "He's not getting away with it." Under a pale moon, Cassandra and her small band set out for the Redwood Garrison. Nolan stayed behind with Arya to protect the homestead and maintain a cover story if anyone came looking. Meanwhile, Cassandra, Sam, and Saskia traveled north by northwest, skirting known patrol routes, sleeping under trees or in shallow caves. The autumn chill intensified, but they moved quickly and quietly, driven by urgency. During the days, they rested in hidden gullies or thickets, ensuring they remained unseen by any passing scouts. At night, they pressed on, guided by moonlight and Sam's uncanny sense of direction. The Redwood region lay close to the mountainous rim of Mooncrest territory, known for its towering conifers and steep gorges. Cassandra had heard of it but never visited. Like many outlying areas, it was lightly populated, dotted with small outposts that the Central Pack used for defense. After 3 nights of grueling travel, they crested a rocky ridge at dawn to behold a forest of colossal redwood pines, their trunks thick as houses. Fog drifted through the canopy, turning the morning light into a hazy glow. Hidden among the tall trees stood a modest fortress, a squat stone structure with a wooden palisade. Smoke curled from a chimney, and a handful of guards patrolled the perimeter. "That's Redwood Garrison," Sam murmured, crouching behind a fallen log. Cassandra and Saskia joined him, peering through the dense foliage. "We'll need to circle around and find a good vantage." The group retreated into cover, making a wide arc to approach the garrison from the rear. Hours passed as they scouted, lying low to observe guard rotations, counting sentries, noting potential entry points. By midday, they convened in a small ravine where a trickle of water offered some camouflage for their whispers. "It's not heavily manned, maybe a dozen guards in total," Saskia reported, running a hand through her auburn braid. "But they're well armed, and a direct confrontation would raise alarms. We need a stealth approach," Cassandra nodded, tracing a finger over a rough sketch Sam had drawn in the dirt. He indicated the watchtowers, the gate, and a secondary entrance that seemed less guarded, a smaller door on the western wall. "If we can slip in through that side door after dark, we might avoid the main courtyard," Sam added. "I saw at least 2 guards posted inside the garrison's corridor. They swap out every 4 hours. The place where prisoners are likely kept is below ground, but I'm not certain." Saskia frowned. "I noticed a small window along the southern foundation. Looked like it might lead to some kind of basement or cell block. If it's unlocked, or if we can break it quietly, that might be a faster way in." Cassandra listened, heart hammering. "All right, let's finalize this, Sam. You stay outside as lookout. If things go wrong, we'll need a diversion to draw guards away from the exit. Saskia and I will try that basement window first. If it's sealed, we'll move to the side door." Sam pressed his lips together, clearly reluctant to let both women risk themselves. "All right, but be careful. If you're not back within 2 hours, I'll cause a distraction to give you a chance to escape." "Understood," they agreed, each bracing for the danger ahead. Dread settled in Cassandra's gut, but she steeled herself. The memory of Dominic's face, equal parts fury and betrayal, flashed in her mind. "I won't run from this. I have to protect him and the pack from Gideon's lies." Nightfall came swiftly in the thick redwood forest, the canopy absorbing what little starlight might filter through. Sam concealed himself amid bushes near the perimeter, bow in hand, ready to create an uproar if necessary. Cassandra and Saskia crept forward. They wore dark clothes, and Cassandra kept her wolf senses on high alert, listening for the slightest footsteps or shift in the wind that might signal detection. Reaching the garrison's southern wall, they crouched behind a pile of stacked logs. A single guard strolled along the ramparts above, his lantern casting a swinging glow. They waited until he moved out of sight, then slipped to the base of the wall. Overhead, the reek of wet timber mixed with the faint tang of iron from the gate's hinges. Saskia led the way along the wall until they found the window a narrow, barred opening near ground level. Candlelight flickered inside, revealing a small corridor or cell block. Cassandra tested the bars gingerly. Sturdy and likely locked from the inside. "We'll have to break it," Saskia whispered. Cassandra grimaced. A break-in risked making noise, but time was short. She motioned for Saskia to hold position, carefully. Cassandra used her wolf strength to test each bar. One, near the bottom, felt looser than the rest. She braced her feet, pressed both hands on the metal, and pulled, straining with silent effort. The bar creaked, rust flaking under her grip. For one terrifying moment, she thought the noise would echo through the garrison, but the guard above made no sign of alarm. Gritting her teeth, Cassandra pulled again. With a low groan of old metal, the bar snapped free at the base. She handed it to Saskia, who placed it aside gently. Now the space was wide enough for them to wriggle through, though the sharp edges of the remaining bars would be a challenge. Cassandra nodded at Saskia to go first. The lithe woman angled her body and slipped inside, landing softly on the stone floor with a muffled thump. Cassandra followed, biting back a hiss of pain as a jagged metal shard scraped her shoulder. They found themselves in a dim corridor, rough stone walls illuminated by a few wall sconces. The smell of dampness and stale air clung to the place. Soft noises echoed from deeper inside, muffled voices. The clank of chains. Cassandra and Saskia crept along, ears pricked. The corridor branched into a small guard station on one side and a row of heavy wooden doors on the other. Light seeped from beneath one door, and a voice drifted into the hallway. Don't care who you were running with. You'll talk, or you'll rot. Cassandra tensed. That must be Gideon's men, interrogating the rogue. She exchanged a glance with Saskia. They inched closer, pressing themselves against the wall. The door was slightly ajar. Inside, two men in guard uniforms loomed over a bruised, exhausted-looking werewolf shackled to a chair. The prisoner's hair was matted with dried blood, and his eyes were unfocused. One guard prodded him with the hilt of a dagger. Tell us who hired you. Was it Pale Moon, Stone Peak, or was it Gideon? The prisoner spat blood. I don't know that name. Liar, Cassandra thought. The question itself confirmed Gideon wanted to control the narrative. If the rogue admitted Gideon's role, these guards might kill him on the spot or twist his words. Cassandra's wolf snarled inside her chest. They had to move fast. A plan formed in her mind. Subdue the guards quietly. Free the rogue. Get him out. But the moment they tried to fight, an alarm could spread through the garrison like wildfire. She turned to Saskia, who gave a single nod of readiness. They had no choice but to risk it, stealing herself. Cassandra edged the door open a hair wider. She slipped inside with cat-like stealth. The nearest guard had his back turned. The other faced the prisoner. Saskia entered behind her, in a fluid motion. Cassandra whipped the sheathed dagger from her belt and lunged, ramming the pommel into the first guard's temple. He crumpled without a sound. The second guard whirled, eyes wide, but Saskia was faster. She swept his legs out from under him. He hit the ground with a strangled yelp. Before he could shout, Cassandra clamped a hand over his mouth, pressing the dagger's tip to his throat. Not a sound, she hissed. The guard's eyes bulged with fear. Beside her, Saskia grabbed a length of rope from a corner table and quickly bound the man's wrists and ankles. Cassandra found a grimy rag and stuffed it into his mouth to keep him quiet. The entire ambush took less than 10 seconds. Her heart hammered with adrenaline. The prisoner sagged in the chair, staring at them with disbelief. Up close, Cassandra saw raw bruises on his arms where shackles had chafed. Who? He croaked. Cassandra moved swiftly to the lock on his shackles. We're here to help, she said, taking the guard's keyring from his belt. She fumbled through the keys until one clicked in the shackle's lock. The metal fell away, and the rogue slumped forward with a groan. Saskia crouched beside him, offering support. We need to get you out. Can you walk? He nodded weakly. I'll try. He caught his breath, wincing. Why? Who are you? I'm someone Gideon tried to kill, Cassandra said, voice tinged with bitterness. We believe he's behind these rogue attacks, and you might have proof to expose him. The rogue's eyes flickered with recognition. Gideon, that cunning son of a... He broke off with a wince. He made deals with my old crew, paid us to ambush any official patrol. Sow chaos, keep suspicion on other packs. I didn't want a part of it, but I was forced threats, blackmail. Then he tried to eliminate loose ends. Cassandra's pulse raced. They had to keep him alive. We'll get you out, she repeated, hooking his arm over her shoulder. With Saskia's help, she guided him upright. Stay quiet and don't slow down if we meet resistance. He bobbed his head. Name Zane. he rasped. "I'll talk. I swear. I'll testify anything to bring Gideon down." A rush of triumph stirred in Cassandra's chest. At last, a living witness. If they could get Zane safely away, they'd have leverage. But we have to escape first. Together, they half carried him into the corridor. The bound and gagged guards lay incapacitated in the interrogation room. Cassandra prayed. No one else heard the scuffle. The hallway was empty, but footsteps echoed somewhere above. She jerked her head toward the basement window. "We'll go out the way we came," Saskia nodded, moving swiftly yet gingerly. They retraced their steps, Zane hobbling between them. Every noise seemed amplified, every flicker of torchlight a potential warning. They reached the broken window without encountering more guards. Cassandra slid out first, then helped Zane through. Saskia followed. They huddled against the garrison's outer wall, hearts pounding. A tense hush settled. Above, the distant silhouette of a guard patrolled the ramparts. The wind rustled the giant redwoods, masking their rustling movements. Cassandra motioned for them to circle toward the arranged rendezvous with Sam. Just as they started to creep away, a shout rang out from within the garrison. A guard must have discovered the unconscious men. Torchlight flickered in agitation. An alarm bell clanged once, then twice. Cassandra's stomach lurched. "Go," she hissed. They broke into a lurching run, Zane stumbling but keeping pace. Torches flared atop the palisade. Arrows whistled overhead. Cassandra ducked, adrenaline surging. She forced her legs to move faster, scanning the darkness for Sam. Another arrow hissed by, burying itself in the trunk of a redwood with a heavy thunk. "There," Saskia pointed. Sam emerged from behind a boulder, waving them onward. Cassandra locked onto his silhouette, sprinting as best she could while supporting Zane's weight. The alarm bell tolled louder, accompanied by angry shouts. A handful of guards spilled out the main gate, forming a disorganized chase. Sam loosed an arrow that found its mark in the ground near the guards, forcing them to scatter. The moment Cassandra, Saskia, and Zane reached him, he turned and led them deeper into the forest. They stumbled through thick undergrowth, ignoring brambles and branches that whipped at their faces. The calls of pursuit gradually grew fainter, but the group didn't dare slow down. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Sam guided them into a shallow ravine choked with fallen trees. In here, he panted, hauling aside a curtain of vines. Beneath lay a small cave mouth, barely visible from the outside. One by one, they ducked inside. Darkness enveloped them, the smell of damp earth filling their lungs. Cassandra helped Zane settle against a rock, noticing he was trembling from pain and exhaustion. Saskia dropped to her knees, trying to slow her breathing. Sam peeled back the vines, letting the faintest starlight seep into the cave. "I think we lost them," he whispered. "They won't easily find this hideout. It's not on any of the main maps." Cassandra sank down, heart hammering. Her entire body quivered with leftover adrenaline. But they had done it. They had retrieved a crucial witness. Zane stared at them through the gloom, his chest rising and falling in ragged gasps. "You saved my hide," he muttered. "Why?" Cassandra met his gaze. "Because Gideon has hurt enough people. We need your testimony to prove his crimes to the Alpha, if that's possible." A bitter laugh rattled Zane's throat. "Dominic. Right. Good luck. Gideon's tongue drips poison into that Alpha's ear, but I'll do what I can. I'm done living in fear." She offered him a canteen of water. He drank greedily, wincing at every swallow. Outside, the night continued, silent but for the distant hush of wind in the redwoods. Cassandra's mind whirled with the implications of this success. With Zane's testimony, they had a real chance to make Dominic see the truth. Yet Gideon would likely respond by tightening his grip. The coming days would be a delicate race. Keep Zane hidden, gather more proof, and find a way to present it publicly. As the group caught their breath, Cassandra felt the ache in her scars, a painful reminder of how close she had come to death under Dominic's misguided command. Anger flared inside her, but also longing. The mate bond still tugged at her heart. Even after everything, he will hear me, she vowed silently. He will see what Gideon truly is. For now, though, they huddled in that hidden cave, hearts pounding with the knowledge that they had struck the first blow against Gideon's carefully woven web of lies. Outside, the forest concealed them, but danger loomed ever closer. And in the distance, the silver moon, already past its zenith, promised that time was running short before the harvest moon summit, where everything would be decided. A weak sliver of dawn light found its way into the hidden cave, revealing 4 exhausted figures huddled amid the rocky darkness. Cassandra woke with her back against the cold stone wall, heart lurching the instant she remembered where she was. Across from her, Saskia sat upright, auburn hair disheveled, standing silent guard over their newest ally, Zane, the rogue who had nearly been beaten into submission by Gideon's men. Sam dozed close to the entrance, half wrapped in a threadbare blanket, his bow always within reach. Cassandra's limbs felt stiff and cramped, yet she fought the urge to groan. They had escaped the Redwood garrison by the skin of their teeth, and the alarm bell still rang in her memory. She hoped their frantic run through the night had thrown off any trackers. For the moment, the hush of the forest outside suggested they remained undetected. She rose slowly, a dull ache threading through her old wounds, and tiptoed toward Saskia. The other woman glanced up, eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. Any sign of pursuit? Cassandra murmured. Saskia shook her head. Not yet. We've been lucky. Cassandra exhaled, pressing a hand to her forehead. We'll need to move again soon. If they systematically search the forest, a single random sweep could uncover this cave. Saskia nodded. Agreed. But Zane can barely walk, and we all need rest. Give him a few more hours before we push on. Cassandra looked over at the rogue, who lay curled on his side, a pained grimace etched on his bruised features even in sleep. If Zane had stumbled into her life under any other circumstances, she might have dismissed him as another unscrupulous outlaw. Yet he was their best led, possibly the key to undoing Gideon's influence. We have to keep him alive. She moved quietly to check Zane's injuries. Besides the bruised ribs and battered face, he had several shallow cuts on his arms, where Gideon's men had apparently used silver-tipped instruments to weaken him. Now, days-old crusted wounds flared with red edges. Cassandra retrieved a small pouch of herbs from her belt and mixed them in the hollow of her palm. Saskia recognized the gesture, herbalist training. I picked up some basics, Cassandra answered. In truth, her mother had taught her a handful of remedies before she passed. Cassandra often found solace in caring for others, a skill overshadowed by the pack's emphasis on martial prowess. Carefully, she sprinkled the crushed herbs on one of Zane's open scrapes, hoping to ward off infection. Zane stirred, releasing a low hiss at the sting. His eyes fluttered open, revealing sharp gray irises beneath the swelling. You're still here, he rasped, sounding faintly surprised. Cassandra forced a small smile. You're part of the team now. I guess. No one's leaving you behind. He blinked as if unfamiliar with such kindness, then tried to shift into a more upright position, wincing. We going to vanish into the wilderness forever? He asked dryly. Not that I'm complaining, but I figured you've got bigger plans. Saskia arched an eyebrow. We do, but you need to be strong enough to travel further. Think you can manage a day or two on foot once we decide to move? Zane rolled his shoulders gingerly. I've survived worse, His gaze landed on Cassandra, and something akin to respect glinted there. So, you're the she-wolf who's got a vendetta against Gideon. Cassandra tensed, memories of betrayal flooding back. Vendetta might be putting it lightly, she said softly. He orchestrated an assassination attempt on me, then smeared my name so thoroughly the alpha, my own mate, believes I'm a traitor. A bitter laugh escaped Zane. That's Gideon for you, puppet master. I used to think no one could stop him, but you nearly got yourself killed once already. Why risk it all again? Cassandra felt Saskia's gaze flick her way, and Sam, who now stirred awake, also seemed to watch for her reply. She drew a breath, forcing the tremor from her voice. Because it's my home, my pack, and Gideon is destroying it from within. He's sowing chaos, fueling attacks like yours, just to tighten his grip on Dominic's leadership. If we don't stop him, more wolves will die needlessly. And personally, she swallowed. I can't live with this wound in my heart. The pack might hate me, but I still love them. Zane nodded slowly, as if turning the thought over in his mind. Then let's find a way to prove Gideon's guilt. There was a quiet determination in his tone that Cassandra couldn't help but admire. Sam rose and shuffled forward, pulling a bit of dried venison from his satchel. He offered some to Zane, then to the rest. We'll need to eat quickly, Sam said. The day's still young, but we should break camp soon, head deeper into the forest before any patrols pick up our trail. They shared a sparse meal in tense silence. Outside, the dawn brightened the woods, shining through the vines that obscured the cave's mouth. Each moment Cassandra spent in this damp hideout felt stolen. Gideon's men wouldn't wait long to expand their search radius unless Gideon suspected she'd gone in another direction entirely. The Redwood region was vast, but not infinite. How far is the meeting spot with Saskia's contact? Cassandra asked Sam, recalling that Saskia had told them of a safe route or shelter to the east. Sam brushed crumbs from his hands. About a half-day's hike. If we can keep a decent pace, we'll go by old game trails, off the main roads. Should be safer. Saskia stood, stretching stiff limbs. We'll manage. She turned to Zane with a wry smile. Think you can handle it? Tough guy. Zane grunted. As long as nobody's smacking me with silver rods, I'll soldier on. A faint thread of camaraderie wove through the group. Despite the gravity of their predicament, Cassandra felt a fleeting warmth at the sense of unity. She had never set out to lead, but these people were, in a strange way, placing their trust in her cause, a cause none of them would benefit from unless they wanted Gideon taken down before they left. Cassandra helped Zane bind up his torso with strips of cloth for extra support. Sam doused the remnants of their small fire, scattering the ashes. Saskia double-checked her weapons, a short sword and 2 throwing knives concealed at her thigh. Finally, each steeled themselves for the trek ahead. They emerged from the cave into a crisp morning, the towering redwoods swaying gently in a mild breeze. Shafts of sunlight lanced through the canopy, illuminating motes of dust and swirling leaves. The air smelled of damp bark and rich soil, reminding Cassandra of her old training days in Mooncrest's forests a lifetime ago. It now seemed quietly. They set off. Sam led the way, scanning for the faint deer paths that snaked between roots and rocky outcroppings. Saskia took the rear, one hand resting near her sword, while Zane and Cassandra walked in the middle. Every few minutes, they paused to listen. The forest offered the usual sounds: birdsong, creaking branches, the distant murmur of running water. No sign of immediate pursuit. Still, Cassandra's wolf senses remained on edge, a constant prickle at the nape of her neck. She had the uneasy feeling that Gideon wouldn't let the Redwood Garrison fiasco go so easily. If he knew a rogue had escaped with them, Gideon would anticipate they'd try to smuggle that rogue deeper Into the territory, or out of it? Can we outrun an entire pack's search parties? Cassandra tried not to let the weight of that question break her focus. She had no illusions about how formidable Dominic's forces could be when truly mobilized. She had witnessed them firsthand, even if it had been from the periphery. But Dominic wasn't the one leading the chase. It was Gideon Clever, manipulative Gideon, who wouldn't hesitate to pull every string to corner her. They trudged on for hours. Zane occasionally hissed in pain, but he kept going, jaw set. Sam found an overgrown ravine lined with thick brambles, which provided a natural shield from prying eyes. They scaled slippery stones, hugging walls of damp moss. Once they climbed out, the sun had shifted to midday heights, warming the forest floor. "We're close," Sam murmured, wiping sweat from his brow. Saskia's contact said there's a small shack near a dried creek bed. "We'll rest there." Another hour passed before they found it, a weather-beaten hut, leaning precariously against a fallen pine. Vines draped over its collapsed roof, and there were signs of old scorch marks on the walls. It looked abandoned, certainly not a place that offered any real shelter. But Sam led them around to the back, where a locked trapdoor lay half-hidden under a tangle of ivy. "This is it," said Sam. He knelt and tapped softly on the trapdoor 3 times, paused, then tapped twice more. At first, only silence greeted them. Then, the lock rattled from the inside. The trapdoor cracked open, revealing a middle-aged woman's face, lined with suspicion. Wispy gray hair framed sharp blue eyes that flicked over each of them in turn. "Who are you?" Saskia sent word ahead. Sam explained, adopting a polite, hushed tone. "She said we might take shelter here." The woman's gaze landed on Saskia, who lifted a hand in greeting. "Hello, Daria." Daria exhaled, pushing the trapdoor wider. "I'd heard rumors you were sniffing around Redwood territory again. Didn't expect you to bring friends." Her tone suggested that was not necessarily a pleasant surprise. Saskia shrugged. "They're with me. We're all on the same side. We need a safe place for a day or 2. Daria's lips thinned, but she nodded. "Come on. Then, before you bring trouble down on me." She gestured them inside. One by one, they descended into a cramped cellar that smelled of root vegetables and damp stone. The earthen floor was strewn with straw and a few crates. A single lantern on a makeshift wooden table cast flickering shadows on the low ceiling. It wasn't luxurious, but it was hidden from casual eyes. Zane let out a faint groan as he settled onto a stack of empty burlap sacks. Daria folded her arms and locked the trap door from the inside, then regarded them sternly. "I know Saskia, but the rest of you are strangers, and strangers mean risk. Care to tell me what you're doing in Redwood territory?" Saskia glanced at Cassandra, deferring to her. Cassandra stepped forward, pulling her hood back, even in the dim lamplight. Daria's gaze hardened. "You're Cassandra, aren't you?" Daria asked, voice low. "The one who's been labeled a traitor." Cassandra nodded, bracing herself. "I know what the rumors say. They're lies. Gideon set me up. We're trying to gather proof and keep Zane safe. He was a witness to Gideon's direct involvement with rogue attacks." Daria's eyes flicked to Zane, who coughed into his sleeve, then gave a tired wave. Daria grunted. "How exactly does that help me?" "If the Redwood garrison knows you're near, they'll comb every inch of this forest." Saskia edged forward. "We'll be gone as soon as Zane can walk properly again. We just need a night's rest. No one knows you're harboring us." Daria sniffed, then turned away with a half-muttered oath. "Fine. Just keep quiet. I don't need Gideon's goons sniffing around my hideout." Sam let out a breath of relief. Cassandra offered a soft, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Zane gingerly reclined, grateful to be off his feet. Saskia rummaged through a crate and found a couple of rolled blankets. She handed one to Cassandra, who spread it beside Zane. The lantern's glow created shifting, uncertain patches of light, making the room feel cramped and suffocating. Daria knelt by a corner and extracted some dried carrots and a jug of water from a barrel. "You can have these," she said gruffly, passing them over, "but don't expect a feast." "Thank you," Sam repeated, offering a small nod. "We're grateful, truly." Daria said nothing, retreating to the far side of the cellar, where she perched on a crate. Her posture remained guarded, eyes flicking warily between them. Cassandra suspected the woman had plenty of reasons for her suspicion, likely linked to Gideon's machinations. For now, though, Cassandra welcomed any ally, no matter how reluctant. They settled into the cellar, dividing the carrots and water ration among them. Zane grimaced through every mouthful. Still sore from his ordeal, Cassandra massaged her stiff shoulder, a persistent ache that reminded her how close she'd come to losing everything months ago. Once the immediate needs of rest and nourishment were met, Saskia and Cassandra withdrew to a quieter corner where they could speak without disturbing Zane's recovery. Sam dozed near the table, bow propped by his leg. Cassandra leaned in, voice hushed. "We have to figure out our next move. Waiting here for too long will only raise the stakes." Saskia nodded, wiping sweat from her brow. "Agreed. The Harvest Moon Summit's approaching. If Dominic holds that gathering, various pack envoys will attend. Gideon will be there, no doubt. We need to show up with ironclad proof, including Zane's testimony." Cassandra's mind raced, and we'll have to deliver it in a way Gideon can't easily refute, publicly, or at least in front of enough influential witnesses that Dominic can't dismiss it. Saskia drummed her fingers on her thigh. "Yes, but how? The second you show your face on Mooncrest territory, Gideon will brand you a traitor. Dominic might do the same if Gideon frames your arrival as a threat." A lump formed in Cassandra's throat. She thought of Dominic, her mate eyes once filled with regret, then hardened by betrayal. Would he attack her on sight, or would he sense the bond that still pulsed in her heart, guiding them together despite the pain? "I have a friend," she said quietly. "Lucia. She warned me about Gideon's assassination plot in the final moments. She's still in Mooncrest. If I can somehow contact her, maybe she can open a channel to others, or at least help us slip into the territory undetected, or gather additional allies." Saskia considered. "That's a risk, but it might work. If Lucia is trustworthy, she could be essential." Cassandra folded her hands, trying to steady the swirl of anxieties. "We need a plan to get to Lucia. We also need a place to hide Zane until the summit. He's too vulnerable for any direct confrontation, especially if Gideon's men are on the prowl." "Right," Saskia agreed. "Sam and I can help with infiltration, but it'll be tricky. The roads leading into Mooncrest are surely watched. We'll need a stealth approach, maybe cross through the foothills, hugging the less frequented trails. It'll be a long journey." A murmur drew their attention. Zane stirring from his half-sleep, eyes blinking at them. He must have overheard. "You're talking about heading straight into Mooncrest to meet Dominic. I don't envy you, but I'll do what I must." Cassandra stood, moving to Zane's side. "You're in no shape for immediate travel." Zane shrugged stiffly. "I'll manage. The sooner we act, the less chance Gideon has to spread more lies. Besides, if we wait too long, the Redwood garrison might track us here anyway." She couldn't argue with that. Time was never on their side. Cassandra reached for a rag, dipped it in water, and gently pressed it to a bruise on Zane's cheek. "We'll give you at least a day of rest," she murmured. "Then we'll move." "Sound fair?" Zane closed his eyes, exhaling shakily. "A day," he echoed, voice tinged with gratitude. "Thanks." Saskia gathered her gear. moving to the foot of the ladder that led up to the trap door. I'll check in with Daria, see if there's any news from outside. Maybe she has a sense of whether Redwood Garrison patrols are still out in force. Cassandra nodded, watching Saskia ascend. Zane's pained breathing filled the silence for a moment. Sam shifted, trying to get comfortable on the hard cellar floor. Meanwhile, Daria remained perched in the corner, like a wary gargoyle, feeling the crush of tension. Cassandra couldn't help but recall simpler times when her biggest worry was whether she'd complete her assigned chores on schedule. She had never aspired to leadership, to cunning plans or infiltration missions. But here I am, she thought grimly. If she backed away now, Gideon would continue to run rampant. And Dominic might never know the depth of Gideon's treachery. The mate bond, battered as it was, wouldn't simply vanish. She owed it to them both to fight for the truth. She brushed a hand over Zane's brow, offering what little comfort she could. Just one more day, she told herself. Then they'd return to Mooncrest territory like ghosts, with proof in hand, and gamble everything on a final confrontation that could break them all. They spent the next 24 hours in tense limbo, quietly nursing injuries, reviewing their slender stock of evidence, and catching brief snatches of sleep. Daria remained curt, but eventually admitted that no large-scale search seemed to have reached her area yet. That was a crumb of relief. By evening, Zane was able to stand and walk around the cellar, though he occasionally doubled over when pain flared in his ribs. Sam repacked their supplies, portioning out dried food for the trek. Saskia, meanwhile, spread out a battered map of the region on the table, using a stub of charcoal to mark possible routes into Mooncrest territory. Cassandra hovered beside Saskia, arms crossed. We'll need to avoid the main roads. Gideon likely has watchers everywhere, maybe even in the smaller hamlets near the border. Saskia tapped a finger on the map. Agreed. This route through the foothills is rugged, but we can approach from the northwest. There's an old boundary line where the forest thickens. If we slip through there at night, we might enter undetected. Sam peered at the route, frowning. It'll add at least an extra day to our journey. The terrain is steep, and we risk crossing near the Pale Moon border, which could be dangerous. Cassandra considered the mention of Pale Moon, recalling the long-standing tensions. We'll have to chance it. Pale Moon might also be on alert, though especially if Gideon's been playing them off Mooncrest for his own ends. Saskia exhaled. We can't avoid all dangers. Only choose the lesser ones. She straightened, rolling the map with care. Let's finalize it. We head out at dawn. 1 day or so in the foothills. Then, another day or two crossing over into Mooncrest. We find Lucia, gather more proof, and prepare for the Harvest Moon Summit. Cassandra's heart thumped at the thought. Everything hinged on that event. If they failed to sway Dominic, if Gideon cornered them first, everything would collapse. Still, she forced herself to remain outwardly calm. Leadership was as much about steadiness in the face of fear as anything else. Zane hobbled over, leaning on a makeshift walking stick Sam had carved from a sturdy branch. He studied their expressions. You're planning a bold infiltration with a half-crippled rogue, he quipped, voice laced with faint amusement. I like the odds. Saskia smirked. We've done more with less. Daria, perched near the ladder again, snorted. You're all mad. You know that, right? Cassandra offered a thin smile. Maybe. But we have to try. The older woman shook her head. I won't try to stop you. Just don't lead trouble back here once you're done. With that solemn send-off, they each found a corner to rest for a few hours. Cassandra slept fitfully, dreams plagued by visions of Dominic standing in judgment. Gideon's voice echoing with triumphant mockery. She woke in a cold sweat, swallowing back the panic. The cellar's dim lantern revealed Sam and Saskia curled in restless slumber, while Zane dozed, arms wrapped protectively around his torso. Soon, Cassandra reminded herself, "We'll be on the move again." She closed her eyes and attempted to calm her racing mind with a silent vow. "Dominic, if there's any part of you that still senses our bond, hold on, I'm coming." At dawn, they emerged carefully from the trap door. Daria didn't bother with goodbyes beyond a gruff, "May the moon favor you." Still, it was more kindness than Cassandra had expected. She gave the woman a grateful nod before slipping out into the crisp morning air. They skirted the hut, stepping onto a narrow game trail that disappeared into the towering redwoods. Shafts of early sunlight painted the forest in soft gold, and a hush lingered among the massive trunks. Birds trilled overhead. For a fleeting instant, Cassandra felt a pang of longing. Were these the same forests she'd roamed as a child? Or had everything changed beyond recognition? Saskia led, map in hand, with Sam just behind, scanning for any sign of trackers. Cassandra walked beside Zane, ready to catch him if he stumbled. Despite lingering pain, he moved with a determined stride, jaw clenched in silent resolve. This ragtag band, bound by necessity and a shared goal, pressed deeper into uncharted territory. They walked for hours in near silence. The ground sloped upward, the redwoods giving way to thick spruce and patches of rocky outcroppings. Occasionally, Sam paused to check for footprints or broken branches that might indicate a patrol's presence. They found none. As midday approached, they rested briefly in a small glade, sipping water from a stream that wound between mossy boulders. Zane sat heavily on a log, wiping sweat from his brow. "If I don't keel over first," he muttered, "I'll be in top shape by the time we reach Mooncrest." Cassandra handed him a strip of dried venison. "We'll go at your pace." He nodded, though frustration edged his expression. "I hate being the weak link, but I owe you all. If not for you, I'd still be in that cell, or worse." Saskia crouched by the stream. "We've all lost something to Gideon. Stick with us, and we'll get our chance to settle the score." The group refilled canteens, shared a sparse meal, and resumed the climb. Dimming the sunlight, the path grew steeper, winding along the foothills where small waterfalls trickled from unseen heights. Pine needles and damp leaves made the ground slippery, forcing them to tread carefully. By late afternoon, they reached a plateau, from which they glimpsed the sprawling valley below a patchwork of forests, rocky hills, and faint paths meandering in every direction. Cassandra recognized the hazy outline of Mooncrest's distant boundary, heart twisting at the sight. Home, or at least what once was home. "We'll camp here," Saskia said, scanning the area. "Plenty of shelter among those boulders. Tomorrow, we push further northeast." They set up a modest campsite in the lee of a mossy rock formation. Sam gathered fallen branches for a small fire, while Cassandra and Saskia rigged a makeshift canopy from blankets and rope to ward off any overnight dew. Zane settled with a groan, wincing as he stretched his bruised leg. Once darkness fell, they lit a tiny, carefully shielded fire. The flames cast dancing shadows on the rocks, illuminating the exhaustion etched in everyone's faces. Cassandra sat close to the fire for warmth, arms wrapped around her knees. The flickering light revealed old scars on her arm, faint silver lines that reminded her of the night she first escaped death by Dominic's command. She felt Zane's gaze and turned. He wore a contemplative expression. "You ever wonder what you'll do once Gideon's gone?" he asked quietly. Cassandra hesitated, the question catching her off guard. "I haven't let myself think that far. My entire focus is just exposing him, surviving the fallout." Zane tilted his head. "But the bond you mentioned between you and Dominic, that's more than just a fling, right? If he sees your innocence, do you stay by his side, or do you walk away?" Her heart lurched. The truth was, she didn't know. Part of her yearned for Dominic's arms, for the bond that had once promised safety and love. But another part of her seethed with anger at how easily he'd believed Gideon's lie, how quickly he'd ordered her death. Would forgiveness be possible? Could they build something new from the ashes? "I can't answer that yet," she admitted, voice trembling. "He tried to kill me, Zane. And yes, Gideon set him up, but Dominic still made that choice. It's a wound that might never fully heal." Zane gave a slow nod. "Understandable. I just hope you find peace, whatever form that takes." Cassandra mustered a small smile, appreciative of his empathy. Saskia and Sam returned to the circle, distributing bits of bread and cheese from their packs. They ate in silence for a while, the crackle of the fire and the distant rush of a waterfall, the only sounds. Eventually, Sam spoke up, voice low. "We'll need to keep watch in shifts. Gideon's men could be anywhere." Saskia nodded. "I'll take first watch. Cassandra, you can take second. Then Sam and Zane can split the last hours before dawn." Everyone agreed. They drew their cloaks around them, trying to ward off the chill that seeped in once the fire dimmed. Cassandra, anxious and exhausted, eventually laid her head on her folded arms and drifted into a fitful doze. During her shift, the forest around them seemed alive with nocturnal murmurs, the soft hoot of an owl, the scuttle of small creatures in the undergrowth. She paced the perimeter of their makeshift camp, eyes straining through moonlight. Nothing moved beyond the silent silhouette of trees. Still, her nerves prickled, as though an unseen presence stalked them from the shadows. "Soon I'll be back in Dominic's territory," she thought, heart twisting with a mix of anticipation and dread. "Will he sense me? Will Gideon know the instant I cross the border?" She ran a hand over the faint scars on her shoulder, where Gideon's assassins had nearly succeeded in tearing her life away. She remembered the moment she realized Dominic had given the order. Such heartbreak, such horror. Even now, tears threatened to blur her vision. "Focus," she commanded, breathing deeply to quell the memories. She had come too far to crumble now. Near dawn, she woke Sam and Zane for their shift. Zane lurched upright, clearly in pain but determined to do his part. Cassandra crawled back to her resting spot, curling up and letting fatigue finally pull her under. Sleep came quickly, filled with swirling, half-formed dreams of home. The next day, they pressed onward. The foothills grew more rugged, dotted with jagged cliffs and narrow passes. Wind whipped through the gorges, carrying the scent of damp stone and distant pine. At one point, they had to scramble over boulders, forcing Zane to grit his teeth through fresh waves of agony. Sam and Cassandra assisted, each supporting one side to help him climb. By mid-afternoon, they neared a ridge that overlooked the valley, bridging redwood territory and the outskirts of Mooncrest. Saskia crouched behind a stand of bushes, squinting at the landscape below. "There," she whispered, pointing to a thin line of smoke curling up from somewhere in the distance. "Could be a small settlement or a camp." Cassandra eased forward. "We have to avoid it. We can't risk running into a patrol." Sam nodded. "Agreed. We'll skirt around to the east." They detoured another 2 miles, forging through thick brush. At one point, Cassandra nearly stumbled into a hidden snare, an old trap set by some long-gone hunter. She froze, heart pounding, as Sam carefully disarmed it, the metal jaws snapping shut with ominous force. Zane let out a shaky exhale. "We must be close to contested hunting grounds. Wouldn't be surprised if local trappers or rogue wolves roam here." Each step hammered home the reality that they were in a no-man's land between packs. a place where neither Redwood nor Mooncrest had firm control. Danger could lurk behind any tree. Even so, Cassandra's pulse quickened at the idea that within another day's march, they'd be on the outskirts of her old territory. Toward nightfall, they found a ravine lined with clusters of spruce, offering decent cover. A narrow creek ran along the bottom, its water tinted amber by the leaves. Sam scouted ahead, ensuring no traps or signs of patrol. Satisfied, he waved them over, while the others rested. Cassandra scrounged for firewood. She moved quietly, inhaling the crisp air laced with pine resin. The forest reminded her of simpler days' youthful hunts, laughter around communal fires, the sense of belonging. She missed the Mooncrest pack, despite everything. The thought made her heart ache. She returned with a small bundle of sticks to find Zane slumped against a rock, eyes closed. Saskia rummaged through their supplies. "We're low on rations," she muttered when Cassandra approached. Cassandra nodded. "There might be small game in these woods. I can try hunting in wolf form. My sense of smell is better, and I can catch something quickly." Sam overheard and looked up. "I'll come with you. Cover you with my bow while you're shifted." Zane stirred, blinking. "What about me?" "Stay put," Cassandra said gently. "You need to rest that leg. Saskia will guard you." He nodded reluctantly. Cassandra and Sam stepped away from the makeshift camp, venturing deeper into the ravine where the undergrowth grew dense. When they were a safe distance from prying eyes, Cassandra slipped behind a tangle of shrubs and undressed, folding her clothes neatly to avoid ripping them in the shift. She called upon her wolf, the transformation, once in agony during her convalescence, now came more fluidly. Bones elongated, fur rippled across her skin, and she dropped to all fours with a quiet whimper. Sam watched with an air of calm acceptance. He'd seen her do this a few times now. She gave him a brief nod in wolf form, then sniffed the air, searching for a promising scent. A rustle in the brush caught her attention. She crept forward, nose low, ears perked. Sam notched an arrow quietly behind her, prepared to take down any fleeing prey. They moved in tandem, communicating through subtle gestures, Cassandra's low growl to indicate a potential target, Sam's silent nod, acknowledging her lead. After a tense few minutes, Cassandra detected the faint musk of a rabbit. Her wolf instincts sharpened. She signaled Sam, then padded closer to the undergrowth. The creature sensed her too late. It burst from cover in a frantic dash. Cassandra sprang, swift and sure, while Sam held his arrow in reserve. With one well-timed snap, Cassandra caught the rabbit. Quick, merciful. She trotted back to Sam, rabbit limp in her jaws. He lowered his bow, offering a small grin of approval. "Nice job," he murmured. They agreed to search a bit more in case there was additional small game to be found. Cassandra circled deeper into the brush, tail flicking. Another faint rustle. She froze, ears swiveling. This time, the scent was different, sharp, canine. A flicker of tension shot through her. She recognized it as a wolf's scent, but not from her group, and not from any she recognized from Redwood or her old packmates. Some rogue. She shot a warning glance at Sam, who immediately crouched, arrow knocked. Cassandra raised her muzzle, lips parted in a silent snarl, scanning the shadows. The presence felt close. Then, a flash of movement, a gray figure bolting away through the trees, vanishing into the gloom. They both paused, hearts pounding. No pursuit, no conflict. Just a ghost wolf passing through. Cassandra exhaled, returning to Sam's side. He mouthed, "Rogue." She dipped her head in confirmation, then gestured that they should head back. The last thing they needed was to risk confrontation, especially with Zane so vulnerable. They made their way swiftly, Cassandra reverting to human form behind the shrubs to redress. Sam carried the rabbit. Once they returned, they found Saskia sharpening her short sword with a small wet stone. While Zane dozed, a quick exchange of nods indicated no trouble had reached camp in their absence. Cassandra set about cleaning the rabbit, thankful for the survival skills she'd learned in her youth. Sam gathered tinder. Within half an hour, they had a small fire going, cooking the meat over a rudimentary spit, though hardly a feast. The smell of roasting flesh made Cassandra's stomach rumble. They hadn't eaten anything fresh in days. Zane stirred awake, sniffing the air. "That's the best smell I've encountered in forever," he said with a weak grin. They shared the meal in subdued gratitude. The tension of the day weighed heavily, yet fresh protein lifted their spirits somewhat. After eating, they banked the fire to keep it low and unnoticeable from a distance. Night settled in with a hush. The wind whispered through the spruce needles, and a few stars gleamed overhead. Zane, fatigued, drifted off quickly. Sam volunteered to take first watch. Saskia found a rock to lean against, arms folded, eyes half closed yet alert. Cassandra settled on a patch of grass. Her muscles ached from the shift and the day's climb, but sleep eluded her. She stared at the silhouettes of the hills, heart roiling with anticipation. Soon, they'd cross into Mooncrest territory. She'd be within reach of Dominic, her mate, the alpha who had sentenced her to die. Her emotions felt like a raw wound. She quietly rose and edged away from the light of the dying fire. A cluster of boulders nearby formed a natural lookout, providing a view of the valley. She climbed onto one of the flatter rocks, hugging her knees to her chest. The night air chilled her skin, but she welcomed the bracing sensation. It kept her mind sharp. Footsteps approached from behind. She turned to see Saskia, who hopped up to sit beside her. They shared a moment of silence, gazing at the faint outline of the horizon. "Restless?" Saskia asked. Cassandra nodded. "Too much on my mind." Saskia drummed her fingers on the rock. "Dom, your mate. You dread seeing him." "It's not that I dread the sight of him, it's fear, anger, heartbreak, all tangled up. What if he still believes Gideon? What if no matter what we say, he won't listen? He has so much on his shoulders: border conflicts, the pack's morale, these rogue attacks. All he sees is betrayal, and I'm a convenient scapegoat." Saskia offered a faint smile of understanding. "I've seen alphas undone by lesser lies. Gideon's cunning is on another level. But Dominic was the one who danced with you, who looked into your eyes. Maybe there's something deep in him that remembers who you really are." A tear slid down Cassandra's cheek. She quickly wiped it away. "I hope so," she whispered, "but I'm preparing for the worst." They lapsed into a companionable hush, each lost in private musings. Finally, Saskia hopped off the boulder, clapping Cassandra lightly on the shoulder. "Try to get some rest. We'll need you at full strength soon." Cassandra nodded. Once Saskia disappeared, she lingered a bit longer, letting the starlight calm her racing thoughts. Then, with a weary sigh, she slipped back to the campfire and laid down. Sleep came in fitful waves, haunted by flickers of memory, Dominic's eyes in the moonlight, Gideon's triumphant sneer, the savage jaws that nearly ended her life. By early morning, they descended from the foothills into the forest, marking the boundary of Mooncrest. The trees here were familiar, a mix of tall pines and birch. Soft earth cushioned their steps, layered with fallen leaves that rustled underfoot. Cassandra felt her heart tighten as old scents and landmarks teased the edges of her memory. She recognized certain rock formations, certain patches of wildflowers. "This is truly home," she thought, throat constricting, yet it felt alien, overshadowed by betrayal. They pressed on, Sam leading with caution. The tension in the group rose. At any moment, they could stumble upon a patrol. Each snapped twig sent hearts racing. Zane kept close to Cassandra, occasionally leaning on her for support. By midday, they approached the site of an abandoned outpost, little more than rotting timber walls and a collapsed roof near a shallow creek. Sam insisted they check it for signs of life. Cautiously, they crept in. The place was empty. Grass sprouted through the floor, and old rusted weapons lay scattered. A battered moon crest sigil still hung on the wall, half obscured by mold. Cassandra stared at it with a pang, remembering how proud she had once felt seeing that emblem. Now it symbolized a pack that had turned against her. Saskia paused by the crumbling doorway. "We can rest here," she said softly, "and plan our next step. If we keep going east, we'll reach more populated areas by nightfall." Cassandra nodded. "That's what we need to do. If I can find Lucia, she might have a way to contact me, maybe by that old orchard path near the training grounds, or the communal lodging." Zane slid down against a half-standing wall, exhaling sharply. "Let me catch my breath. Feels like every step's a battle." They took a break, rationing out a bit of water and what remained of their dried food. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the old wooden beams overhead. Sam and Saskia scouted the perimeter, while Cassandra sat beside Zane, checking his bandages. "You really think your friend Lucia will risk her neck to help us?" he asked. Cassandra shrugged, tying off a loose strip of cloth. "She warned me before the assassins came. She's the only one who believed me, or at least questioned Gideon's motives. If she's still in the pack, I'm certain she'll at least hear me out." He nodded, grimacing as she tightened the bandage. "I appreciate all this. Honestly, I never thought I'd be working with an alpha's mate, trying to overthrow some twisted advisor. Life's strange, huh?" A wry smile tugged at Cassandra's lips. "Very." Shortly after, Sam and Saskia returned. They reported no immediate threat, but they'd spotted fresh footprints near the creek, indicating a patrol might have passed by recently. The group agreed they couldn't stay long. "We should reach a safe vantage point by dusk," Sam said. "From there, Cassandra can attempt to meet Lucia, while the rest of us remain hidden. If we all march in, it'll draw too much attention." Saskia concurred. "Makes sense. Let's do it." Cassandra's nerves thrummed. In mere hours, she'd possibly be face to face with a member of the Mooncrest pack, someone who might turn her in, or might save her life. "I have to believe Lucia is on our side." She reminded herself of Lucia's trembling voice the last time they spoke, the fear in her eyes as she gave Cassandra that crucial warning. Lucia risked everything before. Maybe she'd do it again. They pressed on, leaving the abandoned outpost and moving deeper into the forest. As the sun angled low, the trees thinned, revealing glimpses of a familiar terrain, a gentle slope leading toward a cluster of large pines that Cassandra recognized as the Sentinel Grove. It lay only a mile or two from one of the main pack lodging areas. If her memory served, tension coiled in her stomach as the air took on the faint scent of hearth smoke. Someone in the distance was burning wood. Sam signaled a halt. They ducked behind a thick patch of bushes, scanning the area. Indeed, thin wisps of smoke curled upward from somewhere to the east, perhaps where a small settlement or pack hut stood. "This is where we split," Sam said, voice quiet. "We'll find a place to hide, maybe among those rocky hills back there. You go find your friend." Cassandra nodded, swallowing back a surge of anxiety. "I'll do my best not to draw attention. If I'm not back by dawn, assume something went wrong." Zane caught her arm briefly. "Be careful. Gideon's people might be everywhere." "I will." She squeezed his hand in thanks. Saskia gave Cassandra's shoulder a supportive pat. "We'll be waiting. Good luck." Without further words, Cassandra slipped away, moving stealthily through the undergrowth, each step forging a path back into a life she thought she'd lost. She kept her senses on alert, listening for voices, footsteps, or the snap of a twig. The forest grew more familiar with each passing yard. She could almost see the ghosts of her younger self flitting between the trees, carefree in a way she'd never be again. Eventually, the undergrowth parted to reveal a narrow dirt trail. She recognized it, the orchard path that led to a cluster of cabins and storage sheds once used for storing fruit harvests. The main pack residences would lie another mile or so beyond. Lucia sometimes worked in those sheds. If I recall, Cassandra's heart pounded. Will she still go there? She followed the path, footsteps muffled by fallen leaves. The orchard itself came into view, a scattering of old apple trees, leaves turning golden in the autumn light. Baskets and crates stood, stacked near a rickety shed, indicating recent use. The tantalizing smell of ripening apples drifted on the breeze. Cassandra crouched, scanning the area. No immediate sign of life. She crept closer, pressing against the shed's worn planks. The interior was dim, dusty sunlight filtering through cracks. Rows of barrels and crates lined the walls, each filled with apples in various stages of sorting. A sigh whispered from the back of the shed, making Cassandra freeze. Slowly, she inched around a corner. There, half kneeling by a crate of bruised apples, was a young woman with a slender frame and russet brown hair pinned messily at the nape of her neck. The woman's expression was weary, her body language tense. Recognition struck Cassandra like lightning. Lucia. At that moment, Lucia spotted a shadow shifting. She scrambled upright, eyes wide with alarm. Cassandra lifted her hands in a non-threatening gesture, stepping into the patch of dusty light. "Lucia," she said softly. "It's me." Lucia's face drained of color. She opened her mouth, but no words emerged. Shock rippled across her features, followed by a tremble in her shoulders. "Cassandra, how?" Cassandra swallowed hard, overwhelmed by emotion. Her voice wavered. "I'm alive. I've been in hiding. Gideon's men almost killed me, just like you warned. He pinned everything on me, turned Dominic against me." She paused, inhaling shakily. "But I have proof now, a witness. Gideon's orchestrating rogue attacks, planning to destabilize the pack." Lucia gaped, one hand pressed to her heart. Tears welled in her eyes. "I always feared it was true, that Gideon was behind it all. I tried to speak up, but everyone, Dominic especially, he believes you betrayed him." Gideon hammered that message home. "The entire pack's been told you're dead or fled like a coward. Rumors swirl constantly." Cassandra nodded, heart aching. "I need help, Lucia. I need a chance to see Dominic, some way to show him the evidence and reveal Gideon's treachery. I can't just walk into the central lodge. I'd be arrested on sight." Lucia's lower lip trembled. "You realize he's more entrenched than ever. He orchestrated multiple defenses against rogue incursions, painted himself as the pack's savior. Dominic leans on him heavily. If you show up, Gideon will accuse you of sabotage." She hesitated, then added, "Dominic is not the same. He's haunted, but if Gideon has his ear, it'll be hard to break through." A fierce pang of longing coursed through Cassandra. She pictured Dominic, once so sure and strong, now lost in Gideon's manipulations. "I have to try," she whispered. "The Harvest Moon Summit is in a few days. Alphas and envoys from allied packs will gather. That's our best chance to confront Gideon in a public forum, where he can't hide." Lucia pressed trembling fingers to her lips. "I don't know if Dominic will allow you near that summit. Gideon's security will be tight." Cassandra stepped closer, voice urgent. "Then help me find a way in. Or at least arrange for Dominic to meet me in secret before the summit. Show him we have evidence enough to prove Gideon's a traitor. If Dominic hears me out, sees Zane's testimony, he might realize how he's been deceived. Lucia's eyes flicked to the shed door, fear etched in every line of her posture. This is so dangerous. Cassandra, if Gideon even suspects I'm helping you, I'll be branded a traitor too. Cassandra's throat tightened. I know. I'm sorry to ask. But you risked yourself once for me without you. I'd be dead. Please, I beg you, help me save our pack. Lucia trembled, tears slipping down her cheeks. I've missed you, she whispered. I felt so guilty, watching Gideon warp everyone's mind, seeing Dominic so broken. He hates himself for your betrayal. You know, he thinks his mate was a traitor. It kills him. A stifled sob escaped Cassandra. Then let's fix this together. Lucia swallowed hard, then nodded. I'll try. The Harvest Moon Summit is scheduled for 3 nights from now in the central courtyard. Delegations from Frostleaf, Stone Peak, and others will arrive tomorrow. Gideon's controlling the security arrangements. She paused, glancing around as if expecting shadows to leap out. There might be a chance I can slip Dominic a note or guide you to a side entrance, but you must promise to be careful. Cassandra reached out, grasping Lucia's hand. I promise. Her eyes brimmed with gratitude. Thank you. Footsteps outside froze them both. Cassandra's wolf senses sparked with alarm. Someone's coming. She yanked Lucia behind a tall stack of crates. They peeked around the corner. Through a gap in the shed's wall, they glimpsed a figure approaching, a tall man with graying hair, wearing the black leathers of a senior pack warrior. Cassandra's blood went cold. It was Jarek, the very one who led the ambush that forced her over the cliff. Lucia's grip tightened on Cassandra's arm. Jarek pushed open the shed door, letting in a flood of daylight. Lucia, he called, stepping inside. You in here? Lucia's eyes widened in panic, but she forced her voice to remain even. Yes, I'm here. Jarek walked deeper into the shed, boots scraping the dusty floor. Dominic wants a final inventory of orchard supplies before the summit. We've heard rumors of a shortage. Gideon told me to get an official count from you. Cassandra clenched her teeth at the mention of Gideon. She kept perfectly still, pressing herself against the crates to remain out of sight. Lucia cleared her throat, stepping away from Cassandra's hiding spot. I was just finishing. I can give you the numbers. It's less than we hoped. The harvest wasn't great. Jarek's gruff voice filled the space. Figures. Gideon's in a foul mood. Another rogue attack last night at the southwestern border. If we can't show a strong front for the summit, the allied packs might lose confidence in us. Lucia nodded, forcing casualness. I'll gather the notes. Just a moment. Cassandra's heart pounded as she heard Lucia rummage through crates, presumably retrieving some ledger or record. She prayed Jarek wouldn't smell her presence. She'd masked her scent carefully, but werewolves had keen noses. If Jarek caught wind of her, it'd be a fight or flight scenario, one she was ill-prepared for. Jarek spoke again, closer this time. Has Gideon said anything about new leads on that traitor she-wolf, the one, the alpha? You know. Lucia's voice wavered slightly. Not sure. He told me she was dead, that there was no body, but plenty of blood. I guess that's the official story. Jarek grunted. If she's alive, it'd be trouble. Enough speculation. Hurry with the ledger. Cassandra released a silent breath. Her nails dug into the crate's wood. She listened to the rustle of paper, then footsteps, as Lucia presumably handed Jarek the documents. Everything's here, Lucia said. Should I walk you through it? No. Jarek replied brusquely. I'll take it to Gideon. He's coordinating with Dominic on final logistics. A pause. You seem uneasy. You sure you're okay? Lucia let out a forced laugh. Just stressed. This summit is a huge deal. Tell me about it, Jarek muttered. Anyway, keep your eyes open. If you see anything suspicious, you know who to report to. Of course. There was a shuffle of movement. Then, the echo of retreating footsteps as Jarek left the shed. The door banged shut behind him. Cassandra waited a long beat, heart hammering. Eventually, Lucia tiptoed back, face pale. That was too close, Lucia whispered. Jarek's Gideon's enforcer. He oversees half the pack warriors now. Cassandra exhaled shakily. Thank you. You saved me again. Lucia managed a strained smile. Let's just say you owe me a big favor someday. They shared a tense laugh. Then Lucia's expression turned serious. We have to move fast. If Jarek's just checked on me, it means Gideon's actively monitoring all pack supplies and staff. I can try to slip Dominic a message in the next day or so. Somewhere, only the two of us might talk without Gideon's presence. Cassandra nodded. We'll be waiting in the forest near the foothills. If it's possible, leave a small marker by the orchard path, like a piece of red ribbon, on that fence post outside. I'll check each dawn. That will signal me it's safe to meet Dominic. Lucia agreed, voice trembling with conviction. I'll do my best. Just be careful, Cassandra. This place is crawling with Gideon's loyalists. One mistake, and we're both done. Cassandra gently squeezed her friend's hands, tears brimming in her eyes. I'll watch my back. Thank you. You don't know what this means to me. Lucia wiped her own tears. Go, before someone else shows up. With a silent nod, Cassandra slipped toward the door. She waited until the orchard seemed clear, then darted out, ducking behind a row of apple trees. Her heart thudded as she retraced her steps, crossing into the deeper forest. Only when she was certain she wasn't followed did she circle back to rejoin Sam, Saskia, and Zane. She found them waiting anxiously in a small hollow. Zane perked up at her approach, relief evident in his features. You made it back. Cassandra recounted her encounter with Lucia and the plan to place a marker by the orchard fence post. We have to check each morning. If she leaves the ribbon, it means I can approach Dominic privately. Saskia frowned, and if she can't, Cassandra's expression hardened. Then we'll confront him at the summit directly. But that's riskier. Sam exhaled. At least we have a lead. We can camp nearby. Keep watch for the sign. Zane braced himself on a tree trunk. I'm with you. Let's do it. They pressed deeper into the forest, eventually finding a hidden spot amid dense firs to set a temporary camp. The tension ratcheted up, for they were now firmly within Mooncrest territory. Patrols could be anywhere. One misstep would spell disaster. For 3 days, they maintained a perilous routine. Each dawn, Cassandra crept near the orchard fence post. The first 2 mornings, nothing. No sign of a ribbon or any other indicator. Nerves wore thin. Zane chafed at the wait, fearing Gideon might discover them at any moment. Sam doubled patrols around their campsite, and Saskia grew edgy, wrapping her fingers on her sword hilt whenever Cassandra left to check the orchard. Finally, on the 3rd morning, mere hours before the harvest moon summit would commence, Cassandra approached the fence post with trembling anticipation. She spotted it instantly, a small strip of red ribbon tied around a broken slat. Relief flooded her. She darted forward, plucked the ribbon free, and hurried back to the hidden camp. She did it, Cassandra announced, showing them the ribbon. Lucia got word to Dominic, or at least she set up a meeting. Zane let out a shaky breath. So it's happening. Cassandra nodded. We'll go at dusk. Lucia must have told Dominic to meet then, away from Gideon's watch. I only pray it's not a trap. Sam slung his pack over his shoulder, expression grim. We'll be nearby in case you need backup. Saskia eyed the horizon, where the sun climbed higher. Be careful. Gideon's cunning. This could be a ruse. Cassandra's throat felt dry. I know, but we have no choice. If Dominic truly wants to see me, even for a moment, it means there's hope. If not, we'll know soon enough. Night descended on the final day before the Harvest Moon Summit. The forest shimmered under a partial moon, while pale starlight cast long shadows across the orchard. Cassandra hid among the trees, heart pounding, scanning for any sign of Dominic or Lucia. In her ears, blood rushed like a distant waterfall. Minutes stretched, each one intensifying the ache in her chest. Doubt gnawed at her. What if Lucia couldn't deliver the message? What if Dominic refused to come? What if Gideon intercepted them first? She forced herself to keep breathing, to remain calm. Then, a subtle rustle of leaves. Cassandra turned sharply to see two figures approaching in the moonlit orchard. One walked with measured, confident strides, tall and broad-shouldered, the moonlight glinting off dark hair. The other was smaller, pausing occasionally as if checking the surroundings. Cassandra's pulse leapt. Dominic, Lucia. She stepped into the clearing, letting the moonlight reveal her. Dominic froze mid-step, eyes fixating on the shadow that resolved into her figure. For a heartbeat, everything seemed suspended. In time, Cassandra's breath caught, Dominic's posture rigid. Lucia hovered behind Dominic, gaze flicking nervously around. "Go," she whispered, ushering him forward. Then she backed away, giving the two of them space. Dominic's eyes locked onto Cassandra with an intensity that nearly knocked the breath from her. He looked haggard, dark circles under his eyes, tension in every line of his body. For a moment, the mate bond crackled between them, a silent current bridging the months of betrayal and pain. Cassandra swallowed, managing a whisper. "Dominic." His voice emerged rough, as if torn from his throat. "Cassandra, you're alive." She nodded, tears stinging. "I never betrayed you. Gideon, he lied to you. I have proof." She took a hesitant step forward. "Dominic, He moved so swiftly she almost flinched. In an instant, his hands were on her shoulders, gripping tight, eyes searching her face, as though trying to confirm she was real. She felt the trembling in his fingers, the ragged exhale of his breath. Her wolf stirred, wanting to press closer, to find solace in the mate's warmth. But the memory of his betrayal tempered her reaction, and she remained taut, ready to recoil if needed. Dominic's voice trembled. "They told me you were a traitor, that you sold us out to rogues. I saw the forged letters. I gave the order." He broke off, anguish twisting his features. "I thought I'd killed you." Cassandra's heart ached at the torment in his eyes. "You nearly did," she whispered, voice catching. "But Gideon orchestrated it. He manipulated you, Dominic. He made you believe I was a threat. I barely escaped with my life." He shook his head, as though grappling with a tsunami of regret. I see the truth now, or at least I suspect it. Every day since you disappeared, I've felt something was wrong. Gideon's answers never satisfied me, but I didn't have proof. The pack needed leadership against the rogues. I was desperate." Cassandra felt tears trickling down her cheeks. "Desperation doesn't excuse trying to kill me," she said, voice shaking with hurt. "You broke my heart. Dominic, you shattered everything I thought we shared." His grip loosened, guilt flooding his expression. "I know I can never undo that. But if Gideon truly is the mastermind, I'll tear him apart." A flicker of ferocity ignited in his gaze. Anger mingled with sorrow. "I swear it." Lucia hovered nearby, glancing over her shoulder. "Keep your voices down. We're risking a lot." Dominic dropped his hands from Cassandra's shoulders, drawing a shaky breath. "Explain everything. Quickly. If Gideon suspects I'm gone, he'll come looking." Cassandra nodded, launching into a hushed summary. Her escape from the assassins, her recovery at Arya's homestead, discovering Gideon's network of rogue alliances, rescuing Zane, a direct witness to Gideon's deals. Dominic listened, jaw tightening with each revelation, several times. He tried to interject, only for Cassandra to press on, needing him to hear it all. By the end, his shoulders shook with rage barely contained. That snake, he spat. All this time, he's been orchestrating attacks to keep the pack on edge, to tighten his hold. And I fell for it. The entire pack fell for it. Cassandra, tears shimmering, lifted a trembling hand. She wanted to touch him, to offer comfort, or perhaps to find it for herself. But she stopped short, remembering the searing pain of his betrayal. I have documents, testimonies from others Gideon betrayed. Zane's prepared to speak. We planned to confront Gideon at the summit tomorrow, in front of allied pack leaders, so he can't hide behind lies. Dominic's gaze flickered with fierce resolve. I'll help you. I'll call him out publicly, demand a hearing. But Gideon is cunning. He'll have supporters. He might even try to pin your reappearance on some conspiracy. I know, Cassandra said quietly. But if we move together, if the Alpha stands with me, he can't dismiss it. A flash of deep remorse crossed Dominic's features. Cassandra, I don't deserve your alliance. I should be on my knees, begging for your forgiveness. His voice dropped, trembling with sorrow. But if you'll let me, I'll stand with you against him. I owe you that much, and more. The raw vulnerability in his tone made Cassandra's heart ache. Memories of their dance at the festival, of the moment their eyes first locked, of the quiet sense of safety she'd once felt in his arms, each battered memory stirred. She swallowed hard, her voice cracking. I want to trust you, but you have to earn it back. I will, he vowed, eyes shining. I swear on the Mooncrest name. Lucia cut in softly. We're out of time. Gideon's men are everywhere tonight, preparing for the summit. Dominic, you'll have to slip back to the lodge, unnoticed. Dominic nodded, features taut. He turned to Cassandra. Can you bring your witness discreetly? Hide him until the right moment. I'll arrange a formal address at the summit, then call Gideon forth. When he's forced to face Zane's testimony, plus the documents, he won't have anywhere to run. Yes, Cassandra said, we'll be there, but we need safe passage into the central lodge area. If your guards see me, they'll attack on sight. He ran a hand through his hair, jaw clenched. I'll ensure that the outer gates aren't fully sealed. I'll place a trusted guard or two to let you in. If Gideon notices, I'll claim it's a minor oversight. Cassandra's chest tightened. Are you certain you can trust these guards? Gideon's influence runs deep. Dominic hesitated. I have a few left who are loyal to me alone. My father's old friends. They never fully embraced Gideon. They'll do as I command. Lucia shifted uneasily. We need a signal. Something that ensures we're not walking into a trap. Maybe a torch lit in the south turret window, or a banner placed on the gates. Dominic nodded. I'll place a white banner on the outer gate, a strip of cloth. If you see it, you'll know the guards are mine. If it's missing, don't approach. Cassandra searched his eyes for a moment. Despite all the pain, a flicker of warmth pulsed along the mate bond. She wanted to throw her arms around him, to find solace from the nightmares of the past months. But the betrayal still loomed between them. Instead, she simply inclined her head. Understood. He swallowed thickly. There's so much I want to say, but tomorrow will decide our future. One way or another. Her voice shook. Yes. Lucia touched Dominic's arm gently. Come on, we need to get back. Dominic cast a lingering look at Cassandra, as though memorizing her face. She sensed the swirl of regret, love, and determination in his gaze. Then he turned, letting Lucia guide him away toward the orchard path. Cassandra watched them recede into the gloom, heart pounding so fiercely she feared it might burst. She stood alone in the moonlit clearing, reeling from the intensity of seeing him again. A tear slid down her cheek. She let it fall, whispering into the night, "Please don't betray me again." Cassandra returned to the hidden camp where Sam, Saskia, and Zane anxiously waited. She recounted the encounter, detailing Dominic's vow to help expose Gideon. Zane's eyes shone with a combination of relief and apprehension. Sam let out a low whistle. "So the Alpha's on our side now?" he asked, pressing a hand to the dagger at his belt as though still expecting danger. Cassandra took a shaky breath. "He said so. I believe him. We have to trust him enough to walk into the Central Lodge, in front of the entire pack and allied delegates, and present our evidence." Saskia's lips thinned. "You realize how risky that is. If Gideon suspects something, he'll have guards stationed everywhere. A single arrow or a well-placed dagger, and your witness is gone." Zane raised his hand in a mock hapless gesture. "Hey, I'm right here, folks." Cassandra forced a small, wry smile. "We'll protect you. Dominic will place loyal guards at the outer gate. We look for a white banner. If it's there, we enter at dusk. The summit will be in full swing by then. Guests, speeches, official ceremonies. Once Dominic announces a public address, we appear." Sam exhaled. "Then we put Gideon on the spot, hopefully with enough proof he can't wriggle out." Saskia nodded slowly, though concern darkened her eyes. "Yes, but Gideon is cunning. He might have a fallback plan, so be ready." Zane straightened, rolling his shoulders with a grimace. "Whatever it takes, I'll speak the truth. If Dominic stands with us, maybe his voice will drown out the doubt." They hashed out final details deep into the night, though sleep wouldn't come easy. Each of them understood tomorrow could mark the end of Gideon's reign, or of their own lives if the plan went awry. At dawn, they broke camp, stashing their minimal gear in a hidden nook. Sam, Saskia, and Zane prepared for the infiltration, reviewing the evidence they carried, letters, testimonies, and the most important piece, Zane's direct statement of Gideon's involvement. Cassandra paced, heart galloping like a runaway horse. She kept thinking of Dominic's eyes, the raw regret and lingering tenderness in them. One way or another, this ends tonight. They waited until the sun dipped behind the pines, painting the sky in russet and gold. Then they began the cautious trek toward the Mooncrest Central Grounds, a sprawling complex of cabins, training yards, and the great lodge where Dominic's father had once ruled. As they neared, the murmur of activity carried on the wind. Pack members bustled about, preparing for the harvest moon ceremonies. Lanterns glowed around the courtyard, and the scent of roasting meat drifted temptingly. From the cover of thick trees, they spotted the main gate. Sure enough, a strip of white cloth fluttered from a post, barely noticeable unless one knew to look. Cassandra's chest tightened with relief. Dominic had upheld his end of the plan. They advanced slowly, each step measured. 2 guards stood by the gate, older wolves with stern faces. At Cassandra's approach, they tensed, then recognized her from Dominic's instructions. One guard inclined his head, voice low. "Alpha said you'd come. Go in quietly. You'll find him in the side courtyard near the statue. Don't linger in the open." Cassandra cast a thankful glance. "We appreciate your trust." He nodded once, stepping aside. Sam and Saskia flanked Zane, supporting him. The group passed through into the heart of Mooncrest territory. Overhead, the sky deepened into twilight, and a nearly full moon rose, shining on the crowd of visiting delegates milling about. Some wore formal attire. Others bore the crests of allied packs. The hum of conversation floated on the crisp evening air, mingling with the occasional bark of laughter. They kept to the shadows, skirting the main courtyard. Cassandra's gaze darted across the throng. searching for Gideon's distinctive salt and pepper hair. She spotted him near the main lodge steps, speaking to a cluster of influential elders from neighboring packs. He wore a composed smile, all polished charm. Her stomach twisted. He has no idea we're here. Not yet. Sam pointed to a smaller side courtyard with a stone statue at its center, a figure of Dominic's father, carved from marble. A few torches flickered around it, casting wavering light on the polished stone. Dominic stood near the statue, wearing formal attire befitting an alpha. He looked every inch the leader, though tension radiated from him in waves. Lucia hovered close by, biting her lip anxiously. Cassandra's heart pounded. No turning back now. She led the group forward. Dominic's gaze locked on her the moment she appeared, and for a fleeting instant, relief bloomed on his face. He beckoned them closer, turning to his own pair of guards, trusted veterans who nodded in greeting, stepping aside to grant them privacy. Dominic surveyed the ragtag band, Sam and Saskia with weapons discreetly tucked away, and Zane leaning on a makeshift crutch. The alpha's jaw tensed. Zane, I presume. Zane gave a curt nod. I've got words for you, Alpha. Words that'll bring Gideon to his knees. Dominic held his gaze. Then let's make sure they're heard. Everything is in place. The allied delegates are gathered in the main courtyard. Soon. I'm supposed to present an address about the pack's stability and the future of our alliances. Cassandra's voice shook with pent-up emotion. We'll be there, publicly. You'll call Gideon forward. Reveal the evidence. He can't hide once others witness it. Dominic nodded, though uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Gideon will try to talk his way out, or accuse you of forging this evidence. We must be prepared. Sam stepped up, between Cassandra, Saskia, Zane's testimony, plus a handful of other documents. We can paint a clear picture. Gideon's orchestrated rogue attacks to keep you reliant on him. He's manipulated trade deals for personal gain. He used the rumor of Cassandra's betrayal to mask his own. Lucia hovered at Dominic's side, wringing her hands. And if Gideon's cornered, he might lash out violently. We should have guards ready. Dominic acknowledged the point. Agreed. I have a few loyal men stationed discreetly, but Gideon outnumbers me, at least among the rank and file. We rely on the allied pack's sense of justice. Cassandra drew in a ragged breath, scanning the stone courtyard. When do we do this? Dominic lifted his chin, the alpha's mantle evident in his posture. Now, the delegates expect me to speak soon. Wait near the courtyard's edge. I'll signal you when it's time. Their group murmured assent. Cassandra felt her pulse thunder in her ears. Dominic offered her one last, earnest look, a silent plea for trust, then strode away, joined by Lucia and his two older guards. As the alpha disappeared into the crowd, Cassandra turned to her companions. This is it, she whispered. Stay together. The moment Dominic summons us, we step forward. Zane clutched his crutch, eyes narrowed with determination. Let's end this. They drifted closer to the main courtyard, weaving between guests who barely spared them a glance in the evening bustle. Sam and Saskia positioned themselves on either side of Zane. A hush fell as Dominic stepped onto a raised platform near the front of the lodge. Torches and moonlight illuminated the scene, reflecting off the polished wooden floor. Gideon, standing to one side, stiffened slightly, likely sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Dominic raised his hands for silence. The gathered wolves and delegates turned their attention on him, the hum of conversation dying away. Honored friends and allies, Dominic began, voice echoing across the courtyard. Welcome to the Harvest Moon Summit. It is an occasion meant to celebrate unity and cooperation among our packs. Yet I must speak honestly. We face challenges from rogue attacks and internal unrest. Tonight, I intend to address these matters directly. A ripple of curiosity swept through the crowd. Gideon's gaze flicked around, a faint crease of worry marring his brow. Dominic's voice grew stronger. Rumors abound of traitors, of conspiracies within our midst. I too once believed these rumors, making a grave mistake. But new evidence has come to light, evidence that demands we pause and examine the truth, no matter how painful. Gideon moved a step closer, wearing a carefully neutral expression. Alpha, he cut in smoothly, is now truly the time to discuss such uncertain allegations. We have guests. Dominic's eyes flashed. Yes, Gideon, now is precisely the time. For the entire alliance to witness the unveiling of deception, he took a steadying breath. I call forward those who bear testimony of betrayal within our pack. Let them be heard. Before all present, Cassandra felt her stomach clench. This was their cue. She exchanged a charged glance with Sam, Saskia, and Zane, then stepped forward from the edge of the gathering. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as they recognized Cassandra, once rumored dead or exiled. Gideon's face registered shock, swiftly masked by anger. Murmurs broke out. Cassandra is alive. What does this mean? Traitor! Wait, the Alpha called her forward. The crowd parted, letting them approach the platform. Zane hobbled beside Cassandra, flanked by Sam and Saskia. Dominic beckoned them up, offering a supportive hand when Zane struggled to climb the small step. Silence closed in, thick with tension. Cassandra's breath came in short bursts, every fiber of her being taut. Gideon's knuckles turned white where he gripped the edge of a wooden railing. Dominic turned to the crowd, voice resonating. This is Cassandra, my mate, once denounced as a traitor. I believed lies that labeled her a danger to our pack, but I was deceived. Her survival and the evidence she brings point to a more sinister truth. Heads craned, delegates whispering frantically. Gideon forced a laugh, though it sounded hollow. Alpha, I'm sorry to see your grief has led you astray. This is the very criminal we. Dominic silenced him with a fierce glare. You will not interrupt again. Gideon, Cassandra, speak. Cassandra's heart hammered. She stepped forward, meeting Gideon's stare with all the resolve she could muster. I was nearly killed by assassins under Dominic's command, a command you orchestrated through false evidence. You claimed I conspired with rogues, but the real traitor is you. An uproar coursed through the audience. Gideon tried to interject, but Dominic raised a hand. Go on, he told Cassandra. She held up a bundle of documents. These pages are letters, testimonies, and accounts linking Gideon to rogue factions. He fueled attacks on our borders, feeding Dominic false intelligence so the pack would remain in constant crisis, all to tighten his grip on power. Saskia stepped forward, producing her own tattered papers. I come from Dawnridge, a pack destroyed by Gideon's manipulations years ago. Here's proof of deals he brokered to spark conflict, then profit from it. Multiple witnesses confirm his involvement. A wave of shocked exclamations rippled among the crowd. Some of the allied delegates murmured to each other, casting suspicious glances at Gideon. The senior advisor's face turned livid, jaw clenching. He flung a hand out dismissively. These claims are ridiculous, manufactured by a known traitor and a band of rogues. You cannot take this seriously. Gideon's voice rose, seeking an anchor of authority. Dominic pinned him with a searing gaze. Then let this final testimony speak. He beckoned Zane forward. This man was caught by Gideon's own men at Redwood Garrison, nearly tortured to death to ensure his silence. He has a story to tell. Zane inhaled shakily, leaning on his crutch. I was a rogue, yes, but I never sought to destroy entire packs. Gideon paid my crew to stage raids, kill patrols, sow fear. When I balked, he tried to have me executed. I have scars from silver rods used by his men. He lifted his shirt slightly, revealing fresh burns and healing wounds. Gasps echoed among the watchers, some of whom recognized the brutal marks. Gideon's composure cracked, eyes darting among the crowd as if seeking an escape. He spat. "This is all slander. I demand these criminals be arrested. Alpha, you must see reason." Dominic's gaze swept the courtyard, noting the confusion among the delegates and his own pack members. He raised a hand for silence. "My father taught me to lead with justice. If these allegations are false, Gideon, then you can prove your innocence. But if they are true, then you have betrayed the pack at the highest level. I call for an official reckoning, here and now, in front of our allies." A hush descended. All eyes bore down on Gideon, whose face shone with sweat under the torchlight. For a heartbeat, Cassandra hoped he might stand down, confess, or attempt to rationalize. Instead, his lips curled in a snarl. Without warning, he lunged backward, signaling to several guards stationed behind the crowd. "Arrest them," he roared. "Protect the Alpha from these conspirators." Chaos erupted. Half a dozen guards rushed forward, some uncertain, others loyal to Gideon. Dominic barked an order, "Stand down," but confusion reigned. Gideon seized the moment, shoving past a pair of startled delegates. Cassandra tensed, ready to defend herself. But Gideon wasn't aiming for her. He bolted toward the back of the courtyard, likely seeking an escape route. "Stop him!" Dominic thundered, vaulting off the platform in pursuit. Cassandra darted after Dominic, weaving through the panicked crowd. Sam, Saskia, and Zane remained behind to fend off the few guards who attacked, aided by loyal pack warriors who realized something was amiss. Allies from other packs parted in alarm, some stepping in to restrain Gideon's loyalists. Shouts and scuffles filled the courtyard. She glimpsed Gideon sprinting toward a side gate, overturning a stack of crates to slow his pursuers. Dominic vaulted the crates with wolf-like agility, unstoppable fury etched on his face. Cassandra scrambled after them, lungs burning. She wouldn't let Gideon vanish again. They burst into a dimly lit corridor that led toward the training grounds. Gideon skidded to a halt, realizing the gate was barred from the outside. He spun, chest heaving. Dominic stopped a few yards away, Cassandra pulling up behind, hearts hammering. "It's over, Gideon," Dominic growled, voice laced with barely contained rage. "You won't escape." Gideon's eyes flicked between them, his lip curling. "Fools, you think you've won? The pack stands on the brink of war. Even if you kill me, the seeds I've sown will flourish." "Enough," Cassandra hissed. "How many lives did you destroy? You nearly destroyed Dominic's trust, our bond, my life. The pack deserves better." Gideon let out a harsh laugh. "Your bond. This worthless Alpha was so quick to kill you on my word. Where was that bond then?" Anger flared in Cassandra's chest, but Dominic stepped forward, fists clenched. "You deceived me, used my father's death, my insecurities, twisted them for your gain. I might never earn Cassandra's forgiveness, but I'll see you pay for your treachery." "Try it," Gideon snarled. In one fluid motion, he shifted a swirling rush of bones and fur. A large gray wolf stood where he'd been, lips peeled back, teeth bared in a savage grin. He lunged at Dominic, jaws snapping. Dominic met him halfway, also shifting with a furious snarl. Their wolves collided in a blur of snarling fur. Cassandra, still in human form, stood back, heart pounding. She wanted to shift and aid Dominic, but the corridor was narrow, and the fight was already precarious. One miscalculation, and she'd hamper Dominic's defense. The two wolves tore into each other, powerful bodies slamming against stone walls. Gideon's wolf was leaner, but he fought with cunning ferocity. Dominic's wolf was larger, fueled by righteous anger and a desire to protect his pack. Teeth clashed. Claws raked fur. A yelp of pain echoed as Gideon scored a hit on Dominic's shoulder. Drawing blood, Cassandra clenched her fists. "Dominic," she called, frantic. Dominic's wolf snarled, shaking off the pain. He surged forward, catching Gideon's flank in powerful jaws. Gideon writhed, biting back, but Dominic held firm, slamming him into the wall. Dust rained from the impact. Gideon snapped savagely, drawing more blood. Yet Dominic refused to yield. With a final roar, Dominic tossed Gideon across the corridor. The traitor wolf hit the ground hard, whimpering in pain. Gasping, Cassandra rushed forward. Gideon's wolf struggled to stand. One paw twisted. Dominic shifted back to human form, panting, blood trickling from a deep gash in his arm. He grabbed a discarded spear from a nearby rack, pointing it at Gideon's wolf. "Shift back," Dominic ordered, voice ragged, face judgment as a man. Gideon let out a low growl, hatred burning in his eyes. Slowly, he shifted back, revealing a battered, bloodied figure sprawled on the stone floor. His right arm hung at an awkward angle, spitting blood. He glared at Dominic, then cast a venomous glance at Cassandra. "You think you've won. The pack will never trust you again, either of you," he rasped. Dominic's expression was grim, the spear never wavering. "We'll see about that. You'll stand trial." Gideon, in front of every allied delegate you lied to. Your own confessions have damned you. Cassandra knelt by Dominic's side, placing a tentative hand on his uninjured arm. "We have to secure him." Dominic nodded, motioning for reinforcements. Footsteps echoed from behind, revealing a handful of loyal guards, Sam and Saskia, each breathless from the melee in the courtyard. They took in the scene, Gideon prone on the ground, Dominic wounded but victorious, Cassandra by his side. Sam whistled low. "Looks like we missed the grand finale." Saskia approached, binding Gideon's wrists behind his back with silver-infused rope. He hissed in pain, forced into submission. One of the guards stepped forward. "Alpha, is it? Over." Dominic swallowed hard, glancing at Cassandra, then at Gideon's beaten form. "Yes," he said finally. "It's over." In the courtyard, the tension was still high, but the fighting had subsided. Delegates and pack members gathered in clusters, murmuring urgently. Zane, bruised and exhausted, sat on a bench, with Sam standing guard. Saskia and two loyal warriors dragged Gideon into the center of the courtyard, where Dominic and Cassandra followed, battered and blood-stained. A hush fell. Dominic's voice echoed across the gathering. "Gideon is under arrest for treason against the pack, for conspiring with rogues, and for deceiving this alliance. Let all present bear witness." The crowd erupted with shocked exclamations, but few seemed willing to oppose the Alpha's decree. Gideon's supporters, outnumbered and disillusioned by the evidence, hung back in silence. Lucia stood among the watchers, tears shining as she realized Gideon's power was truly broken. Dominic raised his hand for quiet. "We will conduct a formal trial at daybreak. For now, Gideon will be placed under guard." He turned, eyes meeting Cassandra's, in a voice meant for both her and the entire assembly. He said, "And Cassandra, once falsely accused, is cleared of all charges. She stands as my mate, rightful member of this pack." Cassandra's breath caught. A ripple of relief coursed through her, mingled with the sting of old wounds. The crowd shifted, uncertain how to respond. Then, a few voices began to cheer, or at least murmur assent. The allied delegates, though stunned, seemed inclined to trust the Alpha's public statement. Some nodded respectfully. Others simply looked relieved that the immediate danger had passed. Slowly, Dominic turned to her, lowering his voice to a near whisper. "I'm so sorry," he murmured. "I know words can't undo what I did, but Cassandra placed a trembling finger against his lips, tears threatening to spill. "Let's get through this night first. We'll talk later," he nodded, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Carefully, she withdrew her hand, mindful of the crowd's watchful gaze. There was so much to be said, so much to mend, but in that moment, they were alive, and Gideon was defeated. Guards hauled Gideon away, ignoring his snarled curses. Delegates buzzed with questions. Dominic instructed them that all would be clarified in the morning trial, urging calm. Some began dispersing, returning to their lodgings to process the upheaval. A handful of senior pack members approached Dominic, expressions solemn, wanting to pledge renewed loyalty now that Gideon's treachery was exposed. Amid the swirling crowd, Zane forced himself up, hobbling toward Cassandra. She reached out to steady him, grateful he was still standing. He managed a tired grin. "Guess I made it. Gideon's reign ends at last." Cassandra smiled through tears. "You did? Thank you." Saskia hovered at his side, relief and exhaustion plain on her face. Sam joined them, letting out a long exhale. "What a night." Dominic turned to the group, voice quieter. "Thank you, all of you. Your courage saved this pack." Saskia nodded, expression bittersweet. "I did it to avenge my old pack. Dawn Ridge might be gone, but Gideon's downfall means the end of his manipulations. That's enough for me." Zane cleared his throat. "I'll testify at the trial, just like I did here. After that, maybe I'll try to find a new life, if the pack will allow it." Dominic's lips twitched in a weary half-smile. "We'll talk after the trial. For now, you're an honored guest, under my protection. My father taught me that second chances can forge the strongest loyalty." A gentle quiet settled. Then Cassandra's gaze flicked to the sky, where the harvest moon glowed, massive and silver. She hadn't even realized how high it had risen. The moonlight seemed to cast a blessing on the battered courtyard, illuminating blood-stained stones, tearful embraces, and the subtle beginnings of hope. She felt Dominic's presence beside her, tentatively. He reached for her hand. She let him take it, feeling the warmth of his skin, the faint trembling in his grip. In that moment, she remembered the swirl of the dance they once shared, the promise in his eyes. Before everything shattered, they still had a long road ahead, but at least now, they stood on the same side. Together, they gazed up at the moon, letting its silvery light wash over them. The old heartbreak still ached, but perhaps, with time and honesty, they could mend what had been broken. For tonight, they had survived, and the truth had prevailed, an outcome that only days ago seemed impossible. Cassandra closed her eyes, holding Dominic's hand. In the hush of the harvest moon's glow, she silently prayed that tomorrow's dawn would usher in not just Gideon's punishment, but a chance for genuine healing for the pack, and for her wounded heart as well. In the quiet hush that followed Gideon's arrest, a pall of exhaustion settled over the Mooncrest pack. The courtyard, that once brimmed with chaos now, lay draped in the wan light before dawn. The grand harvest moon, once a symbol of celebration, still hung in the sky like a silent witness to the conflict. Overturned crates, scattered torches, and splatters of blood across the flagstones bore testimony to the intensity of the confrontation. Most of the Allied delegates had withdrawn to their lodgings, in uneasy confusion, waiting for daybreak to bring clarity. Cassandra stood near the courtyard's edge with Saskia and Zane. Sam was a short distance away, speaking to a cluster of Mooncrest guards who had seen enough evidence to believe in Dominic's judgment. Many of those warriors were plainly stunned to learn that Gideon, once revered as the Alpha's most trusted advisor, had orchestrated so much devastation behind the scenes. Zane leaned on his jaw crutch, the lines of pain and weariness stark on his face. "Feels like we won," he murmured, gaze drifting to where Gideon had been led away in shackles. "Yet my bones ache and my mind's spinning. Hard to celebrate." Cassandra nodded, wiping sweat and grime from her brow. "This is only the beginning." Gideon's under guard, but the official trial is coming. We have to make sure the entire pack and the allied leaders know the truth in a way they can't deny. Saskia offered a short nod. "We'll see it through. If Gideon manages to lie or manipulate even now, the consequences could be dire. But for the moment, at least he can't slip away." Cassandra noticed how Saskia's posture wavered in fatigue. All of them needed rest. Yet the trial would begin as soon as the delegates and the pack elders assembled. For now, though, there was a breath of respite. A dozen warriors surrounded the building where Gideon was being temporarily held, each of them fiercely loyal to Dominic. Moments later, Dominic appeared in the courtyard. His arm was bandaged where Gideon's wolf form had lacerated him, and a faint sheen of sweat still clung to his brow. He looked over the battered group, his dark gaze lingering on Cassandra. Even in the gloom, she could see relief and remorse etched into every line of his face. "Come inside the lodge," Dominic said gently. "You need proper shelter. My people will see to your wounds. Offer what food we have left from the gathering." Cassandra hesitated, memories warring in her mind. Once upon a time, the lodge had been a symbol of security, a place she never imagined she'd be afraid to enter. Yet after everything, stepping back under its roof felt both comforting and unnerving. She forced a nod. "All right." Saskia moved to help Zane, who still grimaced with every step. They followed Dominic through a side entrance into the central lodge, a sprawling wooden structure with carved pillars, a wide hearth, and tapestries celebrating Mooncrest's lineage. Although the main gathering hall had hosted dozens of visitors earlier, it was quiet now. A few caretakers bustled about, clearing plates, sweeping up spilled drinks, and extinguishing half-burned torches. Their faces showed confusion at seeing Cassandra and her allies entering so openly. Dominic led the group down a corridor into a smaller side chamber that served as a lounge. Plush chairs and a long oak table dominated the room. Cushions lined the walls, and the soft glow of lanterns revealed thick rugs that muffled footsteps. Cassandra remembered glimpsing this place only once, during a rare pack feast. Now, the comfortable trappings were overshadowed by the tension radiating from everyone. "Wait here," Dominic said. "I'll have a healer attend you." Zane sank onto a chair, letting out a low groan. Saskia leaned her back against the wall and closed her eyes. Sam, arriving a moment later, lingered near the door, watchful. Cassandra stood, with arms folded, trying to anchor herself in the midst of roiling emotions. Dominic paused in the doorway, meeting Cassandra's gaze. "Will you be all right?" She pressed her lips together, uncertain how to answer. "I'll manage." Something flickered in his expression: regret, tenderness. He inclined his head, then turned and left, presumably to coordinate the next steps. An awkward hush followed. After all they'd endured, it felt almost surreal to be in the warm confines of the lodge, safe from immediate danger. Yet Cassandra's heart raced, anticipating what lay ahead: the trial, the fallout, and her personal reckoning with Dominic. Moments later, a gray-haired healer named Rowan hurried in, carrying a satchel of bandages and salves. Cassandra recognized him vaguely from her earlier years. He had always been kind, tending to injured pack members with steady care. Rowan's eyes widened upon seeing Cassandra's shock. Then, relief. "You're alive," he exclaimed in a hushed tone. "I never believed the rumors." Cassandra managed a wan smile. "Thank you for that." Rowan nodded, swiftly moving to Zane's side and checking his injuries. Zane explained the silver burns and bruises, wincing now and then. Rowan set to work applying salves and wrapping new bandages. Saskia politely refused treatment, claiming she was just sore, though Rowan insisted on at least examining a bruise on her arm. Meanwhile, Cassandra allowed him to rewrap the minor cuts she'd sustained in the scuffle with Gideon's men. When Rowan finished, he stood back, brow furrowed. "You all need proper rest. The trial is at dawn, I hear. A few hours from now, at best." He gestured to the chairs and cushions. "It's not ideal, but you're free to sleep here. I'll bring blankets." Saskia gave a stiff nod. "Thank you, healer." Sam took a seat next to Zane, murmuring about standing watch. But Rowan shook his head. "We have loyal guards posted outside. No one will disturb you." Dominic's orders. Despite the heaviness in the air, Cassandra felt some of her tension unravel. She turned to Sam. "You should rest too. I doubt there'll be any stealth attacks on us right now. Not with Gideon locked away." Sam huffed a quiet laugh. "Just try waking me for the trial. Otherwise, I might sleep straight through it." Rowan bustled out, returning soon with a stack of folded blankets. Cassandra accepted one, sinking onto a large cushion in the corner. Saskia and Sam arranged themselves near Zane, who was already half asleep, sagging from the day's exertion. Lantern light flickered across the group, revealing grimy clothes, scuffed boots, and exhausted faces. They'd come a long way in a short time. As Cassandra settled the blanket around her shoulders, she caught Saskia's eye from across the room. The other woman gave a small, weary nod, as though to say, "We've made it this far. Don't give up now." Cassandra returned the gesture, grateful for the solidarity that had carried them through. The cushion beneath her felt softer than anything she'd slept on in months. The gentle warmth of the lodge enveloped her, and the tension in her limbs slowly ebbed. Despite her swirling thoughts, exhaustion pulled her down into a fitful sleep. In her dreams, she was again dancing with Dominic under the festival lights, a memory from a simpler time. But then the music twisted into harsh echoes, and Gideon's laughter reverberated, dissolving the scene into a swirl of shadows. She felt the sting of betrayal, the heartbreak of being cast out. She tried to scream, but the sound died in her throat. She woke with a start, heart pounding. The lanterns had been dimmed to a faint glow, and the hush of pre-dawn lingered in the chamber. A quick glance confirmed that her companions still slept. Sam's head was tilted back against the chair, mouth slightly open. Saskia was curled up on a cushion, one hand near her sword. Zane, breathing shallowly, clung to the edges of slumber, drawing the blanket tighter. Cassandra closed her eyes, trying to banish the dream. She inhaled, matching her breath to the slow rhythm of the air in her lungs. Dawn was still at least an hour away. She let herself drift again, too tired to resist. When she next stirred, a faint light crept under the door, signaling that morning had arrived. Outside in the corridor, hushed voices and footsteps announced the day's business beginning. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, and saw that her companions were also stirring. Rowan returned, a pensive look on his face. Dominic has convened the pack's senior members and invited the allied delegates to witness Gideon's formal hearing. "He asked me to guide you to the council chamber when you're ready." Saskia groaned, pushing herself upright. "Let's get it done." Sam helped Zane to his feet. The rogue's face was pinched with pain, but he nodded stoically. Cassandra, heart fluttering, folded her blanket and set it aside. The moment of truth had come. Rowan led them through winding corridors until they reached a large set of double doors carved with wolf motifs. Beyond lay the council chamber, a grand hall with a vaulted ceiling of timber beams. Stained glass windows let in beams of morning light that striped the floor in pastel colors. At the chamber's center stood a circular open space bounded by wooden benches, where pack members and delegates had gathered in tense silence. On one side stood Dominic, flanked by elders loyal to him, including a few who had once questioned Gideon's methods. Opposite them were several of Gideon's staunch supporters, wolves who had served him for years. They looked uneasy, exchanging muttered accusations. In the middle sat Gideon himself, wrists still bound, a heavy silver chain linked to an iron ring in the floor. 2 guards held the chain on either side, ensuring he couldn't shift or bolt without severe pain. He appeared pale and drawn, though a flicker of defiance still burned in his eyes. Bruises and dried blood mottled his face, evidence of the fight that ended his reign. A hush fell as Cassandra and her allies entered, dozens of eyes fixed on them. She felt her pulse hammer, recalling how only days ago she could never have dared to appear before the pack like this. But now they had the Alpha's support and the truth. A high-backed chair stood at the head of the chamber, where Dominic took his place, shoulders squared. His voice, though tired, rang with the authority that made him Alpha. "We convene this council to judge Gideon on charges of treason. Let no one speak without permission. Let no falsehood go unchallenged. For the sake of the Mooncrest Pack and our allied guests, we will have truth." Gideon snorted, tugging at his chains. "A fine speech. Spare me the theatrics." Dominic ignored him, turning to the assembled crowd. "Cassandra, come forward." Despite the knot in her stomach, Cassandra obeyed, stepping into the open space. She felt the weight of the pack's stares. Some recognized her with shock, others with curiosity. A few still wore suspicion on their faces, as though they weren't certain whether to trust the Alpha's sudden change of heart. "Explain how you came by the evidence against Gideon," Dominic commanded, his tone formal before the gathering. Cassandra recounted her journey in concise terms, describing her near-death experience, her rescue, the documents she had gathered, and the testimonies from those Gideon had wronged. She showed the assembled elders the letters, each referencing Gideon's deals with rogues, his intention to sow discord, and his manipulation of pack politics to gain more power. The pack murmured, unsettled. Several delegates from allied packs leaned in, eyes narrowing as they studied the damning papers. When she finished, Dominic nodded and beckoned Saskia forward. She presented her own proof of Gideon's involvement in the downfall of her old pack, Dawnridge. Then, with measured care, Sam guided Zane to the center, supporting his weight. Zane's voice wavered slightly as he testified about Gideon's direct payoffs to rogue groups for orchestrating border raids. He lifted his shirt again, revealing the silver burns inflicted at Redwood Garrison. A tangible shift rippled through the chamber. The allied delegates exchanged appalled looks. Some of Gideon's former supporters began glancing at each other in alarm, perhaps recalling suspicious incidents or half-truths Gideon had once spun. Gideon sneered, though a flicker of panic laced his glare. "You all know me," he spat, twisting his head toward the older pack members. "I've served this family for years, since the Alpha's father led us. Will you take the word of a supposed traitor, a rogue, and an outsider over me? Where's the proof these letters weren't forged? Where's the proof these witnesses weren't paid off?" An uneasy murmur arose. Cassandra's heart sank. He was trying to sow doubt again, painting them as opportunistic liars. But Dominic stood, expression grim. "Then answer me this. Gideon, why did you ambush Cassandra that night? Why instruct Jarek and others to kill her on my word, if you were not fueling deception?" Gideon's lips curled in scorn. Because you believed her a threat. Alpha, my loyalty compelled me to carry out your will, no matter how harsh. You wanted her gone. Remember. A fresh wave of murmurs stirred. Cassandra felt the sting of that truth. Indeed, Dominic's command had nearly ended her life. She saw Dominic's jaw tense, though he didn't look away. Instead, he faced the crowd. Yes, I believed she was a threat, Dominic acknowledged, voice resonating, because Gideon showed me false documents and fed me lies, claiming Cassandra was colluding with rogues. I acted rashly, betraying my mate. I accept that guilt. I was deceived, and my ignorance cost me dearly. But Cassandra survived, and her findings reveal Gideon's web of deceit. He turned to the delegates, who sat riveted. Many of you have felt the sting of rogue attacks. We believed our neighbors or other packs were behind them. Yet how many times did Gideon intervene just in time, or place blame so precisely that we were forced into further conflict? Look at these testimonies. They prove that Gideon worked to pit us against real or imagined enemies, ensuring he retained control of strategic decisions. An elder from Frostleaf Pack stood, voice trembling with anger. We lost 3 wolves on our last trade route because Gideon insisted we travel the southwestern pass. He said it was safe. Another delegate from Stone Peak glowered. We had suspected that was a trap, but Gideon's word carried Dominic's authority behind it, and we accepted it. Now we see the pattern. Tension grew taut as more voices chimed in, recalling suspicious deals or odd coincidences in which Gideon had played a role. Cassandra's chest tightened. This outpouring of suspicion suggested that, behind the scenes, many had harbored doubts. All they needed was a catalyst to speak up. Gideon let out a snarl, yanking at his chains. Do you all fancy yourselves detectives now? You want to let this traitor walk free and condemn me without a fair hearing? Enough, Dominic snapped. You've had your hearing. Here, in front of all. This is your chance to defend yourself honestly. Where did you get your information about these rogues? Why did you instruct them to attack? Why did your name appear in these letters, referencing payments and covert deals? Gideon bared his teeth, but the crowd's gaze felt like a hammer pressed to his throat. His voice dropped to a desperate hiss. You're all blind. I was safeguarding the pack against Cassandra's betrayal. Lies. Zane cut in hoarsely, stepping forward with Sam's support. We have witnesses like me who know your face. Gideon, who saw you delivering coin to rogue leaders, threatening to kill those who backed out of the plan. A hush followed. Gideon's expression twisted with rage, but he had no answer to the overwhelming evidence. Cassandra felt a mix of relief and sorrow-relief that Gideon's deception was finally laid bare. Sorrow for the damage already done. One of Dominic's senior advisors, a graying she-wolf named Marisol, stepped forward, face etched with betrayal. Gideon, the first once respected you. If any shred of loyalty remains in your heart, speak truth now. Confess your crimes. Spare us further pain. Gideon's lips parted, a sneer forming, but no words emerged. The silence dragged, heavy with finality. At last, Dominic exhaled, his voice quiet. You leave us no choice. Gideon, lifting his gaze to the surrounding Wolves Pack members, allied delegates, and the cluster of watchers by the doors, Dominic pronounced judgment. By unanimous testimony, I declare Gideon guilty of treason and conspiracy against the Mooncrest Pack. His actions have led to countless deaths and threatened the stability of our alliances. Traditionally, such crimes demand exile or execution. Yet I will not make a hasty decision. Let the elders deliberate on the specific sentence. He gestured to Marisol and 2 other high-ranking elders, who moved aside to confer in urgent whispers. The tension in the chamber soared. Gideon lowered his head, silent At last, though the fury in his eyes glinted like embers, Cassandra swallowed hard. This was it justice, or something akin to it. She recalled how Gideon had destroyed her life, tormented Dominic's rule, nearly ignited war with neighboring packs. Yet part of her felt no satisfaction, only a bone-deep weariness. Does vengeance ever truly heal the wounds? Marisol returned, posture rigid. We have decided, she announced. The crimes merit the death penalty under our pack's law, but in light of the alliances that were harmed, we believe Gideon should face more than a quick end. We propose that the allied delegates weigh in, ensuring fairness to all who suffered. Several delegates murmured in agreement. It was unusual for a pack to let outsiders shape a punishment. But Gideon's crimes had affected them too, Marisol continued, voice resolute. If the delegates wish for execution, so be it. If not, lifelong exile in silver restraints is another possibility. Dominic, it is your right to guide the final choice. Dominic stared at Gideon, face etched with conflicting emotions. Then his gaze flicked to Cassandra. She felt the weight of his sorrow, the knowledge that Gideon had once been a trusted figure since Dominic's youth. Her own heart throbbed, remembering all the agony wrought by Gideon's cunning. Finally, Dominic spoke. In the name of the alliances we hold dear, I defer the method of punishment to our allied delegates, with the council's support. But Gideon cannot remain among us. That is certain. Most of the delegates cast grim nods. A tall, stern wolf from Stone Peak stepped forward, condemnation in his eyes. Stone Peak lost good wolves because of Gideon's machinations. We cannot in good conscience argue for leniency. The Frostleaf elder who had spoken up earlier raised a hand. Yet do we want his blood on our claws? Our laws differ from territory to territory. Maybe it's enough to banish him in chains, ensuring he never rises again. A heated debate flared, with each delegate weighing in. Cassandra felt her stomach churn. She believed Gideon deserved the harshest penalty. Yet a quiet voice in her heart wondered if an execution would truly bring closure, or just more bloodshed. Dominic silenced the debate with a raised hand. Enough. We will take one final vote. Those who favor execution, stand to the right. Those who favor exile, stand to the left. Shuffling broke out as delegates and elders moved. To Cassandra's mild surprise, the majority drifted to the right side execution. Only a few stood on the left. Gideon's lips curled in bitter resignation. Dominic's face was pale. Then it's decided, he said softly. We will carry out the sentence at dusk. Silence held. Gideon stared at Dominic, then at Cassandra, eyes awash with hatred. You think this will end your troubles? The pack has never been weaker. Enemies gather at your borders. I orchestrated them, yes, but do you think they'll vanish once I'm gone? You'll regret this day. He spat blood on the chamber floor. None responded. The guards dragged him to his feet and hauled him out, presumably to a secure holding cell, until his final hour. A chill seemed to seep into the air once Gideon was gone. Cassandra realized she was trembling, a mixture of relief, anger, and sadness swirling in her gut. She gazed around the chamber. Allies exhaled in exhaustion. Pack members exchanged solemn looks, and Dominic sagged in his seat, relief warring with the heaviness of what had just transpired. Finally, Dominic drew a shaking breath and stood again, addressing the crowd. We have come through a nightmare of betrayal. Our alliances are frayed, our own trust in each other tested. But now, let us turn to rebuilding, to forging new pacts based on truth, not lies. And let us remember that even an alpha can be deceived if he neglects the voice of his mate or the wisdom of those who see beyond fear. This is my failure, and I will atone for it. His gaze found Cassandra's, lingering there. She felt a swell of emotion, pain, longing, and a fragile hope that maybe, just maybe, they could move forward. Later that morning, the crowd dispersed, delegates returning to their quarters or preparing to depart. Many insisted on a formal signing of renewed treaties before leaving, ensuring they could openly confirm the pack's innocence in the recent rogues fiasco. The elders assured them that Dominic would reestablish trade routes and patrols under a transparent system, with no single advisor holding as much unilateral power as Gideon once did. Amid the bustle, Cassandra, Sam, Saskia, and Zane retreated to the same lounge as before, though now a few pack members approached them hesitantly to offer thanks or express astonishment. The mood was somber, the glow of victory overshadowed by the grimness of Gideon's impending fate. Cassandra sensed the pack's confusion when they looked at her. She was a traitor, wasn't she? The glances seemed to say. Now she's the Alpha's mate again. She forced herself to meet those looks calmly, understanding how swiftly perceptions changed. A hush fell when Dominic finally arrived, dismissing the small knot of wolves trailing him so he could speak privately with Cassandra and her companions. The door closed, leaving them in the relative quiet. Dominic studied them, lines of fatigue deepening around his eyes. "Your roles in exposing Gideon," he began, voice low, "cannot be overstated. You saved this pack from a disaster I was too blind to avert." His gaze drifted to each of them in turn. "Saskia, your evidence about Dawnridge confirmed a long pattern in Gideon's tactics. Zane, your testimony about the rogue deals was pivotal. Sam, you risked your life helping Cassandra infiltrate our territory. And Cassandra," he swallowed, voice growing husky, "I owe you everything. Words aren't enough." A moment of charged silence passed. Then Zane cleared his throat. "What happens to us now? Alpha, I'm not exactly on friendly terms with many folks here." Dominic nodded, thoughtful. "You're free to stay. If you wish, under my protection at least until you recover, we can discuss your future role. Perhaps you can help us negotiate with certain rogue factions that remain at large. If you prefer to leave, I will grant safe passage wherever you go." Zane exchanged a glance with Sam and Saskia. "I might stay for a bit. Not sure I'm cut out for pack life, but we'll see." Dominic offered a faint smile, then turned to Saskia. "You, too, are welcome among us. I know your ties to Dawnridge ended in tragedy, but we owe you a debt." Saskia inclined her head. "Thank you. I might linger long enough to see Gideon's sentence carried out, then figure out my next steps. Perhaps I can pass along word to the survivors from my old pack that justice was served." Dominic nodded, his attention shifting to Sam. "And you?" Sam chuckled softly. "Me? I'm just a friend who helped Cassandra. I've got family in the foothills who'd prefer we not get too entangled in pack affairs. That said, I'll stay until Cassandra doesn't need me." Cassandra felt warmth at his loyalty. She touched his arm gently. "Thank you, Sam, and pass my thanks to Arya, Nolan, everyone who risked their necks for me." Sam bowed his head. "Will do." Dominic faced Cassandra last, the tension between them almost palpable. She felt her throat tighten as she remembered every moment of heartbreak and betrayal, every surge of longing. The mate bond shimmered like a distant star still there, but dimmed by sorrow. "Cassandra," Dominic said, voice low, "if you're willing, may we speak alone?" She glanced at Saskia, Zane, and Sam, who took the hint, muttering they'd find somewhere to rest. As they filed out, the hush thickened. Dominic gestured for Cassandra to sit in a nearby chair. He settled across from her, posture rigid. "I don't know where to begin," he confessed after a moment, his tone rough with emotion. "I still can't believe how close I came to." He trailed off. anguish flickering in his dark eyes. Cassandra inhaled shakily. You did order my execution. She spoke the words without bitterness, but they hung in the air like a blade. Dominic's hands tightened on his knees. I did, and it haunts me. Gideon fed me what seemed like undeniable proof, played on my fears that you, someone I cared so deeply for, had turned traitor. That you'd sabotage the pack from within. I let paranoia consume me. I failed you. His voice cracked on the last phrase, and Cassandra felt tears prick her eyes. It almost killed me, she whispered. Not just physically, my heart broke that night. He bowed his head, as though bearing the weight of her words. I can't undo the past, but I swear, I will spend every day of my life trying to make amends. Tentatively, he raised his gaze. If you'll allow me, she searched his face, seeing the raw regret and unspoken plea. In that moment, memories flooded back. The first spark between them, the hesitant dance in the festival, the fragile trust that had once burned bright, and then came the darkness of betrayal, the lonely flight, the wounds that cut her soul. A long silence stretched. She let him see her tears. I'm so angry, she admitted, voice trembling, so hurt. Yet I also feel the bond, the part of me that wants to forgive, that wants to salvage what we had. Dominic nodded, eyes glistening. I won't rush you. If you need time apart, I'll grant it. If you need to hear me beg, I'll do it. His throat worked as he swallowed. I love you, Cassandra. I'm sorry I realized too late what we meant to each other. Emotion swelled in her chest, nearly choking her. She stood, unable to remain seated under the force of her turmoil. He rose too, almost instinctively, as though he couldn't bear the thought of being below her in posture. Their eyes locked. She recalled the closeness they had once shared, the sense of belonging she felt in his presence. It was battered now, fragile as glass. Slowly, she lifted a trembling hand to his cheek. He flinched, perhaps fearing she might strike him, but her fingers settled gently against his skin. She felt his warmth, the faint stubble on his jaw. She sensed his wolf stirring, calling to hers. Your mistake nearly destroyed us, she whispered, tears rolling freely now. But I can't pretend I don't still love you. The confession sprang from the deepest part of her heart, simultaneously painful and relieving. Dominic's breath caught. Gently, he covered her hand with his own. If you'll let me, I'll prove my remorse. I'll show you every day that I choose you, that I trust you. Our bond, his voice broke. I never want to break it again. She closed her eyes, letting a sob shudder through her. Then, with cautious acceptance, she let herself lean into him, his arms folded around her, hesitant at first, then stronger as she didn't pull away. Their wolves stirred in tandem, a soft, tentative communion. Her tears soaked into his shirt, and he held her with trembling arms, pressing a gentle kiss to her hair. They stayed that way for several heartbeats, listening to the silence, feeling the fragile beginnings of healing. It would be a long road, but for the first time since her exile, Cassandra felt a faint ember of hope maybe they could rebuild. When she finally pulled back, her cheeks flushed. We should talk more, she said softly. Not just about us, but about what comes next. The pack is in shambles. Alliances are shaky. And Gideon, he's set for execution at dusk. Dominic nodded, swiping at his own misty eyes. Yes, there's much to do, and we'll do it together. If you'll stand at my side, she inhaled, bracing herself. I will. For now, she offered a wavering smile. But don't expect immediate forgiveness. I need to see your actions, not just hear words. He nodded fervently, voice low. I understand. The hours that followed were a blur of tense discussions, formal addresses, and fervent attempts at rebuilding trust among the Allied delegates. Dominic publicly apologized for his mistakes in believing Gideon and lauded Cassandra's bravery, naming her an essential part of the pack's future leadership. Though some onlookers remained uncertain, the majority sensed the sincerity. The Allied leaders, satisfied that Gideon was being punished, began drafting agreements to restore trade routes and share mutual patrol duties, a measure aimed at deterring rogue attacks. During this time, Cassandra found herself in a whirlwind of activity. Word spread quickly that the Alpha's mate was no traitor, and that she had exposed Gideon's villainy. Some pack members approached her tentatively, offering gratitude or apologies. Others simply stared, still grappling with how swiftly the narrative had changed. She answered questions as best she could, though her heart was heavy with the knowledge that Gideon's execution loomed. Saskia and Zane remained near the lodge, fielding queries from curious pack wolves who wanted first-hand accounts of Gideon's misdeeds. Sam alternated between scouting the perimeter, ensuring no lingering rogue threats hovered, and accompanying Cassandra as she traversed the compound. His presence lent her a sense of security in the midst of so many uncertain faces. By mid-afternoon, the tension grew palpable. Wolf tradition held that executions, when decreed, often took place just before twilight, a time when the day's labors ceased and the pack could collectively bear witness. This grim ritual, though rarely invoked, was meant to remind everyone of the gravity of treason and murder within the pack. Cassandra hadn't fully decided if she wanted to watch Gideon's final moment. Part of her felt compelled to see justice carried out. Another part cringed at the thought of more bloodshed. She recalled the cold terror she'd felt in Redwood Garrison and the heartbreak of nearly dying at Gideon's command. The line between justice and vengeance felt razor thin. Shortly before dusk, Dominic found her in the main lodge's corridor, gazing out a window at the darkening sky. The new dress uniform he wore, midnight blue cloak with the Mooncrest emblem, seemed to weigh on him like a physical burden. His dark eyes flickered with sorrow as he joined her at the window. "It's time," he said quietly. Cassandra's breath caught. She met his gaze and knew exactly what he meant. "Are you certain you want me there?" He swallowed. "I don't want you to bear any more pain, but I won't forbid you if you feel you need closure." She turned to look at the courtyard, where torches were being lit in a solemn ring. "I need to see it through, for my own reasons." Dominic nodded, placing a gentle hand on her arm. "Then let's go." Darkness had fully descended when they walked into the courtyard. A large circle of onlookers, pack wolves, elders, allied delegates enclosed a cleared space, lit by torches. Shadows flickered ominously across the stone. At the circle's center stood a wooden platform. Mooncrest warriors ringed the area, ensuring order. In the hushed crowd, Cassandra spotted Saskia, Zane, and Sam near the front. They gave her subdued nods. She felt Dominic's presence at her side, steady yet tense. He ascended the platform first, chin lifted, and beckoned for her to stand beside him if she wished. Heart pounding, she joined him, her pulse thudding in her ears. The elders, led by Marisol, brought forth Gideon. He was bound in heavier silver restraints now, any chance of shifting removed. His face looked drawn and pale under the torchlight, bruises stark against his skin. The hush that fell was so profound that Cassandra thought she could hear the frantic beat of her own heart. Marisol raised her voice, addressing the crowd. "Gideon, once trusted advisor, has been found guilty of treason, conspiracy, and murder through rogue proxies. By the pack's law and the delegate's verdict, he is to face death. May the Mooncrest ancestors witness this punishment as a seal upon our vow to protect the pack from corruption." A faint stir ran through the crowd. Gideon's gaze swept over them, landing briefly on Cassandra. For an instant, She saw a raw hatred blazing in his eyes. Then Dominic stepped forward, a dagger in hand, its blade etched with the ancient runes of the pack's authority. A hush rippled through the watchers. As Dominic raised the blade, Cassandra's stomach roiled. She had known the outcome, but seeing Dominic forced to deliver the blow unsettled her deeply. She caught his profile in the torchlight, his face taut with grim resolve, yet also with regret. He never wanted to be an executioner. Gideon lifted his chin, voice rasping. "Go on, Alpha, end it." This pack was too weak to see my vision. Dominic's hand trembled on the dagger, but his tone was resolute. "Your vision was one of lies and bloodshed. May the spirits judge you accordingly." He placed the dagger's tip near Gideon's throat, tension crackling in the air. Cassandra found herself holding her breath, a swirl of pity and righteous anger battling in her heart. This is Gideon's end, she thought, recalling all the anguish he had caused. At the last moment, Dominic paused. His eyes flicked to Marisol, then to the crowd. In a measured voice, he said, "Let it be known that though Gideon's crimes merit death, let no one here forget how close our pack came to total ruin. May this memory guide us to question deceit, even if it comes from those we trust. That is the only atonement I can offer for my part in this tragedy." Then, in a swift, practiced motion, he drew the blade across Gideon's throat. It was mercifully quick. Gideon jerked, a strangled sound escaping his lips. His eyes flared wide, then glazed as he collapsed to the platform. A hush descended so absolute that Cassandra thought the world itself had stopped breathing. Blood trickled across the wooden boards, glinting in the torchlight. Dominic stepped back, face ashen, letting the dagger slip from his grip. Two warriors stepped forward, removing Gideon's body from the platform. The crowd remained silent, some turning away, others bowing their heads. Cassandra's legs felt unsteady. She pressed a hand over her mouth, wincing at the finality of it. Gideon, her would-be murderer, Dominic's vile manipulator, was gone. The closure she thought she might feel was overshadowed by a deep, weary sorrow. More blood had been spilled, more nightmares added to a list already too long. Dominic turned to face the crowd, voice trembling but firm. "It is done. Let this day mark a new chapter for Mooncrest. We will strive to mend the wounds Gideon inflicted. Let all who stand here remember we are responsible for one another. Lies and fear have no place in our pack." A subdued rustle swept the gathering. One by one, wolves began to disperse, quietly returning to their duties or their sleeping quarters. A few from the allied packs approached Dominic to exchange solemn acknowledgments, then departed. Saskia, Sam, and Zane came forward, each reflecting a mix of relief and subdued horror at what they had witnessed. Cassandra felt Dominic's hand brush hers, a wordless plea for comfort. She glanced up, seeing the grief etched into every line of his face. He never wanted to be the one to do this, she realized again. She intertwined her fingers with his, offering what solace she could, though her own soul felt tattered. They reconvened in the main lodge once more, a smaller gathering this time. A table had been set with pitchers of water and simple bread for those who had the stomach to eat. Outside, the moon shone bright and cold, as if indifferent to the drama unfolding below. Saskia sank into a chair, exhaling slowly. Well, the traitor's gone. Dawnridge's avenger can rest. Her tone was edged with bitterness rather than triumph. Zane leaned heavily on the table, his face pale. "I've seen too much killing in my life," he muttered, "but at least that monster won't harm anyone else." Sam gave him a respectful nod, then turned to Cassandra. "Will you be all right?" She managed a small, shaky laugh. "That's the question of the year, isn't it? I suppose it'll take time for everything to sink in. I never wanted Gideon's blood on the stones, but I can't mourn him, either. Dominic stood near the table, quietly listening. He wore a distant look, as though his spirit had drifted from the room. Finally, he cleared his throat. None of us wanted it, but justice had to be served. Now begins the healing if we're strong enough. He glanced at Zane and Saskia. I would be honored if you both remain in Mooncrest for as long as you need. Help me rebuild. We can negotiate ways to reestablish peace along the rogue borders, prevent more wolves from being swayed by manipulative figures like Gideon. Saskia pursed her lips. I might accept that offer, at least temporarily. Dawnridge is gone, but some of my old companions might be out there. I want to find them, bring them news. I could set up safe channels with Mooncrest to ensure they're not labeled as hostile. Dominic nodded. We'll do whatever we can to help. Zane shrugged. I'm not much for laws and pack hierarchy, but maybe I can lend a hand on the border. Warn other rogues if they're on a collision course with pack territory. Build trust. Dominic managed a faint smile. Your experience could be invaluable. Sam rubbed the back of his neck. I'll probably head back to the foothills eventually. Let my folks know the good news that Cassandra's safe. Gideon's out of the picture. But until then, I'll stick around to make sure everything's settled. They all looked at Cassandra. She felt the weight of their expectations, the swirl of her own uncertainties. At length, she cleared her throat. I still see myself as part of Mooncrest, despite everything, but I'm not ready to jump back into normal pack life. There are memories I need to work through. Dominic took a step closer, voice gentle. Whatever you decide, your place here is secure. The pack owes you a debt we can never fully repay. She cast him a sidelong glance, heart twisting. The bond flared subtly, reminding her of the closeness they once shared and of the betrayal that nearly shattered them. Rebuilding trust would require more than a few tender words, but if he truly meant to honor her autonomy, perhaps there was hope. The aftermath of Gideon's execution rippled through Mooncrest in the days that followed. Some pack members were relieved, seeing him as the root of all recent woes. Others were haunted, struggling to reconcile that a revered figure had been so corrupt. Disputes arose between those who admitted they'd blindly followed Gideon's guidance and those who felt ashamed or angry for not questioning him sooner. Dominic convened a series of open forums, something rarely done under the old traditions where any pack member could speak about concerns, propose ideas, or air grievances. He invited Cassandra to these gatherings, encouraging her to speak freely. At first, she hesitated, still nursing her emotional wounds, but gradually, she found her voice, reminding the pack how crucial it was to remain vigilant against fear-mongering and manipulation. She told them of her experiences in exile, how easily a single false narrative could spread when no one dared to question authority. Some older wolves bristled at the open discourse. They feared it eroded the Alpha's power, but Dominic insisted that transparency was the only way to prevent another Gideon. The allied packs, hearing of these changes, offered cautious support. Frostleaf and Stonepeak, in particular, sent envoys to help formalize new trade routes and mutual defense pacts, ensuring a balance of power. Zane recovered enough to walk without a crutch, though he bore fresh scars, physical and mental, from Gideon's brutality. Saskia accompanied him on occasional border runs, forging tenuous contacts with rogue bands that might be open to peaceful negotiation. Sam hovered on the edges, sometimes returning to the foothills for a day or two, then riding back with supplies from Arya and Nolan, showing that the Homestead family was also stepping into a role of bridging the gap between pack wolves and outsiders. Amid these transformations, Dominic worked tirelessly, often rising before dawn to meet with elders, scout leaders, or delegates. He wore himself thin, haunted by guilt. More than once, Cassandra encountered him in the quiet halls late at night. poring over documents or rubbing his temples as though battling a migraine. Their interactions were polite, even warm at times, but a subtle distance remained. Cassandra resisted letting him too close, her heart still guarded. One evening, about a week after Gideon's execution, Dominic found Cassandra in the orchard where they had once met in secret. The trees rustled in a mild evening breeze, the smell of ripe apples lingering. She was alone, leaning against a trunk, lost in thought. He approached quietly, pausing a few feet away. "I was looking for you," he said softly. "I had a feeling you might be here." She didn't turn, keeping her gaze on the dusky sky. "It's peaceful. Reminds me of simpler times. Though I'm not sure those ever really existed." He stepped closer, settling beside her against the trunk. They stayed silent for a moment, listening to the leaves whisper above. The tension between them felt slightly eased by the orchard's calm. Finally, Dominic spoke, voice subdued. "I wanted to see how you're doing. The past week has been a whirlwind of changes. You haven't attended some of the council sessions." She shrugged, arms folded. "I needed space. Watching you restructure the pack, bearing that guilt, it brings up complicated emotions. Part of me wants to help you every step of the way. Another part resents how everything happened." He nodded slowly, accepting her honesty. "I understand. I won't push you, but I do value your insight. Cassandra, you see things I miss." She mustered a small smile. "Dominic, my trust is still fragile. I'm trying. I truly am. But every time I recall the moment you gave that order," her voice quavered, "I flinch inside." He bowed his head, regret clouding his features. "I wish I could erase that memory. I know I can't. All I can do is keep proving I'll never let such blindness consume me again. Perhaps, in time, you'll believe me." Silence stretched, filled only by the rustle of orchard leaves. Then Cassandra sighed, turning to face him. "I do see the changes you're making. Opening up pack decisions, allowing the allied packs more transparency. It's good, and it helps me see that you're serious about rebuilding trust." She shifted her weight, glancing at the worn ground beneath her feet. "But I need to figure out who I am. Apart from the trauma of the last few months, my entire identity was thrown into chaos, falsely branded a traitor, nearly killed, forced to hide." She swallowed. "I might step away for a little while, not to run, but to clear my head. Maybe travel with Sam or visit Arya's homestead, see those who saved me, maybe even accompany Saskia to search for Dawnridge survivors." Dominic's eyes widened, a flicker of panic entering his gaze. "Leave." He stopped himself, visibly wrestling with his emotions. Then he exhaled, nodding. "If that's what you need, I won't stop you. I only ask that you keep in contact." "The pack is your home. You are my mate." She felt her wolf stir at that final word, mate. The bond tugged softly, reminding her that, despite everything, their connection still existed. She closed her eyes, steeling herself. "I won't vanish. I promise. I just need time to heal from the inside out." Dominic inclined his head, a shadow of a smile ghosting his lips. "Take all the time you need. I'll make sure the pack is ready to welcome you whenever you choose to return. If you choose to return." She stepped forward, impulsively laying a hand on his chest, where she could feel the strong beat of his heart. "I do want to come back," she whispered. "I just don't know in what capacity. As a friend, a partner, an alpha's mate. I can't say." His hand rose to cover hers, gentle. "I'll wait." Her eyes prickled with tears. They stood there, the orchard around them quiet and still. as though nature offered a silent blessing for this moment of fragile understanding. No passionate kiss, no dramatic declaration, just a shared breath that signaled a path forward, uncertain but hopeful. Within another week, the pack showed noticeable improvements. Patrols were more organized, border routes safer, and allied packs actively participated in forging new security measures. The ghosts of Gideon's betrayal lingered, but day by day, the mood brightened as fresh routines took root. On a crisp morning, Cassandra met with Sam, Saskia, and Zane near the main gate. Each carried a modest pack. Dominic and a handful of pack members gathered to see them off. While Sam planned to return to his homestead, Saskia and Zane intended to roam the region, bridging peace with any rogue groups who'd sever ties with Gideon's schemes. Cassandra had decided to travel with them for a time, sorting out her feelings, visiting old friends, and contemplating her future. Dominic stood at the gate, flanked by two loyal warriors. His dark hair lifted in the breeze, and the sunlight carved shadows beneath his eyes. He exchanged farewells with Saskia and Zane, offering them letters of safe passage in case they encountered other packs. Sam he clasped by the forearm, expressing deep gratitude for his role in saving Cassandra. Then, Dominic turned to Cassandra, the entire courtyard seeming to hush around them. She wore simple traveling clothes, a pack slung over her shoulder, hair tied back, their gazes locked, the mate bond humming softly in the space between them. "Safe travels," Dominic said, voice resonant with emotion he tried to contain. "And remember, you have a home here." She managed a gentle smile. "Thank you for everything you've done to fix what was broken. I hope we can both keep healing." His throat worked as he swallowed. "We will, in our own ways." A moment's pause. Then Cassandra took a small step forward. She rose on her toes, pressing a light, lingering kiss to his cheek. It was a gesture that spoke of gratitude and a glimmer of affection, but also boundaries not yet fully lowered. Dominic closed his eyes at the contact, his breath catching. "I'll see you again," Cassandra whispered. "I'll be waiting," he replied. She stepped back, feeling her heart tighten. A swirl of goodbyes echoed from the pack members around them. Then Sam and Saskia started down the winding path, Zane following with a nod at Dominic. Cassandra allowed herself one last glance at the alpha, her mate, who stood rooted at the gate, watching her depart. The autumn sun cast a golden glow across his figure, making him appear both strong and somehow vulnerable. Then she turned away, heart pounding with a mix of sadness and anticipation. The road ahead was uncertain, but it was hers to walk. As they passed beyond the pack's perimeter, fresh air filled her lungs, and the horizon unfolded with endless possibilities. She was no longer the wolf who cowered at the fringes of her own pack, nor the fugitive forced to hide in shadows. She was Cassandra, who had confronted betrayal and discovered her inner resilience. One step at a time, she told herself, adjusting her pack. Her companions fell into stride beside her. A crisp breeze carried the scent of pine and far-off mountains. The path curved, leading them into a broader world where new alliances, challenges, and revelations surely waited. And as Cassandra walked on, she couldn't help but feel that the ties binding her to Dominic still pulsed with life. A tether not broken, but tested with time and courage. Perhaps that bond, like the wounded heart of the pack itself, could mend and grow stronger than before. Autumn deepened across the foothills, painting the woodlands in fiery shades of orange and gold. Sunlight stretched low and slanted, softening by late afternoon into a dusky glow. The air grew crisp, carrying the promise of winter on the horizon. In that season of shifting colors, Cassandra journeyed beyond the borders of Mooncrest, accompanied by Saskia and Zane. with Sam planning to split off and return to his homestead for a time. In the first week of travel, the three of them, Cassandra, Saskia, and Zane, found an unspoken rhythm. Each morning brought new terrain, rolling meadows with drifting seed pods, rocky passes that overlooked sweeping valleys, and narrow forest trails where undergrowth tugged at their clothes. They walked without a strict destination, only a shared understanding that they would make contact with rogue clusters, seek out any Dawnridge refugees, and dot in Cassandra's case, reflect on her path forward. Saskia led more often than not, her instincts keenly attuned to potential threats. She carried an undeniable poise, her auburn braid falling over one shoulder, eyes constantly surveying the periphery. Zane brought up the rear, still favoring his healing leg. He rarely complained, though, and Cassandra suspected he found solace in their wandering. For a man who had once lived on the edge of packs, forced into shady deals, the open road felt like a cleansing breeze. Cassandra split her attention between the land unfolding around them and the churn of thoughts within. She thought often of Dominic, images of his anguished eyes, the sorrow in his voice at Gideon's execution, the quiet hope in his last words as she left. At night, she wrestled with memories of their closeness, with the lingering ache of betrayal. Despite it all, the mate bond's ember still glowed. Sometimes, she felt it as a soft tug in her chest, an awareness that a piece of her was still back in Mooncrest. They set a gentle pace, mindful of Zane's injury. One evening, they reached a rocky outcropping that gave them a vantage over a wide valley. A small river threaded through it, glinting in the sunset like a copper ribbon. At the horizon's edge, dark pine forests stretched on. Saskia crouched near the ledge, letting her fingertips trace the stone. We're about a day's journey from where some Dawnridge survivors supposedly settled. An old friend sent me word months ago, back before Gideon's lies escalated. They might still be there. Zane leaned against a boulder, catching his breath. If they are, do you think they'll want to reconnect? Some refugees have every reason to distrust pack authority. Saskia's eyes flicked to Cassandra. That's why I'm grateful we're coming as individuals, not an official envoy from Mooncrest. Fewer assumptions. Cassandra gave a small nod. I'll do my best to remain in the background and let you lead. Saskia, I don't want them thinking this is some hidden attempt at subjugation. That night, they camped beneath a lone oak that creaked in the breeze. Zane built a small fire, and Saskia carved bits of kindling from fallen branches. Cassandra, restless, ventured a short distance from camp with her wolf senses alert. It was a precautionary habit they'd developed. She breathed in the crisp air, the smell of decaying leaves, letting the hush of nature soothe her. He'd like this view. She found herself thinking of Dominic. Unbidden, he'd told her once that autumn was his favorite season, and in between time, neither truly the heat of summer nor the stark cold of winter. Now, Cassandra understood that sense of liminality all too well. She herself stood between two chapters of her life. Part of her still yearned to be the mate who walked at Dominic's side, forging a new future for Mooncrest. Another part whispered that maybe she couldn't stay, that her scars ran too deep. Come morning, they continued onward, descending into the valley. Travel became slower. Saskia had conflicting recollections of the route. Still, by late afternoon, they stumbled upon a small, hidden hamlet. At first glance, it looked abandoned, a scattering of huts, some half-collapsed, a spindly wooden fence missing several posts. But as they approached, Cassandra noticed thin tendrils of smoke curling from a makeshift chimney. Saskia raised a hand, signaling caution. Remember, let me speak first. They edged closer, scanning for any sign of people. The door of the nearest hut opened, and a young wolf, his ragged clothes marking him, as no formal pack member peered out. His eyes widened at the sight of strangers. He retreated inside with a sharp intake of breath, likely alerting others. A tense moment passed. Then the hamlet stirred. A handful of individuals emerged, forming a wary semicircle at a safe distance. Some carried crude spears or small knives. Their expressions ranged from curious to hostile. Saskia stepped forward slowly, palms open to show she meant no harm. "Greetings," she called, voice steady. "I'm Saskia of, well, once of Dawnridge." She waited, letting the final word hang in the air. A murmur rippled through the group. One older woman, her hair streaked silver, took a hesitant step forward. "Saskia?" she asked, squinting as though disbelieving. Saskia nodded, a tremble in her stance. "I came searching for survivors like me. Dawnridge was our home once. I heard rumors some of you settled here." The older woman broke away from the circle, approaching with a faltering gait. As she drew near, recognition lit her eyes. "Moon above, you were a scout. I recall seeing you on the training fields." Saskia's breath caught. "Yes, I only just learned that some made it out after our alpha fell. Gideon's schemes destroyed so much. Her voice threatened to break. The woman nodded gravely. "We lost nearly everything. Some were absorbed by other packs, but we refused. Mistrust runs deep now. We took to these hills, living by our own means." Cassandra, Zane, and Saskia exchanged a glance. This hamlet was a fragile refuge. The dwellers appeared undernourished, the huts barely holding together. Yet their eyes were resolute, even proud. Clearly, they'd survived hardships. The group parted enough for the visitors to step in. A scattering of children peered from behind doorways, faces smudged with dirt. Dogs barked warily. Cassandra felt an ache in her chest. These wolves had no illusions about pack splendor or easy alliances. Gideon's manipulations had burned them once, just as they had Cassandra. The older woman, whose name they learned was Seraphine, invited them into a communal shelter that served as a rudimentary gathering hall. Inside, a small fire crackled on a stone hearth, casting flickering light on straw mats. Others filtered in, setting aside spears or knives, though no one fully relaxed. Saskia explained how she'd spent the last months, culminating in Gideon's downfall. She spoke passionately about the newly exposed truths, how Gideon had manipulated not just Dawnridge, but other packs, how he'd ultimately been executed for treason. Silence weighed as she ended her tale. Seraphine's face reflected a complex swirl of emotions: relief, anger, regret. "So he's truly gone," Seraphine murmured, eyes closed. "That monster who brokered deals under false pretenses, leaving our alpha to face ruin." She drew a shaky breath. Many here believed no justice would come, that no pack would care enough to avenge Dawnridge. Yet you stand before us, telling us we weren't forgotten. Saskia's voice dropped. "I don't know if we can ever restore our old home, but I thought you should know Gideon's conspiracies ended. And, if you're open to it, we might build something new. Not an absorption into some bigger pack, but a partnership. A mutual alliance, one rooted in honesty." Seraphine's gaze flicked around the hamlet's dwellers. Several looked uneasy. A tall man with a stern face rose. "We've been burned before. Pack alliances often come with conditions. Taxes, fealty, assimilation. What exactly are you proposing?" Zane spoke quietly, surprising Cassandra with his diplomacy. "I used to run with rogues. I know how packs can treat outsiders, but if you connect with us, and we vouch for you in certain circles, you might have safer trade routes or medical help if you need it. No forced tributes, no alpha lording over you." Cassandra nodded, stepping forward. "I understand if you don't trust me. I was from Mooncrest, but we're offering a conversation, not subjugation. I'm traveling because I, too, was betrayed by Gideon. We want to ensure he left no more poison behind. Their words kindled cautious interest. Over the next hours, they gathered around the hearth, discussing the hamlet's struggles, a shortage of medicinal herbs, tough winters on this rocky land, tension with certain rogue bands that occasionally prowled near. Saskia offered suggestions, from forging discreet trade lines with the foothill homesteads to connecting them with the new leadership in Mooncrest. If they ever needed additional resources, I'm no ambassador, Saskia said with a thin smile, but I can try to represent you if you decide to send a message to any friendly packs. Seraphine and the others didn't make immediate promises, but the mood was less hostile. By the time the sky outside turned black and stars blinked awake, the hamlet's dwellers shared a simple meal: stewed vegetables, a bit of dried venison. Cassandra, Saskia, and Zane gratefully accepted. The children crept closer to stare at the strangers, curiosity flickering in their eyes. Late that night, they all bedded down in the communal hall, cold drafts whistling through cracks in the walls, but the fire's embers providing mild warmth. Cassandra felt a hint of satisfaction. Bridging trust with these folks was a worthwhile step toward reversing Gideon's damage. Still, exhaustion tugged at her, and beneath it, the ever-present swirl of unresolved emotions about Dominic. They stayed in that hamlet for 3 days. Time passed in a slow dance of mutual wariness and growing familiarity. Seraphine and her people guided Saskia to the outskirts of their old Dawnridge territory, now an overgrown ruin. With some farmland returning to wild, Saskia walked those fields in silence, tears shining in her eyes. Zane accompanied her for support. They gathered small relics, a battered training shield, a fragment of a Dawnridge banner. Meanwhile, Cassandra assisted in simpler tasks, hauling water, mending tattered clothing. She discovered a quiet pleasure in these domestic chores. It reminded her of her earlier, more innocent days on the fringes of Mooncrest. In the evenings, she sat outside beneath a weathered porch, listening to the rustle of wind through tall grasses. One evening, as she sat alone, Seraphine approached, arms folded against the chill. The older woman joined Cassandra on the porch's creaking bench, glancing at her sideways. "They trust you more than you realize," Seraphine began softly. "You might sense their caution, but your actions here speak loudly." Cassandra smiled ruefully. "They're good people, just battered by war and lies." Seraphine nodded. "Aren't we all?" She paused, then asked, "What about you? Where do you call home now?" The question caught Cassandra off guard. Images flickered Mooncrest's lodge, Dominic's pained expression, her parents' modest cabin from long ago. "I'm between places," she admitted. "I still feel tied to Mooncrest. Yet staying there after the betrayal, it feels complicated." "Because of the Alpha?" Seraphine asked astutely. Cassandra's cheeks warmed. She gave a small nod. "Yes, he's my mate. But things aren't straightforward. There's anger and heartbreak that we both have to navigate." Seraphine's gaze turned sympathetic. "Love can be as thorny as any territorial dispute. But if you two share a genuine bond, time and honesty might heal what was broken." She sighed, looking out at the starlit fields. "We lost so many in Dawnridge that I've come to cherish any chance at renewal." Cassandra laced her fingers together, absorbing Seraphine's words. She realized she was tired of living in suspended grief. She might need more time apart from Dominic, but her heart did not yearn to abandon him forever. This in-between existence, a mixture of longing and caution, couldn't last indefinitely. On the third morning, Saskia announced it was time to move on. She discovered that a few other Dawnridge survivors might be living deeper south, past a ridgeline known as the Wolfclaw Hills. Zane agreed to join her. Cassandra, after seeing how well the hamlet was managing, decided to continue traveling with them for now. She hoped to refine her sense of purpose and maybe find some moment of clarity about her future. Seraphine and several townsfolk walked them to the hamlet's edge. Words of gratitude, half-formed but sincere, passed between them. Before leaving, Saskia pressed a small parchment map into Seraphine's hands, a rough outline of the region, with notes on safe routes. If you need us, or decide to contact packs that might help, send a messenger to the homestead in the foothills. Ask for Arya or Sam, Saskia explained. They'll know how to reach me or Cassandra. Seraphine dipped her head. May the moon guide you. Thus, they departed. Cassandra felt a subtle lift in her spirits, grateful their presence in the hamlet seemed to have done some good. If forging small connections like this could help offset Gideon's wreckage, it was worth the journey. A week passed in slow progression. The trio wound along winding paths, occasionally passing through pockets of forest ablaze with autumn's last flamboyant colors. By night, they camped under crisp, star-swept skies, and by day, they tackled whichever route Saskia charted. Zane grew more confident on his feet, though he still carried a stout staff to help on steep slopes. Cassandra couldn't help but notice how the further they traveled from Mooncrest, the more complicated the patchwork of territories became. Some regions were claimed by small, reclusive packs with unclear hierarchies. Others were practically rogue fiefdoms, led by charismatic individuals who had no interest in formal alliances. Gideon's manipulations had left deep suspicion in many corners, and the name Mooncrest sometimes drew a bitter reaction. But the mention that Gideon was dead often brought a flicker of relief or curiosity. A few even asked if this signaled a shift in the region's balance of power. Would new leaders emerge to fill the vacuum Gideon left behind? Cassandra found these questions sobering. Removing Gideon was only one step in healing the land. One dusk, they made camp near a shallow stream lined with alders. Saskia caught a couple of trout by improvising a crude net, while Zane gathered driftwood for a modest fire. Cassandra used her wolf form to scout further downstream, making sure no hostile wolves lurked nearby. The shift felt smooth now, her body less strained than it had been in the early days after her injuries. As she padded along the stream, she picked up scents of deer, foxes, the distant musk of a small wolf pack. None seemed threatening. Returning to camp, she found Zane filleting the fish while Saskia stoked a flickering flame. The aroma of fresh trout soon mingled with wood smoke. Cassandra smiled, grateful for the simple comfort of a warm meal. They ate quietly, each lost in thought. Eventually, Zane lifted his gaze. I've been thinking about tomorrow, he said. We're nearing those Wolfclaw Hills. Right, where you heard rumors of Dawnridge folk. Saskia nodded, biting into a strip of cooked trout. Yes. A couple of survivors from the first hamlet mentioned an old Dawnridge soldier named Rowan, coincidentally the same name as a Mooncrest healer, but obviously a different person. He might be living with a small group on the far side of those hills. Zane's brow furrowed. And after that, Cassandra, do you have a plan? She paused, setting aside her food. I'm not entirely sure. I might return to the foothills, check on Arya's homestead, or maybe go back to Mooncrest eventually. Dominic asked me to keep in touch, and I said I would. Saskia studied her. You and Dominic remain in that uncertain dance. I see. Cassandra exhaled. Yes. I'm aware I can't wander aimlessly forever. Part of me wants to be there, helping him rebuild. Another part is still hesitant to fully trust him again. It's not that I believe he'll hurt me, but the pain from that betrayal doesn't vanish overnight. Saskia's gaze turned sympathetic. No, it doesn't. Sometimes it helps to remember that heartbreak isn't solely about blame, it's also about seeing how fear and desperation can twist even good people. Cassandra managed a half smile. That's a wise perspective. They fell silent, letting the quiet crackle of the fire soothe them. Beyond the tree line, the faint cry of some nocturnal bird rose and fell. Overhead, the moon glowed nearly at half, silvering the edges of the alders. Sometime later, after the meal was finished and they settled in for the night, Cassandra wrapped a cloak around herself. Curling up against a low rock, an ache in her chest lingered as she gazed at the moonlight. She recalled the harvest moon night, Dominic's face streaked with sorrow, the confrontation with Gideon. So much had happened, yet she couldn't quite place where she fit in the aftermath. Someday, I'll have to find my answer, she thought before drifting into uneasy dreams. The Wolfclaw Hills proved steep and rocky, dotted with jagged outcroppings reminiscent of claws jutting from the earth. Thorny bushes thrived in the crevices, and the wind howled across the ridges, giving the area an eerie aura. Traveling here tested Zane's stamina, but he pressed on without complaint. By midday, the group navigated a narrow path that curled around a formidable rock face. The trail occasionally vanished under scree, forcing them to pick their footing carefully. At one point, a shower of loose stones rattled down the slope. Cassandra, in wolf form to better scout the route, perked her ears at a faint whistle. She halted, raising her muzzle. Someone's watching. She turned, meeting Saskia's eyes. Saskia gave a subtle nod, having heard it too. They paused, scanning the ridgelines. Then it came again, a short, sharp whistle echoing from above. A figure stepped into view on a rocky ledge about 20 feet higher, bow in hand. "Hold there," a voice called, carried by the wind. "State your intentions in the Wolfclaw Hills." Cassandra let out a low whine, shifting back to human form behind a boulder. She quickly donned a tunic, then emerged, palms raised. "We're travelers, searching for old friends from Dawnridge. We don't mean trouble." The archer advanced a couple steps, revealing a lean woman with cautious eyes. She wore leathers, patched multiple times, likely for a rugged life in these hills. Another whistle sounded from behind them. Cassandra twisted to see a second lookout perched on a boulder to the rear. They were surrounded. Saskia stepped forward calmly. "We heard a soldier named Rowan might be here. Someone from Dawnridge. Can you help us find him?" The woman exchanged a look with her hidden companion, then lowered her bow slightly. "Who asks?" Saskia paused, inhaling. "Saskia, I was once a Dawnridge scout. My old pack fell because of Gideon's treachery. He's dead now. We came to share that news and possibly reconnect." A silence stretched. Then the archer relented, motioning them to climb up the narrow path. "Follow me slowly. If you have weapons, keep them sheathed." With caution, they ascended the trail. The second lookout joined them from behind, watchful. Soon, the path led into a plateau, like clearing, nestled among the rock formations. A handful of makeshift huts and tents crouched in the lee of a steep cliff, out of sight from the lower terrain. It was a strategic hideout, likely invisible from a distance. Roughly a dozen or so wolves milled about, all sporting the lean, weathered look of survivalists. At the clearing's center stood a tall man with graying hair pulled into a tight knot. 2 scars scored his cheek in parallel lines. He regarded Saskia with a mixture of scrutiny and faint astonishment. "Saskia," he repeated after the archer introduced them. "I recall the name. I was Rowan, a sergeant under Dawnridge's old Alpha." Saskia's eyes lit with recognition. "I remember you. We never worked together closely, but I saw you train younger soldiers. I thought, maybe you'd perished." A wry smile tugged at his lips. "Takes more than betrayal to kill me," he said, though it held no mirth. "Who are your companions?" Zane introduced himself and Cassandra. both adding a brief explanation of how they'd all come together. When Zane mentioned Gideon's downfall, Rowan's calm mask cracked. He let out a bark of exhalation that was half laugh, half sigh, as if a weight lifted from his shoulders. Many of us here lost everything because of Gideon's double dealings, Rowan said quietly, gesturing around the clearing. We banded together for protection, moving from place to place, settled here a few months ago, thought no one cared enough to track us down. Saskia recounted the entire story, how Cassandra revealed Gideon, how Dominic realized his error, how Gideon was executed for treason. Some of the watchers in Rowan's group crept closer to listen, eyebrows lifting in astonishment. One man let out a furious curse at Gideon's memory, while a woman seemed to tear up. So it's over, Rowan murmured when Saskia finished. Our alpha died, never knowing Gideon's betrayal would be exposed. But at least the villain is gone. Saskia lowered her head. I wish I could have done more sooner. Gideon wrought so much devastation. Rowan set a hand on her shoulder. You survived to bring us this news and to offer some kind of bridging with the region, you say. He regarded Cassandra. You're from Mooncrest, but an outcast until recently. Cassandra nodded, explaining how Gideon nearly had her killed, how she allied with Saskia and Zane to expose him. Rowan listened intently, arms crossed, when they'd finished. He glanced around at his people, wary men and women, each likely nursing old wounds from battles they never wanted. We want no part in Grand Pack politics, he said slowly. But if the new leadership in Mooncrest truly is forging a more open network, we might benefit from minimal trade, especially for winter supplies and medicines. Zane gestured with his staff. We've seen other enclaves like yours, small, suspicious, but open to new alliances, if not forced. It's a changing landscape out there. Rogue groups aren't as organized now that Gideon's bribes vanished. Some are desperate, some are more peaceful. We're testing the waters. A murmur spread among Rowan's people. Cassandra perceived that some of them looked exhausted, perhaps longing for a semblance of stability. Others scowled, as though any suggestion of returning to a formal pack structure was an insult to their independence. Eventually, Rowan guided them into a large, weathered tent that seemed to serve as both a briefing space and communal shelter. Over wooden crates serving as seats, they continued conversation late into the day. Rowan mentioned a few potential threats, rogue bands that had grown aggressive, perhaps to fill the power vacuum Gideon left. He also identified a possible trade route that could connect them to friendlier homesteads. If only they had reliable contacts. Cassandra took notes on a scrap of parchment, feeling oddly purposeful. She recalled how uncertain she'd felt stepping away from Mooncrest. Yet here she was, bridging dialogues, representing a new wave of honesty. Every conversation chipped away at the damage Gideon had wrought. She wondered if Dominic would be proud. As night fell, Rowan's people shared a meager meal. A wiry young woman named Leon offered them space to roll out bedrolls in a corner of the main tent. The wind howled outside, rattling the canvas. Inside, the conversation finally lulled, giving way to exhaustion. Cassandra lay on her bedroll, staring at the tent's sloped ceiling, lamplight throwing shadows that danced with each gust. Next to her, Saskia and Zane seemed lost in their own thoughts, gazes distant. After a while, Cassandra sat up, deciding she needed fresh air. She tugged on her cloak and slipped out. The clearing was lit by only 2 torches. Several wolves took night watch positions on the perimeter. Above, a scattering of stars shimmered between patches of scudding cloud. Cassandra made her way to the cliff's edge, where a narrow ledge overlooked the valley below. There, the wind was stronger, tugging at her hair. She inhaled the cold air and closed her eyes. Memories flickered, the orchard in Mooncrest, the swirl of her first dance with Dominic, the heartbreak, and fear as Gideon's assassin struck. You can't run from your feelings forever, she told herself. Perhaps she'd found a calling in forging alliances with these scattered refugees, but a piece of her yearned for resolution, or at least progress. With Dominic, soft footsteps approached. She turned to see Rowan, arms folded, studying her with a quiet curiosity. Mind if I join you? He asked. Not at all. She made space on the ledge, though it was narrow. They both gazed out at the darkness for a few moments in silence. Rowan exhaled. A strange comfort, isn't it? The emptiness of night. It swallows our burdens for a few hours. Cassandra nodded. I find a certain peace in it. Yes. He glanced at her sidelong. You carry yourself like someone who's seen more pain than your years should allow. Is it the bond with that alpha in Mooncrest? She tensed. Am I that obvious? He gave a soft chuckle. Wolves like us. We notice each other's scars, visible or not. You speak passionately about bridging communities, but your eyes cloud whenever someone mentions your pack. It's as if part of you is still caught between loyalty and hurt. A wry laugh escaped her. You're perceptive. Yes, that's precisely it. Dominic, he's my mate. I left him to find clarity, to see if I could still trust him after what he did. But being away hasn't magically resolved the conflict inside me. I still feel tethered to him. Rowan nodded, leaning against the rock wall. I'm not one to offer love, advice, but I do know that heartbreak rarely heals in isolation. You can reflect all you want out here, forging alliances, helping others, but eventually, you'll have to face him again. See if his remorse aligns with real change. Her throat constricted. I realize that. I'm just scared. The last time I trusted him so fully, it nearly cost my life. He placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Fear is natural, but from what Saskia tells me, Dominic's taken real steps to reform his leadership. Your presence, your willingness to return, might be the final piece in that puzzle. Cassandra lowered her gaze, tears pricking. Thank you. You might be right. They lingered a moment longer, letting the wind fill the silence. Then Rowan gave her shoulder a final pat and returned to the main tent. Cassandra stayed on the ledge, watching a faint moon appear between drifting clouds. She thought of Dominic's eyes, the sincerity in his final words to her. Perhaps she was punishing both of them by avoiding him, yet the wound still ached. But wounds need air to heal properly, she reminded herself, recalling an old bit of herbal wisdom. Maybe her heart needed that same careful exposure. Over the next few days, Cassandra, Saskia, and Zane helped Rowan's group chart safer routes through the Wolfclaw Hills. They took short expeditions, verifying or clearing dangerous spots, sometimes negotiating with smaller roaming bands to avoid conflict. A few minor tensions arose. One band bristled at the mention of pack alliances, claiming it was a slippery slope to losing their independence. But with careful words, they parted peacefully, neither side wanting a fight. One afternoon, while returning from marking potential trade paths on the hill's eastern slope, Cassandra found Saskia perched on a boulder, staring at a battered piece of cloth in her hands. Drawing closer, Cassandra recognized the faint Dawnridge emblem on it, a stylized mountain wolf. Saskia was silent, but tears shimmered in her eyes. Cassandra paused. You all right? Saskia offered a half laugh. I found this scrap near the old fields, along with a few other relics. It reminds me of what we lost, and how long it took for Gideon's wrongdoing to be exposed. She brushed at her cheeks, exhaling shakily. I'm sorry. Some days, the grief blindsides me. Cassandra gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Never apologize for grief. You're allowed to feel it. Saskia nodded, sniffing. Thanks. I just keep thinking, if we had uncovered Gideon's treachery sooner, maybe Dawnridge wouldn't have fallen so hard. I know that blame can't rest on one pair of shoulders. but it's hard not to wonder. Quietly, Cassandra sat beside her on the boulder, letting the silence cradle them. She understood that sense of regret. She had felt something similar about her own parents' deaths, and more recently, about how easily she'd let Gideon's lies pull her away from Dominic. Some tragedies seemed preventable only in hindsight. Eventually, Saskia tucked the cloth away. I can't bring my old pack back, but I can still help those survivors find stability. And maybe, in time, we can forge a new identity that honors Donridge's memory. Cassandra's heart lifted at the resolve in Saskia's words. That's a worthy goal. They returned to Rowan's clearing that evening. The next morning, Saskia proposed they wrap up their mission in the hills. Rowan's group seemed to have a workable plan now. Zane had offered tips on forging deals without money, using labor or goods instead of coin. Cassandra had jotted down a set of potential contact points for them. Arya's homestead, the newly reformed Mooncrest leadership, and a few allied pack delegates who might assist from afar. Thank you, Rowan said as they prepared to depart. We've got a cautious hope now. You've shown that Gideon's demise can be more than a footnote. It can reshape the region if we keep forging honest connections. Saskia gripped Rowan's arm in a soldier's handshake. Farewell, Sergeant. Or should I say, just Rowan now. Donridge is gone, but its spirit lives on. He smiled ruefully. Take care of yourselves. We'll manage here. And with that, Cassandra, Saskia, and Zane made their way down the winding trail from the ridge. Once they cleared the steepest part, Zane gave a wry grin, turning to Cassandra. So, what do you think? Another hamlet, or heading back toward the foothills? She slowed, letting her gaze sweep across the rolling terrain below. Beyond those hills, the land opened into wide meadows and a snaking river that eventually led toward Mooncrest's periphery. She recognized a few landmarks from her earlier travels. A subtle tension coiled in her heart. She drew a breath. I've been feeling that maybe. It's time I return. At least for a visit. Zane and Saskia exchanged glances. Saskia nodded gently. To see Dominic. Cassandra exhaled. Yes, I can't keep drifting forever. I need to confirm for myself how far he's come and if I'm truly ready to forgive, or at least start walking that path. Zane pressed his lips together. Thoughtful. What will you do if it's too hard being there? Cassandra gave a small shrug. I can leave again. I need to face the reality of my bond with Dominic. See if it can stand on a foundation of trust now. Saskia brushed her auburn braid aside. Then we'll accompany you, if that's all right. I might want to speak with Dominic anyway, share updates about these enclaves and the changes we've witnessed. It could help him shape alliances more effectively. Zane grinned wryly. I never thought I'd see the day I voluntarily walk into a pack's domain. But hey, if it's with you two, I'll survive. Cassandra's heart warmed. She had grown fond of these companions, each of them shaped by Gideon's cruelty, yet choosing to do better. They had all found a measure of healing in forging connections. Perhaps it was time to see if her own personal rift could mend. That evening, they descended further from the Wolfclaw Hills, setting camp near a creek. Their plan, to head north by northwest for several days until they reached the fringes of Mooncrest territory. Cassandra felt a strange flutter of anticipation, underlaid with nerves. Would Dominic truly welcome her after weeks apart? Would the pack's wolves accept her more easily now? Or would suspicion linger? Despite her swirling thoughts, a fragile sense of hope sprouted in her chest. If nothing else, she needed to see him, to stand face to face in the place they once called home, and decide what came next. The journey took 5 days. They followed a winding route to avoid any hostile pockets, forging through golden meadows that gradually gave way to stands of pine. Autumn was in its late stages now, The leaves that once blazed in color were falling fast, carpeting the ground in russet layers. Chill winds blew more frequently, hinting at approaching winter. Each night, Cassandra wrestled with a fresh wave of emotions. The closer they got to Mooncrest, the stronger the mate bond felt, as though the distance had dulled it, and nearing Dominic reawakened the tether. Memories returned in sharper focus, his gentle smile during that one dance, his anguished expression at Gideon's sentencing, the heartbreak in his eyes when she left, and always, she remembered the pain of betrayal that nearly cost her everything. At last, on a crisp afternoon, under a deep cobalt sky, they recognized familiar landmarks. A ridge of mossy boulders, a winding stream that fed into the lake near the pack's territory line. Cassandra's heart thundered as they passed the area where she had once been ambushed by Dominic's misguided warriors. Though no obvious sign of that clash remained, no dried blood, no trampled brush, her body reacted with a phantom ache. Zane gently touched her shoulder. "You all right?" She forced a nod. "Just memories." Saskia scanned the surroundings. "It's quiet, though I see footprints from a recent patrol. They're probably close. Within the hour, they encountered a pair of Mooncrest scouts. The wolves, clad in rough leathers and carrying spears, tensed at the sight of strangers. But recognition flashed in their eyes when Cassandra stepped forward, wearing her hood thrown back to reveal her face. They hesitated, then relaxed. She wasn't an outlaw anymore. "Sister Cassandra," one addressed her, voice tinged with cautious respect. "You've returned." The other scout eyed Saskia and Zane warily, but did not raise a weapon. "Are you here to see the Alpha?" Cassandra inhaled, pushing down a surge of nerves. "Yes, my companions are with me. We've come in peace, carrying information for Dominic." The scouts exchanged glances, then nodded. "We'll escort you in. Alpha Dominic has instructed that you and your allies be treated with courtesy if you return." That small affirmation warmed Cassandra's chest. They followed the scouts along a broad trail that cut through the pines. She recognized the route once. She had walked it daily, never imagining she would leave under such dire circumstances. Her pulse fluttered as they drew near the central pack compound. It was near twilight when they emerged into the pack grounds. Cabins and communal lodges dotted the landscape, some sporting new repairs or additions. She noticed more watchtowers than before, presumably part of Dominic's reformed security measures. Wolves milled about, finishing tasks for the day, though many paused to stare at the newcomers. The atmosphere felt less hostile than Cassandra remembered. A few even offered tentative waves. At the main lodge steps, Lucia appeared. She hurried out, as though she had some sense Cassandra might be arriving. Her eyes widened at the sight of them. Then she broke into a smile. "You're back." Cassandra's own lips curved in relief. "Lucia, it's good to see you." Lucia's gaze flicked to Saskia and Zane, uncertain. Cassandra introduced them briefly, explaining that these two had aided her in forging alliances across the region. Lucia nodded, her warmth unguarded. "Welcome. Dominic will be glad you've come. He's in the council chamber right now, finalizing a plan for winter provisions." Zane stifled a smirk. "Council chamber, he's still hosting those public forums." Lucia laughed. "Yes. You'd be surprised how much the pack has adapted to open discussions. Not everyone likes it, but no one can deny it helps avoid another Gideon." "Sounds like progress," Saskia mused, crossing her arms. Lucia motioned them to follow. "Come on, I'll lead you there." Cassandra's nerves intensified as they walked the familiar corridors. Nothing had changed physically, same polished wood floors, same high rafters, the subtle sense of pine resin and cooking fires. But the sense of tension she'd once felt here when Gideon lurked around every corner was gone. Wolves moved with a lighter step, greeting each other more openly. She realized with a jolt that Dominic's reforms might be truly taking root. Finally, They reached the council chamber's door. Lucia knocked lightly, then ushered them inside. About a dozen wolves sat around a long table, discussing supply allocations. Dominic, at the head, stood as soon as he saw them. For a moment, the conversation died, and every eye fell on Cassandra. She felt her cheeks heat as her gaze collided with Dominic's. He looked leaner than before, eyes ringed by faint shadows, but the moment he recognized her, something akin to joy and relief flickered across his features. He stepped away from the table, ignoring the curious stares of the council. "Cassandra," he said, voice hushed yet resonant. "You've come back." She swallowed, noticing how her wolf reacted with a rush of warmth, despite her nerves. "Yes, we've been traveling. We have news." Dominic blinked as if collecting himself, then turned to the council. "We'll adjourn for today. I'll speak with you all tomorrow about finalizing these allocations." A few looked mildly annoyed by the interruption, but they obeyed, filing out with parchments in hand. Soon, only Cassandra, Dominic, Lucia, Saskia, and Zane remained in the chamber. Silence clung to the air. Dominic's gaze flicked to Saskia and Zane, and he offered a measured bow. "Welcome back. You're both well." Zane gave a crooked smile. "Better than ever. Thanks to the stable roads," Saskia cut in. "We've traveled widely, forging small alliances. People are cautious, but the news of Gideon's end has shifted perspectives." She summarized what they'd done in the enclaves, how some groups might be open to cooperating with a reformed Mooncrest. Dominic listened intently, occasionally nodding or interjecting a question. Cassandra observed the way he carried himself, calm, thoughtful, more collaborative than she remembered. She noted how Lucia occasionally offered clarifications with an encouraging nod. It felt cohesive, as though the pack was truly learning from its mistakes. When Saskia finished, Dominic exhaled slowly. "This is invaluable. I'd like to record your observations and perhaps schedule a formal visit to these enclaves to show that Mooncrest is sincere in forging a fair alliance." Saskia nodded. "We'd be willing to help facilitate that." "Right, Zane." The rogue shrugged. "Why not? Better than letting them live in fear of the next Gideon." Cassandra cleared her throat. "We also found smaller rogue clusters, some borderline aggressive. With winter coming, tensions might spike. If these clusters face starvation, they could raid pack territory. We should be ready to offer trade or safe haven, if appropriate." Dominic's gaze shifted to her, a deep gratitude shimmering beneath his calm demeanor. "I see. We'll account for that in our winter plans." A pause, then softly, "Thank you, all of you, but especially you, Cassandra." Lucia glanced between them, then coughed lightly. "Saskia, Zane, why don't I show you around? You could use a meal and a place to rest." Zane smirked, got the hint. He looked at Cassandra. "We'll catch up later." They followed Lucia out, leaving Cassandra and Dominic alone in the large chamber. The door closed, leaving an echo that seemed to reverberate through Cassandra's heart. She lifted her eyes to meet Dominic's, pulse fluttering. He stepped closer, but still gave her space. "I wasn't sure if you'd ever return," he admitted, voice low. Cassandra clasped her hands together, trying to steady them. "I needed time, but I never intended to cut ties forever. I wanted to see what you'd made of this place without Gideon, and to see you." His expression flickered with relief, though sorrow lingered. "I've tried to implement more transparency, more open dialogue. Some pack members resist change, but overall, we've moved forward. The delegates from Frostleaf and Stone Peak are still cooperating with us, sharing border patrols. Even the foothill homesteads have responded kindly, thanks to Sam's involvement." She nodded, noticing how his voice held pride tempered by humility. "I'm glad. It sounds like you're keeping your word." He swallowed, stepping a fraction closer. And you well? Did you find clarity? Cassandra's heart thudded. Clarity was a loaded word. I found perspective, she said carefully. I learned that I still love Mooncrest, that forging alliances and mending what Gideon broke can bring purpose. And about us, her voice caught. I'm not fully healed, Dominic, but I don't want to give up on what we had. Emotion shone in his eyes. I understand. I'll keep showing you, day by day, that I'm worthy of a second chance. She felt tears prickle. That's all I ask, that we rebuild carefully, without rushing. Let me be part of the changes here, not just as your mate, but as someone who has a voice. Dominic exhaled, reaching for her hands. When she didn't pull away, he clasped them gently. Your voice matters as much as mine, maybe more, because you see the people we overlooked. Gideon preyed on that oversight. She sensed the sincerity in his grip, the subtle quiver of his arms. He was still afraid she might turn and leave. I'll stay, she whispered, for a while. At least, work with you to help these enclaves, to shape the new alliances, and we'll see if the bond between us can grow stronger than before. A tremor of relief coursed through him. Slowly, he lifted her hands to press them against his chest. She felt the steady beat of his heart beneath her palms, resonating with her own. One step at a time, she reminded herself. But, for the first time since that night of betrayal, she let a small bloom of hope unfurl in her soul. In the days that followed, Cassandra and her companions found themselves welcome fixtures at the Mooncrest Lodge. Saskia and Zane split their time between documenting the enclaves they'd visited and strategizing with Dominic's counsel on how best to offer support without forcing assimilation. Sam arrived a few days later, bringing news from Arya's homestead. He'd told them of Cassandra's eventual return, and the homestead dwellers cheered the news of Gideon's downfall. Cassandra threw herself into tasks, reviewing supply inventories, learning about new security protocols, and conferring with the Allied Pact's envoys who remained in Mooncrest to finalize treaties. Dominic, busy as ever, sought her input whenever feasible, including her in discussions that might once have been held behind closed doors, though she still noticed flickers of tension in some older wolves who weren't accustomed to this level of openness. She sensed the majority appreciating the change. In quiet moments, Dominic and Cassandra found time for cautious intimacy. A walk by the lake at twilight, a shared meal in the lodge's smaller dining room, and occasional, tentative embraces. Each gesture reminded Cassandra of how far they had come from the brutal days of distrust. Yet, she remained vigilant of her own heart. Moments of memory still stung. Shadows of the night he'd ordered her death. One late afternoon, she assisted in reorganizing the old library, which contained historical scrolls and dusty tomes about Mooncrest's lineage. She was perched on a ladder, carefully shelving a parchment on trade routes, when Dominic entered quietly. She turned, nearly losing her balance, and he rushed to steady the ladder. Careful, he murmured, one hand on her waist as he helped her step down. She felt a flush creep into her cheeks. I'm all right, just clumsy. He didn't let go immediately, gaze lingering on her. I haven't seen you all morning. She managed a small smile. I wanted to examine these old records. Sometimes they mention enclaves that once allied with us but drifted away long before Gideon. We might reconnect with them too. Dominic looked impressed. You see solutions I'd never think of. She shrugged lightly. I'm just following leads. The more links we rebuild, the less chance an opportunist like Gideon can exploit us again. The mention of Gideon made Dominic's expression turn pensive. I still wonder sometimes if I've done enough to atone, she inhaled, stepping away from the ladder. Change isn't measured in a single act. It's day-by-day consistency. From what I see, you're committed. Keep showing me. Keep showing the pack. In time, your guilt may fade." He nodded solemnly, then hesitated. "Would you walk with me after dinner tonight? There's something I want to show you." "Of course," she said, curiosity piqued. That evening, after they finished a communal meal, Dominic guided her outside. The moon rose bright in a lavender sky. They strolled toward the lake's edge, passing the orchard path that once held so many memories. Cassandra felt a soft ache, recalling how Lucia had helped them meet in secret. Now, no secrecy was needed. Wolves who passed offered polite bows or simply minded their own business. As they neared the shore, Dominic veered onto a narrower trail that cut through a patch of pines. The trees opened to reveal a small clearing. In the center stood a new wooden structure partially built, scaffolding around it, the scent of fresh timber lingering. Lanterns hung from nearby posts, illuminating the frame. Cassandra paused, glancing at Dominic. "What is this?" He smiled, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. "A new archive and meeting space. Since the old library is cramped and we're adopting more open forums, I thought we should have a dedicated building for knowledge sharing and council gatherings. A place that reflects our renewed values." She stepped closer, running her fingers over a smooth beam. "You're building a public hall of sorts." "Yes," he confirmed, following her. "I plan to store historical records here, but also keep the meeting chamber open for smaller groups to discuss matters openly. It's a symbol of transparency, no locked doors or hidden corners for any would-be Gideons." Emotion surged in Cassandra's chest. "That's incredible. You've already started." He nodded, glancing at the sturdy beams. "We broke ground a week or so after you left. Once the council agreed it was time for a new direction. It'll take months to finish, but it's a priority." She turned to him, tears gathering. "Dominic, this is more than I expected." His expression gentled. "I wanted you to see it first, or at least see it before it's done. You were the catalyst for our reforms, Cassandra. Without your courage in exposing Gideon and challenging our old ways, we'd still be stuck in that secrecy." She blinked, tears slipping down her cheeks. Slowly, he lifted a hand, brushing a thumb lightly across her cheek to catch the teardrop. The tender gesture sent warmth coursing through her. She recalled nights of anguish, the sting of betrayal. Yet here he was, forging something new, a structure that embodied honesty. Her voice trembled. "You're changing everything." "Not everything," he corrected softly. "The heart of Mooncrest remains unity, family, tradition. But we're discarding the shadows that nearly destroyed us." She let out a shaky breath. "I'm proud of you, and I'm feeling less afraid now, seeing this." He swallowed, stepping closer. The mate bond shimmered in the night air. "I want us to rebuild together, if that's what you choose. There's no rush. I'll never push you again, but I dream of the day we stand in this hall, side by side, sharing it with the pack." She gazed up at him, tears of relief mingling with the echoes of old pain. "I think I'd like that." A soft, grateful smile curved his lips. He leaned in, pressing a tentative kiss to her forehead. "Thank you," he murmured. They stood there under the moonlight, arms loosely around each other, breathing in the scent of fresh timber and crisp pine. For the first time since her exile, Cassandra felt a quiet sense of belonging in this place, a sense that maybe she could let her heart settle here again. The path ahead remained uncertain, but Dominic's unwavering commitment shone like a beacon, guiding her out of the dark labyrinth of betrayal. As the days lengthened into weeks, autumn surrendered to the first snows of early winter. Flurries dusted the pack compound, blanketing the orchard, draping the lodge roofs in a sparkling layer of white. Wolves hurried to gather firewood, store grains, and ensure the supply lines established with allied territories stayed open. Dominic, with Cassandra's help, orchestrated a system of rotating patrols and shared resource distribution among the outlying hamlets that had signaled willingness to cooperate. Saskia and Zane found a curious contentment in Mooncrest for the season. Saskia said she would likely return to the Wolfclaw Hills or other enclaves in spring, but for now, she wanted to see how the new order functioned through a harsh winter. Zane took on a part-time role as a messenger, bridging communications between certain rogue groups and the pack. Some remained suspicious of him, but Dominic's explicit trust in Zane shielded him from overt hostility. Cassandra spent her days in a flurry of activity, transcribing old records into the updated ledger system for the new archive, meeting with small groups to discuss winter preparedness, and occasionally accompanying short patrols near the foothills. She exchanged letters with Arya's homestead Sam as courier, ensuring they remained informed about possible resource sharing. And in the quiet hours, she and Dominic found more closeness, shared dinners where they spoke not of politics but of personal stories, recollections from childhood, walks around the lake where they discussed the future of the pack. He listened attentively whenever she voiced concerns or suggestions, never dismissing her perspective. Slowly, the barrier of fear within her heart eroded, replaced by tentative confidence in his changed ways. One crisp morning, Cassandra woke early, her breath condensing in the chilly air of her lodge quarters. She dressed in a heavy cloak and gloves, stepping outside to find the courtyard bathed in pale dawn light. Snow crunched underfoot, wolves stirred, greeting each other with puffs of white breath. A hush clung to the scene, as though the entire territory held its breath for a new day's promise. She made her way to the half-built public hall Dominic had shown her. Despite the cold, a few workers were already there, finishing structural beams or hammering planks in place. The place had taken shape. Remarkably fast rafters, now arched overhead, and partial walls delineated the interior. Cassandra's imagination filled in the details: shelves for documents, rows of benches for discussion, an open space in the center for more informal gatherings. Dominic arrived shortly after, leading a small group of carpenters. He paused, noticing Cassandra by the unfinished doorway. A warm smile lit his face. She felt a flutter, recalling how only months ago she had dreaded his presence. Now, seeing him approach brought a gentle glow of comfort. "Morning," he greeted, voice carrying easily in the still air. "Morning," she answered. "You're out early," he chuckled, gesturing to the workers. "We're trying to secure the roof before heavier snow comes. If we can enclose it fully, we can continue working on the interior during the worst of winter." She nodded, stepping in with him. The workers offered polite nods of greeting, then continued their tasks. The smell of freshly cut pine was strong, and white clouds drifted every time anyone exhaled. They stood in what would soon be the main floor. Dominic's breath swirled in the cold. "I've set aside a space for a smaller record-keeping room in the back," he explained, pointing toward a half-built wall. "Thought you might like to oversee it, cataloging treaties, letters, any historical scrolls. Of course, only if you want the role." Cassandra pressed her gloved hands together. "I'd love that. The library is so cramped, we can move important documents here. Keep them accessible." Dominic's gaze softened. "I want you to feel like this is yours as much as mine, Cassandra. Not just a place you pass through." Her chest tightened at the open sincerity. Slowly, she lifted a hand, resting it lightly on his forearm. Through the thick cloak, she felt the warmth of his body. "Thank you for making room for me in every sense." His dark eyes glowed with emotion. "Always." For a moment, the bustle of carpentry faded into the background. They shared a quiet smile, the bond between them pulsing with an unspoken promise, though the memory of betrayal still lingered, like a faint scar. Trust was gradually knitting them together anew. A worker shouted for Dominic's attention, pulling him away to help lift a heavy timber. Cassandra let him go, stepping to the side to watch. She admired how he moved among the carpenters, not dictating but collaborating, even using his alpha strength to assist with physical labor. Some of the older wolves glanced at him with grudging respect, slowly adapting to the idea of a more hands-on, democratic style of leadership. As the day brightened, Cassandra joined in small tasks, passing nails, holding a beam steady while a worker hammered. She savored the camaraderie, the sense of building something tangible from the ashes of old mistakes. Each hammer's strike resonated in her heart, driving home the idea that hope could bloom after devastation. By midday, they broke for a quick meal. The workers gathered around a makeshift table, gulping down hot tea or broth. Cassandra and Dominic found a moment to confer quietly about supply deliveries from Frostleaf, verifying that the next shipment of grain would arrive before the roads iced over. She admired how meticulously Dominic tracked each detail, no longer delegating entire domains to a single advisor, but rotating responsibilities among several, ensuring checks and balances. The rest of the afternoon passed swiftly, and the sun dipped low. As twilight fell, a swirl of snow began drifting from heavy, gray clouds. The workers decided to call it a day, packing tools and stacking leftover planks under tarps. Cassandra and Dominic lingered, finalizing a few notes about the next morning's tasks. When they stepped outside, the courtyard lay beneath fresh snowfall, footprints quickly filling. A hush spread through the compound, lamps glowing from cabin windows. Cassandra pulled her cloak tight, bracing against the cold breeze. Dominic offered his arm, which she accepted, letting him guide her back toward the main lodge. Inside, warmth enveloped them. They shook off snow and parted ways briefly. Dominic had to check on a patrol group. Cassandra to gather some notes she'd left in the library. They agreed to meet for dinner. She found Saskia and Zane in the corridor, both rummaging for heavier cloaks. "There you are," Saskia said with a half smile. "We're heading to the dining hall for supper. Join us." Cassandra nodded. "Yes." Dominic said he'd meet me there. Zane smirked. "Ah, I see. The Alpha. You two have been thick as thieves lately." She felt a blush rise. "Careful, or I'll punch your shoulder where it's still bruised." He chuckled, holding up his hands in mock surrender. "I'm just teasing. It's good to see you both. Well, actually happy." They trooped to the dining hall, a long room with sturdy trestle tables and a wide hearth at one end. Wolves, wrapped in warm winter wear, chatted in subdued voices, spoons clinking against bowls of stew. A pair of older she-wolves dished out portions from steaming cauldrons. The scent of rosemary and simmering vegetables infused the air. Cassandra spotted Dominic entering from another door, exchanging greetings with a few pack members. His gaze found hers, and a subtle light brightened his face. He joined them at the table where Sam, Saskia, and Zane settled. Soon they all had steaming bowls of stew and crusty bread. The conversation flowed easily, touched by shared experiences and relief that, for once, no immediate crisis loomed. When the meal finished, Sam excused himself, mentioning he wanted to write a letter to Arya about the winter conditions. Saskia and Zane headed out to check on the stable apparently. Zane had a new interest in caring for the pack's horses. That left Dominic and Cassandra alone again. They lingered by the hearth, letting the dying fire warm their hands. The dining hall gradually emptied, wolves drifting off to their cabins or assigned watches. Candlelight flickered across the wooden walls. Cassandra felt a pleasant weariness, a sense of belonging that had eluded her for so long. Dominic turned to her, expression thoughtful. "Would you like to walk around the orchard before bed?" The snow's coating the branches might be pretty under the moon. She hesitated, remembering that orchard path once led them to heartbreak, but perhaps visiting it again, now that they were forging a new beginning, would help soothe old wounds. Yes, I'd like that. So they donned their cloaks and ventured out into the snowy night. Mooncrest's compound was quieter than ever, many wolves already turning in. Torches at intervals lit the way. They passed the orchard fence where, once, Lucia had tied a red ribbon to signal a secret meeting. Now, it stood unadorned, the rails dusted in white. Cassandra felt Dominic's hand lightly brush hers. She took it, stepping more confidently onto the orchard path. Snow-laden apple trees arched overhead, the boughs glimmering faintly under a half-moon. Their breath fogged the air, each footstep crunching softly. A hush of awe settled between them as they wove through the orchard, recalling a past overshadowed by Gideon's manipulations. Tonight felt different, cleansed of deception. Partway through, Dominic paused. He turned to face Cassandra, lifting their joined hands to his lips. Softly, he kissed her knuckles, eyes reflecting moonlight. A tender warmth curled in her stomach, and she eased closer, letting the bond rise between them. His voice was barely above a whisper. "I'm grateful you chose to come home. Cassandra," she let out a trembling breath. "I'm happy I did. We're not perfect, but I see how far we've come, and I want to stay to help you finish what we started." He swallowed, releasing her hand to gently cup her cheek. "Does that mean you're ready to fully mend our bond?" Her heart thudded, memories flickering of how they'd once declared each other mates in a private vow, overshadowed by betrayal soon after. But here, in the orchard's hush, she felt a quiet certainty. She leaned into his touch. "I'm ready to try," she murmured. His breath caught, and he dipped his head, pressing his lips to hers. The first kiss since their reconciliation attempts carried a tender, almost reverent quality. Snow drifted around them, a silent witness, while the orchard's skeletal trees cast long shadows in the moonlight. She let her eyes close, heart fluttering in a mix of relief and emotion. Their wolves stirred, bridging the chasm of fear that once yawned between them. When they finally broke apart, a shiver ran through her, though not from the cold. Dominic exhaled shakily, forehead resting against hers. "I love you," he whispered, voice raw. "I'm so sorry for ever doubting you, for nearly destroying us." She slid her arms around his waist, holding him. "I forgive you," she whispered back, tears slipping down her cheeks. "We'll carry the scar, but we'll also grow stronger. I promise." He nodded, gently brushing her tears away with his thumb. Then he held her close as the moon glimmered overhead, orchard branches creaking softly in the breeze. No watchers, no traitorous advisor lurking, just them, forging a new vow in quiet sincerity. The old orchard path becoming a place of healing rather than heartbreak. By the time they returned to the lodge, the corridors were nearly empty. The hour late, Cassandra parted from Dominic with a soft smile. Each heading to their respective rooms for the night, she wasn't ready to share a chamber yet, needing the space to fully absorb the day's emotional weight. But her heart felt infinitely lighter, warmed by the memory of that tender kiss in the orchard. In her quarters, she unwrapped her cloak and sank onto the bed, letting out a long breath. She glanced at the small window where snow drifted past, backlit by moonlight. A swirl of thoughts accompanied her into sleep. The half-built public hall, the enclaves they'd visited, and the knowledge that, at last, she'd chosen to truly forgive Dominic. In her dreams, she found him waiting in that orchard, both of them at peace under a shining moon. Winter settled firmly over the land, bringing storms and icy winds. The pack huddled behind sturdy walls, grateful for stored provisions. Dominic organized rotating patrols to check for stranded travelers or predator threats. Communication lines with allied packs remained robust. Even the smaller enclaves, if reachable, received updates or supply offers. Amid these seasonal challenges, the construction of the new public hall continued. Workers braved cold mornings, sealing the roof. By midwinter, the building was enclosed. A large stone hearth installed at the center. Cassandra spent hours transferring old records from the cramped library, carefully cataloging them. She often paused over certain records referencing Gideon's old role, feeling a chill of memory. But the sorrow grew less acute with each passing day. During evenings, a cozy warmth enveloped the lodge. Wolves gathered in the dining hall or lounge, sharing stories and homemade spiced cider. Sometimes, a few folk-produced instruments, a battered lute or a small drum, and music drifted through the halls. Laughter replaced the hush of suspicion that Gideon had once sown. Dominic, though weighed by leadership, found pockets of genuine contentment. Cassandra observed how his eyes lit up when children approached him with questions or offered him small tokens of appreciation. The pack had begun to see him as a more accessible alpha, one who learned from mistakes and strove to protect all. In private moments, he and Cassandra navigated deeper intimacy. They spoke candidly of their regrets and hopes, forging an emotional closeness that had never fully blossomed before. She felt her trust solidify each time he opened himself to vulnerability, admitting uncertainties, seeking her perspective. Their bond, tested by betrayal, now glowed with renewed depth. As winter wore on, the occasional conflict arose, disputes over territory lines. A rogue band caught stealing supplies. But each time, Dominic approached the problem with transparency, inviting Cassandra or other council members to weigh in. No single voice dominated. The pack's unity grew resilient, shaped by the lessons of Gideon's duplicity. By late winter, a major milestone arrived. The new public hall was deemed complete enough for a small inauguration. Though some interior details remained unfinished, Dominic and the council agreed that a communal gathering could christen the space, reminding all of Mooncrest's renewed commitment to honesty. The night of the gathering, torches lit the path to the public hall. Snowbanks lined the walkway, but a cleared path allowed wolves to enter without trudging through drifts. Inside, the large hearth blazed, sending warmth through the half-finished rafters. Benches and chairs ringed the space, while the newly established record room stood off to one side, its shelves partially filled with scrolls and parchments. Cassandra helped direct visitors, her heart aflutter with excitement. She wore a simple but elegant tunic, embroidered with subtle moon motifs. Dominic, in formal attire, greeted guests at the entrance. Saskia, Zane, Sam, and Lucia were among the first to arrive, wide-eyed at the transformation of the once bare frame into a welcoming hall. As the crowd settled, Dominic moved to the center. Cassandra joined him, and hush fell as the flicker of firelight danced across expectant faces. Many recognized this as a turning point, the final step in casting off Gideon's dark legacy. Dominic's voice filled the hall, echoing off the beams. "Welcome, my packmates, my friends, and our honored allies. Tonight, we gather in this new hall to mark the end of a long winter in more ways than one. We stand as a different pack than we were a year ago, stronger, because we faced our flaws." He paused, scanning the assembly. "This hall is dedicated to openness. May it serve as our shared space for honest debate, for preserving history, for forging alliances. No locked doors, no hidden corners." A ripple of agreement spread through the onlookers. Cassandra felt a swell of pride at Dominic's leadership. He gestured for her to step forward, voice resonating with warmth. Cassandra has overseen the transcribing of old records and the forging of new alliances throughout the region. Her courage exposed treachery. I ask her now to speak on the vision we hold for the future. Heartbeat quickening, she stepped into the center. A hush enfolded her. She took a breath, recalling the frightened wolf she'd been not so long ago, overshadowed by false accusations. Now, she stood among them, no longer an outcast. "Thank you," she began quietly. "When I left Mooncrest, I thought I might never return. Betrayal cuts deep, and trust can feel impossible to rebuild. But I discovered that heartbreak can be a doorway to growth if we face it together." Her gaze swept the crowd wolves of all ranks, some allied envoys, even a few representatives from foothill communities who had braved the journey. This hall symbolizes our choice to learn from the past. Gideon thrived on secrecy and division. Now we champion transparency and unity. We're forging ties not by fear, but by shared respect. She paused, exhaling. "I'm grateful to each of you for allowing me to come home, for believing in the possibility that Dominic and I could right the wrongs done. I promise I won't take that trust for granted." A soft murmur of support rippled through the crowd, a sense of communal pride. Dominic returned to her side, briefly clasping her hand in a gesture of solidarity. Then he looked to the pack, inviting them to mingle, explore the hall, and celebrate. The tension broke, replaced by conversation and the bustle of curiosity. For the next hour, wolves drifted around, peering at the record shelves, warming by the hearth, chatting in small groups. Some played quiet music on a lute or tapped a rhythmic beat against wooden chairs. A handful of delegates asked Cassandra questions about the enclaves she'd visited, discussing ways to coordinate trade. Saskia found her, looking both impressed and wistful. "Quite the transformation from when we first stepped here." Cassandra laughed softly. "It feels like a dream. I can hardly believe the difference. And to think how uncertain everything was not long ago." Zane meandered over, nibbling on a piece of roasted venison. "I still prefer open roads, but even I admit this place has good energy." He smirked. "Nice job, Cassandra." She grinned. "Couldn't have done it without you two." Sam approached, clapping Zane on the back. "Food's good too. That helps." He exchanged a knowing nod with Cassandra. "Arya and Nolan will be glad to hear how well things turned out." Nearby, Dominic spoke with a few senior wolves, but he kept glancing Cassandra's way with fondness in his eyes. As the evening wore on, the hall resonated with a warmth that felt almost festive. Indeed, though it was still winter outside, a sense of springtime renewal filled the newly built space. At some point, Marisol, the graying she-wolf elder, who once debated Gideon, raised a wooden cup, calling for a toast. Conversation lulled, and all turned to hear her. "To Mooncrest," she said, voice firm. "We survived darkness, yet we now bathe in the dawn of possibility. May this hall always remind us that our greatest strength is unity, and that deception has no place in a true pack." A chorus of agreement rose, cups clinking. Cassandra and Dominic shared a look, hearts brimming with gratitude. For a moment, they recalled the horrors they had overcome the night Cassandra was nearly killed. Gideon's plotting, the heartbreak that almost tore them apart. Now, they stood together, forging a new legacy. As the gathering wound down, people trickled out to their cabins, the hearth's fire reduced to glowing embers. Cassandra and Dominic lingered, along with a few others who tidied up. Snow had stopped, leaving a crisp, silent wonderland outside. The new hall's rafters creaked occasionally, as though settling in for the night. When at last they stepped out, moonlight bathed the courtyard in pale silver. Dominic tucked Cassandra's hand under his arm, guiding her gently across the snowy ground. Their breath clouded the air, but the warmth between them felt strong enough to withstand any chill. He murmured in a low voice, "Thank you for believing in me again." She glanced up, heart swelling with affection. We believed in each other. That's what changed everything. His lips curved in a tender smile. They continued in contented silence until they reached her lodge door. There, he paused. She sensed a quiet question in his eyes, an invitation for her to share his quarters, or at least a deeper closeness. She hesitated only a second before giving him a gentle nod. This night felt right to truly seal their renewed bond. No more half measures. His face lit with relief, and together they made their way to his private chambers in the main lodge. The corridors were dark and empty, the hush of late night echoing softly. Inside his room, the fire glowed low in the stone hearth. The bed was made with heavy quilts. She recalled how once, stepping here might have sparked fear or confusion. Now, it offered comfort, a haven for them to continue healing. They removed cloaks and boots, exchanging shy smiles that hinted at both past pain and present hope. Dominic drew her into his arms near the fireplace, the flicker of flame illuminating the soft lines of her face, the depth of emotion in his dark eyes. Slowly, he lowered his head, brushing a tender kiss across her lips. She breathed him in, letting the mate bond swirl with renewed intensity. No more words were necessary. They had spoken enough of regrets and promises. Tonight, they allowed themselves to simply be a pair of wolves, finding solace in each other's arms, forging a passion tempered by sorrow and brightened by forgiveness. As the embers glowed, they lost themselves in gentle caresses and whispered reassurances, each movement a vow that they would never let fear or lies tear them apart again. When at last they curled together under the quilts, drifting into slumber, Cassandra felt safe in his arms. She thought of the orchard where they'd first kissed, how that memory had nearly been tainted forever. Now, it was reclaimed by love. Outside, the winter night reigned, but inside, warmth and unity prevailed. If Gideon's final legacy had been to teach them caution and honesty, then they had indeed transcended his evil. She pressed closer to Dominic, heart beating in tandem with his. Tomorrow, the pack would face new challenges, as all packs did. But they would face them together, step by step, forging a future built on open doors and unwavering trust. With that comforting thought, she surrendered to deep, untroubled sleep, cradled in the arms of the mate who had nearly lost her, but now cherished her more than ever. The gentle hush of winter settled over Mooncrest, draping the pines and rooftops in a soft white veil. Each morning, the low sun threw dazzling shards of light across the crystalline snow, painting the pack compound in pale gold. Though the days were short and cold, a sense of quiet promise lingered in the air. Wolves moved with renewed energy, warmed by the camaraderie that had blossomed since Gideon's downfall. The newly constructed public hall, though still undergoing final touches, now stood as a tangible symbol of the pack's brightening future. For Cassandra, these winter weeks marked a profound shift, both in her role within Mooncrest and in her relationship with Dominic. She'd taken on the informal title of record keeper, guiding the transcription of old texts while organizing new treaties and letters that detailed the forging alliances. Hours spent cataloging dusty scrolls and interviewing returning patrols for current reports gave her a fresh, purposeful routine. Meanwhile, Dominic, now firmly steering a more collaborative leadership, routinely invited her to weigh in on decisions large and small. Through these daily interactions, the raw ache of past betrayal slowly eased, replaced by a hard-won confidence in their renewed bond. Yet even amid the hush of snow-laden pines, change and challenge pressed ever closer. The broader region, those enclaves, roving rogues, and allied packs faced the same winter hardships, and with Gideon's manipulations no longer overshadowing everything, a subtler tension emerged. Many old rivalries or unsettled grudges, once overshadowed by Gideon's meddling, began to resurface in the vacuum he left behind. If Mooncrest wanted to remain a beacon of stability, it would need to prove that Gideon's removal signaled a genuine shift in power dynamics, not merely a pause before fresh conflicts. Day by day, the pack strove to consolidate peace. Patrols maintained watchful eyes on the fringes, distributing supplies to distant homesteads whenever feasible. Saskia and Zane occasionally departed for short missions, relaying Mooncrest's willingness to engage diplomatically with any group that sought fair trade rather than theft. Sam traveled back and forth to Arya's homestead, ensuring the foothill communities stayed connected through it all. Cassandra and Dominic found their relationship blossoming into deeper intimacy. In the evenings, they might share tea in Dominic's quarters, laughing over some minor mishap from the day's construction efforts, or confiding in each other about lingering nightmares. She occasionally awoke from half-remembered visions of that fateful night when assassins nearly claimed her life. Yet each time, Dominic's arms or his gentle voice offered reassurance. He, too, sometimes started from sleep, haunted by his own guilt. Their willingness to face these echoes together drew them closer than ever, forging a bond tempered by pain and redemption. As midwinter approached, Dominic convened a gathering of the pack's advisors, Marisol among them, to discuss plans for a small winter festival, an event Mooncrest traditionally held to honor the pack's endurance. The prior year's festival had ended in heartbreak. It was the night Dominic and Cassandra first danced, only to have Gideon's lies, soon after, shatter their fragile trust. Now, the prospect of reviving that custom felt both hopeful and daunting. It won't be as grand as the Harvest Moon affair, Dominic said, addressing the small council in the public hall's newly enclosed space. A crackling fire warmed the circle of benches where they sat. We have limited resources, and roads are icy, but I'd like us to gather and celebrate our resilience. A chance to foster goodwill with nearby enclaves and allied packs if they wish to join those close enough to travel safely. Marisol tapped her chin. It would show we're not simply surviving, but thriving. Yet we should be mindful of how many we invite. We can't feed large delegations. Agreed, Dominic said. He glanced at Cassandra, who nodded thoughtfully. I can send invitations to a few enclaves we know are within a day or two's travel, she suggested. Saskia and Zane might deliver them to the Wolfclaw Hills or to Rowan's group. Sam can handle the foothills, and Lucia can coordinate with any allied pack envoys already in the territory. A flicker of excitement rippled through the council. After the last months of tension and restructuring, a winter festival, modest though it might be, sounded like a balm for weary spirits. The plan was set in motion. Over the following days, Cassandra penned careful messages, each scroll rolled and sealed, explaining that Mooncrest intended to host a simple day of feasting, music, and friendly competitions. Allies and neutral groups alike would be welcome, so long as they traveled peaceably and brought no quarrels. Saskia and Zane headed out soon after, traveling with 2 scouts to ensure the roads were navigable. Sam took a separate route down the foothills. The rest of the pack bustled with preparations. Some repaired or repurposed old decorations from festivals past. Others churned fresh butter, brined cuts of meat, or set aside stores of grain for bread. Lucia organized a small group to gather evergreen boughs, weaving them into wreaths and garlands that would deck the public hall's interior. While excitement grew, Cassandra couldn't help but recall how last year's festival had ended so terribly for her. At times, Her heart quailed at the thought of stepping into the same swirl of music and celebration. But every day, the pack's genuine warmth, combined with Dominic's unwavering support, reassured her that this was not the same environment Gideon once poisoned. This year, no hidden puppet master lurked behind the scenes. The festival day dawned in a flurry of activity. Mists clung to the pines, and a gentle snowfall coated the orchard path. Wolves hurried to clear spaces for dancing, erect small braziers for warmth, and arrange benches for visitors. Long tables, pieced together from planks, borrowed from the half-finished new hall, lined one side of the courtyard, soon to be laden with simple but hearty winter dishes. As the morning progressed, small groups of travelers arrived. First, a handful of allied delegates from Stone Peak. Then Sam escorted some folks from Arya's homestead. Next, a trio of cautious wanderers from a distant enclave whom Saskia had convinced to attend. The mood brimmed with curiosity. Many had never seen Mooncrest in such a collaborative light. Dominic, clad in a dark cloak trimmed with fur, stood near the lodge steps to welcome arrivals. By his side, Cassandra wore a similar cloak, light gray with subtle embroidery. She'd braided her hair in a style reminiscent of older pack traditions, a nod to unity and continuity. Hand in hand, they thanked each visitor, exchanging polite bows or friendly greetings. Occasionally, Cassandra glimpsed the spark of surprise in outsiders' eyes at how different the pack felt now open, inviting, free of that old tension. When the festival proper began around midday, music filled the courtyard. A few of the Stone Peak wolves carried hand drums and flutes, joining with local pack members who strummed battered lutes. The resulting tunes were sometimes ragged, but the sense of camaraderie made up for any lack of polish. Wolves clustered around braziers, warming numb fingers while exchanging stories of winter hunts or trading small gifts, furs, dried herbs, hand-carved trinkets. Laughter interspersed with the swirling notes of music, a tapestry of sound and fellowship. As Dominic mingled among the delegates, Cassandra helped Lucia oversee the food tables. Steaming pots of stew, roasted roots, and slabs of smoked meat formed the centerpiece, accompanied by bread, dried fruits, and cheeses. Though the spread was simpler than old, lavish celebrations, grateful murmurs abounded. Hunger had plagued many enclaves, and this meal was a symbol that Mooncrest no longer hoarded resources behind closed gates. Now, it extended a cautious but sincere generosity to those in need. Sometime in the early afternoon, Saskia and Zane returned from a final scouting trip. With them came Rowan, the Dawnridge sergeant, and 3 others from his group. They approached the courtyard with hesitant steps, wearing patched cloaks. Dominic and Cassandra greeted them warmly, mindful that these were wolves who had once lost faith in pack structures entirely. Now they stood in the heart of Mooncrest's domain, invited to share in goodwill. Cassandra noticed how Rowan's gaze roamed the bustling courtyard, the music and cheerful clusters of conversation, with an expression caught between awe and guarded hope. "It's bigger than I expected," Rowan murmured to Cassandra. "You said modest, but..." He gestured at the improvised festival decorations, strings of evergreen, flickering torches. "There's real warmth here." Cassandra smiled. "We're glad you came. This belongs to everyone who seeks it in peace." Rowan glanced at Dominic, inclining his head. "Thank you for welcoming us." Dominic returned the gesture, then introduced him to a few allied delegates. Meanwhile, Cassandra ushered Rowan's companions toward the food tables, ensuring they felt included. Each small act reaffirmed that Gideon's divisive legacy no longer held sway here. As the afternoon wore on, music and conversation ebbed and flowed. Some wolves invited guests to see the newly built hall, where a smaller hearth now glowed. the interior walls festooned with sprigs of pine for the occasion. A hush of admiration often fell when visitors stepped inside, glimpsing the array of old scrolls on the shelves and the wide, open space meant for future gatherings. To Cassandra's quiet delight, several enclaves expressed interest in formal negotiations come spring requests for safe passage or shared knowledge. She recorded each inquiry in a small notebook, her mind spinning with possibilities. Amid the lively swirl, Cassandra and Dominic rarely had a moment to themselves. Each pulled in multiple directions, exchanging greetings, diffusing minor squabbles, or simply ensuring everyone was fed. But Cassandra felt a persistent undercurrent of joy. She recalled the last time she'd attended a festival in this courtyard, how the night had ended in heartbreak. Today, the pack soared on a wave of relief and cautious optimism. She found it almost dizzying, the transformation brought by Gideon's downfall and the months of healing that followed. By dusk, the festival reached its crescendo. Torches ringed the courtyard, their flames dancing in the wintry breeze. Musicians played a lively tune, and wolves formed a rough circle for a communal dance. Younger ones led the steps, laughter mingling with the rhythmic stomp of boots in the snow. Dominic guided Cassandra into the circle, and they joined the whirling steps, arms occasionally linked with others. The collective joy was palpable, an exhalation of relief, a statement that they had survived the darkest nights and now embraced hope. Cassandra felt Dominic's hand steady at her waist, and she recalled their fateful dance from so long ago. Her wolf stirred, remembering both the thrill of that connection and the agony that followed. Now, each step in the swirling dance felt like a reclaiming of what had been lost. She met Dominic's gaze, his dark eyes shone with pride and tenderness. For a moment, it seemed the rest of the dancers faded away, leaving only the two of them in the flickering light. A tear of gratitude slipped down her cheek, but she didn't look away. Neither did he. When the music ended, a burst of cheering and applause echoed through the courtyard. Panting from the exertion, Cassandra found herself laughing, heart light. Dominic pulled her briefly against him in a gentle hug. Mindful of the watchers, she sensed no shame in this public display of affection. The pack had come to accept them as a united force leader shaped by adversity. Warmth coursed through her, as though the bond between them pulsed with each beat of the drum, still lingering in her ears. The evening waned. Some enclaves departed early, wanting to avoid traveling in total darkness. Others found spots to bed down, taking advantage of Mooncrest's hospitality for the night. Cassandra drifted around, ensuring each departing group had a portion of dried provisions for the road. Dominic offered to station a few pack scouts to guide them safely beyond the borders. Everywhere she looked, small pockets of wolves conversed quietly, forging new acquaintances. Even Rowan's group seemed to have found a corner to share warm drinks with a Stone Peak delegate. At length, the courtyard emptied to a more intimate gathering, mostly Mooncrest wolves, along with a handful of allies who stayed the night. Torches burned low, and the music gave way to soft murmurs. Cassandra collected scattered mugs and plates, placing them in a basket. Dominic joined her, gloves dusted with snow, the two of them working side by side to tidy the space. "You realize what happened here today, don't you?" Dominic asked in a hushed voice, leaning in so only she could hear. "We just hosted half a dozen groups who, a year ago, might have viewed us with suspicion or outright hostility, and they left with smiles." Cassandra set the basket down, rubbing a stray snowflake from her cheek. "It's surreal, but it's also exactly what we hoped for after Gideon fell, that we'd rebuild trust rather than hide behind walls." He smiled, looking as if he wanted to say more, but a wave of exhaustion crossed his features. "Come on, Let's check on the new hall. I need a moment to breathe in there. They made their way across the courtyard, the night sky brilliant with stars, despite the swirling clouds at the horizon. The new hall's doors stood open, revealing a handful of lingering guests, warming themselves by the fire. Cassandra and Dominic stepped inside, returning polite greetings to the small cluster, then found a quieter corner near a half-completed bookshelf. The building smelled of pine and fresh mortar, the warmth of the hearth banishing the winter chill. Cassandra found it strangely cozy. Even though it lacked furniture in places and had bare walls in others, they stood side by side, gazing at the crackling flames, savoring the hush that replaced the day's bustle. Cassandra exhaled slowly, feeling the day's excitement settle into a mellow afterglow. Dominic slipped an arm around her shoulders, and she leaned into him, letting her eyes close. For a time, they simply existed in that gentle closeness, enveloped by the new hall's promise, a place built on honesty and cooperation. At last, Dominic spoke, voice low. I keep imagining how different all of this might have been if Gideon had succeeded in killing you, or if you'd never returned to the pack. The price we almost paid. His voice trembled slightly. I'm sorry to bring it up, but I can't shake it sometimes. Cassandra turned in his arms, facing him. It's all right. I still have nightmares about it. But let's not bury those memories out of fear. We can't pretend it never happened. We can only hold it as a reminder of what nearly went wrong and how we must never let that darkness creep in again. He brushed a knuckle lightly down her cheek. You're more forgiving than I deserve. She caught his hand, pressing it between hers. You keep thinking that, but trust me, Dominic, if you weren't worthy, I wouldn't be here. This building, these changes, they prove to me that your remorse is genuine. He swallowed, a flicker of relief crossing his face, then a hesitant smile. There's something else on my mind, something that feels right to ask now. But I don't want to rush you. May we talk somewhere more private? A subtle tremor of anticipation fluttered in Cassandra's stomach. Of course, they bid good night to the few guests in the hall who graciously nodded or dipped their heads, then stepped back into the silent courtyard. The moon was high now, bathing the snow in silver. Cassandra recognized the orchard path's silhouette in the distance, but Dominic led her toward the side entrance of the main lodge, a route seldom used by visitors. Inside, the corridors were dimly lit, the hush of slumbering wolves permeating every corner. Her footsteps padded softly over the polished wood. They reached Dominic's quarters. The gentle glow of banked embers in the fireplace cast flickering shadows on the walls. Cassandra removed her cloak, draping it over a chair. Dominic did likewise, then turned to face her, eyes intense. She noticed his hands tremble slightly before he steadied them at his sides. Cassandra, he began, voice hushed but unwavering. We've come such a long way together through betrayal, forgiveness, transformation. I'm not blind to the scars we carry, but I also see the strength we've built, the love that survived everything meant to break us. Her heart thudded. She took a step closer, meeting his gaze fully. I see it too, she whispered. He exhaled, as though gathering courage. I used to imagine our union in the old way, some grand ceremony among the pack, sealed by tradition. But Gideon's lies tore us apart before we could ever speak of it openly. Now, we stand on the threshold of new traditions, forging our own path. So let me ask you plainly. He reached into a small chest that sat on a table near the hearth. Cassandra watched, breath caught in her throat, as he withdrew a simple wooden box. Opening it, he revealed a ring fashioned from silver, etched with a subtle pattern of interlocking vines, elegant yet understated. The sort of band that a wolf might wear only during formal human moments, but cherish forever. Will you be my mate, in every sense, beyond just the wolf bond we share. Will you stand beside me as my partner, my equal alpha, forging a future for Mooncrest and for ourselves? Tears welled instantly, her chest constricting. She recalled 1,000 images, the orchard dance, the scalding pain of his betrayal, their bitter parting, the cautious reconciliation. This ring symbolized not a naive promise, but a testament to the battle they fought to reach this moment. Slowly, she raised trembling fingers to her lips, trying to contain the wave of emotion. Yes, she managed, voice cracking. 1,000 times yes. Relief and joy flooded Dominic's face. He carefully slid the silver ring onto her finger, where it fit snug and cool, a promise that glinted in the firelight. Cassandra's tears spilled freely, but she smiled through them, leaning in to kiss him. The warmth of his lips conveyed everything words could not: gratitude, longing, devotion. She sensed his wolf responding, the mate bond thrumming with a bright pulse. There had been a time she feared that bond was forever tainted. Now, it felt renewed, strong as steel, tempered by honesty. They sank onto a cushioned bench near the hearth, arms wrapped around each other, letting the quiet hush of the lodge cradle their moment. Emotions churned within Cassandra: joy, relief, a twinge of disbelief that after all they'd endured, they reached a place of such serenity. Dominic pressed light kisses to her temple, her cheek, her mouth, as though memorizing each contour. Eventually, they parted enough for Cassandra to speak, her voice still shaky with tears. Are you sure the pack is ready for me to stand as your equal alpha? After everything that happened, he brushed back a strand of her hair. I am sure. The wolves have already seen you as a guiding force these last months, counseling me on alliances, shaping the new hall's purpose. Marisol and the elders approve wholeheartedly. They've said as much. This is not a surprise to them. She caught his hand, feeling her new ring tap softly against his palm. Then we'll move forward together, shaping the ceremony as we choose, not overshadowed by the old ghosts or by Gideon's manipulations. Dominic nodded, resting his forehead against hers. We can plan something intimate or something large, whatever feels right. But I want the pack to witness, to see that trust can be rebuilt after betrayal, that unity can rise from darkness. Her heart soared. Then let's do it. Let's have a ceremony here in the new hall, or maybe near the orchard somewhere that symbolizes how we reclaimed that space. He smiled, voice hushed with reverence. You lead, and I'll follow. They shared a soft laugh, letting the glow of the fire warm them. Outside, the wind sighed through the snow-laden eaves, but in that room, a gentle hush enveloped them. Cassandra felt the ring's weight on her hand, a tangible reminder that love tested by the worst trials could bloom fiercer than before. Yes, ghosts lingered, but they no longer controlled her. She had chosen forgiveness and a future built on shared strength. Dominic had chosen humility and open leadership. Together, they had shattered the walls that nearly destroyed them. Night wore on, and they eventually succumbed to rest, entwined in each other's arms. Cassandra's dreams were peaceful, drifting through images of an orchard bright with sun, laughter echoing among the blossoms. No hunts, no assassins, no dreadful orders, only the hush of leaves and the warm presence of the wolf at her side. She awoke once, glancing at Dominic's sleeping profile, the faint worry lines on his brow smoothed in slumber. Her heart swelled with tenderness. At last, she felt certain they were forging a new dawn. Over the coming days, Dominic quietly informed the council of his and Cassandra's plan for a formal union ceremony, though by now, everyone suspected the question was only a matter of time. They agreed it would take place at the cusp of the winter's end, when the first hints of spring might grace the land. The new hall stood as the obvious location, though Cassandra also felt drawn to the orchard. In the end, they decided upon a two-part celebration, an official vow exchange inside the hall before the entire pack, followed by a smaller, more personal moment under the orchard's blooming branches, assuming the blossoms arrived by then. Preparations began in earnest. Wolves bustled about, even though many tasks were kept simple. This wouldn't be an ostentatious affair. Both Dominic and Cassandra felt that a lavish event might stir memories of how Gideon once twisted such gatherings. Instead, they sought an open, heartfelt ceremony. Visitors from allied packs, enclaves, and homesteads would be welcome if they could attend without hardship. Beyond that, no forced spectacle, no demands for tributes or elaborate gifts. Only the sincerity of renewed bonds. Word spread quickly. Small notes arrived from Stone Peak and Frostleaf, pledging to send representatives. A message from Rowan's group stated they, too, would come, if roads allowed. Arya's homestead planned to dispatch Sam and a few others, carrying baskets of produce or dried goods as a token of goodwill. Even the foothill enclaves that once eyed Mooncrest with suspicion signaled cautious interest. News of a union that symbolized the end of Gideon's era sparked curiosity. As the day approached, the snow softened, melting in patches where the sun lingered. Icicles dripped from eaves in steady rhythms, heralding the shift toward warmer weeks. Wolves roamed the orchard, checking if any buds dared appear on the apple trees. Not yet, perhaps, but the orchard's old orchard caretaker, a wiry man named Harlow, claimed if the weather continued mild, the first blossoms might appear sooner than usual. Dominic and Cassandra prepared themselves mentally and emotionally. Nights were spent in quiet reflection or gentle conversation. Sometimes Cassandra struggled with a fleeting flash of memory, how last year, a festival dance had ended so terribly, but the ring on her finger reminded her that this was a new chapter, shaped by their survival. And each morning, Dominic greeted her with an unspoken promise in his eyes that the pack would never again harbor such treachery. A few days before the scheduled ceremony, Sam returned from Arya's homestead with a small group. Among them was Arya herself, eyes shining at the progress in Mooncrest. She embraced Cassandra, remarking on how the pack no longer seemed fraught with tension. Cassandra proudly showed her the new hall, earning gasps of admiration from the homestead folk. Arya beamed at the shelves of scrolls, recalling how Cassandra once used her herbal knowledge to survive. "You've come far," she whispered, eyes misty, "and I'm glad to see you so at peace here." That evening, Dominic hosted a simple welcome meal, inviting the homestead group to dine with the pack's leadership. Cassandra sat between Sam and Arya, occasionally exchanging smiles with Dominic across the table. The meal concluded with mild toasts to the upcoming ceremony. No pomp, no speeches, just a sense of family. Cassandra relished it, feeling that if her parents could witness this moment, they'd be proud of how she'd persevered. The day before the ceremony dawned bright, but carried an icy wind that rattled through the pines. Cassandra and Dominic rose early, checking final details with Marisol and the others. The plan was straightforward. Guests would gather in the new hall mid-afternoon, where Dominic and Cassandra would exchange vows before the pack. A feast, modest in scale, would follow. Then, near sunset, they'd slip into the orchard for a short private ritual, joined only by a handful of close friends. That was the hope if the orchard's branches showed any sign of budding, even if they remained bare. Cassandra wanted to stand under them, reclaiming that space forever. Shortly after breakfast, a scout rushed into the lodge, breath steaming in the cold air. He found Dominic, Cassandra, and Lucia conferring over seating arrangements in the public hall. The scout's urgent tone made them all pause. Alpha, a group approaches from the southwestern ridge. They fly no banner, We can't tell if they're an allied pack or rogues, but they number at least 24. Dominic's brow furrowed. 24. That's sizable. Are they armed? The scout nodded. It appears so. They've been spotted with swords and spears. Our watchers signaled them to halt, but they continued forward, though not aggressively. They claim they come to witness the union ceremony. Lucia's expression darkened. That's an entire warband, not a traveling delegation. Could they be testing our boundaries? Cassandra's pulse quickened. We can't turn them away outright if they insist they come in peace. But we must be cautious. This could be an intimidation tactic. Dominic set his jaw. Agreed. I'll gather a small contingent of our warriors and meet them near the perimeter. If they're sincere, we can escort them in. If not, we must be prepared. Cassandra touched his arm. I'll come too. If they're new to our territory, maybe we can diffuse tension through conversation. He hesitated, protective instincts flaring in his eyes, but he saw her resolve and nodded. All right, just stay close. Within half an hour, Dominic and Cassandra rode out on horseback, accompanied by Lucia, Sam, and about 10 of Mooncrest's seasoned fighters. Snow crunched under the horses' hooves, the cold wind biting at their faces. They followed the path leading to the southwestern ridge, which wound between steep pine-covered slopes. The sun climbed higher, brightening the frosty landscape. As they neared the border, a swirl of footprints and a faint scent told Cassandra that multiple wolves had indeed passed here. Soon, they spotted the group in question, a cluster of about 20 or so, clad in furs and carrying weapons. Their stance wasn't overtly hostile, but a charged watchfulness permeated them. A tall, broad-shouldered wolf with a scar on his chin seemed to be their leader. He raised a hand in greeting. Dominic signaled Mooncrest's party to halt a dozen paces away. Cassandra's wolf senses prickled, assessing the tension. She saw a few among the strangers eyeing Dominic's fighters warily. She forced a calm demeanor, glancing at Dominic, who cleared his throat. I'm Dominic, Alpha of Mooncrest, he called out. You approach our territory in force. State your intentions. The scar-chinned leader inclined his head. My name is Arcturus. We hail from the Gray Shadow territory, far southwest. We heard rumors of a significant union happening in Mooncrest, an alpha wedding, if you will, and that all were invited to witness. So we came to see if these rumors of a reformed, open-handed pack are true. His voice was guarded, but not overtly menacing. Still, Dominic's posture remained firm. We do welcome delegates, but you number quite a few. Are you certain you need so many warriors just to watch a ceremony? Arcturus offered a faint shrug. We travel this way, uncertain of the roads. Bandits roam. We prefer strength in numbers, not to threaten you. A few of his wolves murmured agreement, though Cassandra couldn't read their sincerity yet. She decided to speak up, letting calm saturate her tone. I'm Cassandra, Dominic's mate, and yes, we are to be formally united, but we've invited only friendly or neutral groups. Do you claim neutrality, Arcturus? He nodded slowly. We do. Gray Shadow has no direct quarrel with Mooncrest, but we've heard conflicting tales. Some say your pack once harbored a traitor who stoked war. Others say you destroyed that traitor. We want to see the truth for ourselves. Dominic's jaw tightened. Cassandra sensed he bristled at the mention of Gideon, but he kept his voice even. You'll find no shortage of stories, but if you come in peace, we won't bar your entry. You must, however, respect our rules. No unsanctioned violence. No brandishing weapons within the lodge or new hall. Arcturus paused, scanning the Wolfcrest warriors behind Dominic. They matched his party in number, and the tension was thick enough to taste. At length, he nodded. We accept. We'll abide by your rules. Let our presence prove we can keep the peace. if you can. Dominic turned to exchange a glance with Cassandra. She caught the flicker of concern in his eyes. This was an unpredictable variable on what was supposed to be a joyful day. Yet, if they sent the gray shadow group away forcibly, it might spark a bigger conflict. She inclined her head, signaling that they should attempt good faith. "All right," Dominic said, raising his voice so both parties heard. "We'll escort you to the pack compound. My warriors will watch for any breach of peace. I'll require you to leave most of your arms with our gate guards upon entering." "Agreed." Arcturus frowned, but eventually nodded. "Agreed." With that, they formed an uneasy procession, returning along the ridge toward Mooncrest. Arcturus's group, though outwardly calm, carried an air of restlessness. Cassandra wondered if they'd known Gideon, or if they simply tested the rumored strength of this newly reformed pack. She kept a close eye on them, exchanging quiet signals with Sam and Lucia, ready for trouble if it arose. Dominic rode at her side, one hand occasionally tightening on the reins as if to release tension. Back at the pack compound, news of the unexpected visitors spread quickly. Guards took the visitors' weapons and locked them in a secure storage. Some of Arcturus's wolves grumbled but complied. Dominic directed them to an unused barracks near the orchard path, offering it as temporary lodging. The day had grown long, the ceremony only a few hours away. Cassandra felt uneasy. The presence of so many armed strangers could overshadow the day's significance. Dominic quietly gathered the council, explaining the situation. Marisol advised caution, ensuring a doubled watch during the ceremony. Lucia volunteered to keep an eye on Arcturus's group, seeing if they displayed any suspicious behaviors. Cassandra listened to the swirling discussions. Her stomach knotted with worry. The last thing they needed was a confrontation on what should be a day of unity. Yet, as evening crept near, no immediate hostility had erupted. Arcturus and a few of his wolves even wandered near the new hall, seemingly curious. They asked pointed questions about Gideon's treachery, about Dominic's rule. Cassandra fielded some of these queries, keeping her answers frank but polite. Arcturus's expression remained inscrutable. She couldn't decide if he was truly open to new alliances or quietly judging any sign of weakness. Dusk descended in a wash of purple and orange, clouds drifting across the horizon. Wolves gathered in the new public hall, which glowed with lanterns and a crackling central hearth. Benches filled quickly, with pack members taking up the front rows, allied guests scattered among them. Sam and Arya's homestead folk sat near the side, excited whispers passing between them. Representatives from Stone Peak, Frostleaf, and a few smaller enclaves watched with curious anticipation. Even Rowan's group from Dawnridge found seats, eyes reflecting a subdued awe. At Dominic's request, the chairs near the front were reserved for close friends and pack elders: Marisol, Lucia, Sam, Saskia, Zane, and others who'd played key roles in Gideon's downfall. The air buzzed with expectancy. Many had never witnessed an Alpha's formal union ceremony. The old traditions varied pack by pack, and with Gideon's infiltration, such events had been overshadowed by suspicion. Tonight was a new beginning. In a side chamber, Cassandra readied herself with Lucia and Arya's help. She wore a simple, flowing dress of pale ivory, bound at the waist with a braided belt of soft leather. Her ring glinted on her finger, and she'd added a single pendant, an inherited keepsake from her mother. Her hair, loosely braided, held a few small wildflowers that Arya had found near the orchard, defying the last of winter's hold. She felt a tremor of nerves, a swirl of joy, and a subtle undercurrent of worry about the gray shadow visitors. But as Lucia secured the final pin in her braid, Cassandra forced herself to breathe, centering on the knowledge that this ceremony was about love, resilience, and the future they were building. A soft knock signaled the time. Lucia offered a bright smile, then slipped out to announce Cassandra's readiness. Arya squeezed Cassandra's hands, tears brimming in her eyes. I'm honored to witness this, child. You overcame so much heartbreak. May today mark a joy that overshadows the past. Cassandra returned the embrace, heart full. Then she stepped into the corridor, alone, heading toward the main hall. The hum of voices drifted from beyond the doors, muffled but resonant. She paused at the threshold, inhaling deeply. She pictured Dominic's face, recalled the vow they'd shared in private love tested by betrayal. Found worthy. That memory steadied her. She gently pushed the door open and entered. A hush fell, like a wave of silence washing over the crowd. All eyes turned to Cassandra as she walked up the central aisle. Dominic stood near the hearth, dressed in dark, formal attire that evoked the dignity of his lineage while still reflecting the simpler, more collaborative style he'd embraced. Soft lamplight illuminated his features. She saw how emotion warred in his eyes, longing, reverence, a hint of anxiety. But as soon as she reached him, his tension eased, replaced by a quiet smile. They stood facing each other before the gathered pack. No officiant dominated the scene. Dominic and Cassandra had chosen to speak their vows themselves, with Marisol acting as a witness on behalf of the elders. She stepped forward, raising her hands for silence. Friends, allies, tackmates, she began. We gather to bless a bond forged by trial and tempered by truth. Dominic stands as alpha, but not above or beyond us. Cassandra stands as partner and co-leader, recognized for her courage and wisdom. Tonight, in our new hall, a place of honesty, they pledge unity. She stepped back, letting Dominic and Cassandra face one another. A hush, deeper than any Cassandra had felt before, settled over the hall. She took Dominic's hands in hers, feeling the warmth of his skin against the cool silver ring. Their wolves stirred within, the mate bond humming with anticipation. Dominic cleared his throat, voice steady yet tinged with emotion. Cassandra, we began our story with promise that quickly twisted into betrayal. My blindness almost cost us everything. But you returned, unveiling truth where lies once reigned. You guided me to humility, taught me that love requires honesty as much as passion. I vow to stand beside you, in the light of day and the shadows of night, never again doubting your loyalty or our bond. Cassandra felt tears slip down her cheeks. She squeezed his hands, drawing courage from his unwavering gaze. Dominic, once I was the quiet wolf at the pack's fringes, until we danced at a moonlit festival. I believed fate joined us, only to have that trust shattered. Yet, in the darkness, we found a second chance, forging a bond stronger than before. I vow to stand beside you, guiding this pack with compassion and transparency. I'll hold you to your best self, as you've encouraged me to embrace mine. Their words resonated like a living pulse through the hall. Snow tapped gently against the roof, and the hearth crackled, but no one stirred. Utterly transfixed, Marisol stepped closer, raising an old wooden chalice filled with a mild wine. Dominic and Cassandra each took a sip, a symbolic gesture of shared burdens and triumphs. Then they lightly pressed their wrists together, a nod to an ancient wolf tradition that recognized the fusing of spirits, though not all packs observed it. A soft ripple of approval ran through the watchers. When they turned to face the assembly, hands joined. Dominic spoke in a firm but gentle tone. By the unity we share, we claim our roles as alpha and alpha mate, leading Mooncrest with hearts unclouded by deceit. Let all who stand here witness, not just the end of Gideon's legacy, but the dawn of a fairer rule. A beat of silence. Then the crowd erupted in cheers, howls, and applause. Wolves rose from benches, some howling in the old style that signaled acceptance of a bond. Cassandra's breath caught at the overwhelming wave of support. She found Lucia's tearful smile, Sam's broad grin, Saskia and Zane nodding in approval. Even Stone Peak and Frostleaf delegates stood, clapping warmly. The entire hall seemed alive with hope. The promise of a new era. Dominic pulled Cassandra into a gentle embrace, pressing his forehead to hers. She felt his heart pounding in time with hers. A silent vow that they had finally reached a place of belonging. The official ceremony concluded. The hall erupted into conversation and well wishes. A modest feast awaited, though less extravagant than any harvest moon banquet. Wolves mingled, offering congratulations. Some recounted how they never imagined seeing Cassandra at Dominic's side after the trauma she endured, expressing profound respect for her resilience. She thanked them humbly, still marveling at how swiftly suspicion had turned into acceptance once the truth came to light. As planned, after an hour of mingling and a round of simple toasts, Dominic and Cassandra slipped away with a small party. Lucia, Sam, Saskia, Zane, Aria, and Marisol. They carried lanterns and warm cloaks, heading into the orchard's hush. Snow crunched underfoot, the faint moonlight filtering through bare branches. Cassandra's heart pounded with a quiet excitement. She longed to rewrite her memory of this place forever. They paused by the same tree where Dominic once asked Cassandra to dance. Its branches, though mostly barren, bore the faintest hint of tiny buds. At the tips, Harlow had been right. Spring's promise lurked even in late winter. Cassandra gently touched a branch, smiling at the potential for blossoms soon to come. Dominic and Cassandra faced each other in the lantern glow, their small circle of friends forming a respectful ring around them. No grand words were needed now. They'd spoken their vows in the hall. This orchard moment was for them alone, a reclaiming of the place where their story had begun, where one dance had kindled hope and heartbreak in the same breath. Marisol produced a thin cord braided from simple fibers. She offered it to Dominic, who looped it around his and Cassandra's wrists, tying a loose knot. In many wolf traditions, such a binding was symbolic of personal vows, away from the public eye, a deeper, more private seal of devotion. Cassandra felt tears slip as he secured the knot, his gaze tender. The orchard's crisp air carried the faint scent of pine and dormant apple buds, a promise of renewal. Arya spoke softly, words brimming with warmth. May these branches blossom again, just as your bond has blossomed from adversity. A hush of agreement from the circle. Lucia dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief. Sam laid a hand on her shoulder in quiet support. Saskia and Zane exchanged a glance, likely recalling how they, too, had played a part in bringing this day to fruition. Then, with that final, private vow, Dominic bent to kiss Cassandra, their bound wrists pressing close, her wolf sword in her chest, the orchard's memory of betrayal replaced by unity. She felt the faint stirring of the mate bond, thrumming with an unbreakable rhythm. The moment stretched, a shimmering note of love in the winter night. When they finally parted, the orchard felt hushed, as though nature itself held its breath. Dominic untied the cord but placed it gently in Cassandra's hand. "Keep this," he whispered, "a reminder that in this place, we chose each other anew." She nodded, tears shining. Her friends stepped forward in subdued applause, some hugging her, others clasping Dominic's arm. The orchard bore witness, silent but no longer haunted. Darkness had no hold on them here. The wedding celebrations continued in the new hall for a while longer. Modest dancing, easy laughter, and shared drinks around the hearth. Midnight approached, and folk gradually retreated to their lodgings, content with the day's warmth. Dominic and Cassandra remained among the last, helping gather stray cups and ensure the fire was banked safely. At some point, Marisol informed them that Arcturus and his Grey Shadow group had observed the ceremony from a distance. They'd politely declined to intrude, but expressed a muted respect for the event. After nightfall, they retreated to the barracks, promising to speak more with Dominic in the morning. Cassandra shared a curious glance with Dominic. She wondered if a new alliance might be forged, or if Grey Shadow still tested them. Yet for now, the newly joined Alpha Dominic and Alpha Cassandra sought only the quiet of each other's presence. They left the public hall, stepping hand in hand to Dominic's quarters. The lodge corridors were dim, a few lanterns burning low. Cassandra's heart fluttered. Tonight truly sealed their journey from betrayal to unity. She recalled the orchard vow, the hush of onlookers, the faint buds on branches. The old nightmares of Gideon's treachery felt far away, replaced by a gentle peace. They paused outside Dominic's door. He turned, sliding warm hands along her arms. "I'm beyond grateful," he murmured, voice trembling with emotion. "You saved us, Cassandra. You saved me from my own blindness, and you returned when I deserved it least." She pressed a finger to his lips, tears shimmering in her eyes. We saved each other. No more guilt tonight. Let's just be happy." A smile broke across his face, full of tenderness. He nodded, opening the door to his chambers. Snow glimmered outside the window, but inside, the hearth's glow promised safety. As the door closed behind them, Cassandra let out a breath. This was home. Morning arrived soft and pale, the day after the ceremony. Cassandra woke in Dominic's arms, the faint light creeping through the curtains. She watched him for a moment, still half asleep, marveling at how tranquil he appeared without worry lines etched across his brow. Carefully, she rose, dressed, and slipped out to begin her daily tasks, leaving him to enjoy a rare, well-deserved rest. News of the union spread rapidly. Wolves congratulated Cassandra in the corridors, jokingly calling her Alpha Cassandra or Luna Cassandra, depending on old or new customs. She accepted their good wishes with a mix of humility and delight. Despite the warmth, she never forgot that leadership entailed responsibility. She'd spent too long on the fringes to desire unearned privilege. Now, her presence in the pack's decisions carried real weight. She meant to wield it with care. In the late morning, she joined Dominic, Marisol, and a few others to meet with Arcturus's Grey Shadow group. They gathered around a table in a side chamber of the new hall. Arcturus sat with arms crossed, flanked by two of his lieutenants, while Dominic and Cassandra mirrored that arrangement. The atmosphere was guarded but not overtly hostile. Arcturus began, voice measured. "Yesterday, we witnessed your ceremony. I must admit, it wasn't what I expected from an Alpha Union. No excessive displays, no conquest. Your pack's sincerity in forging alliances, it intrigues me." Dominic nodded calmly. "We have no desire to posture. Our resources serve unity, not intimidation," Cassandra added. "If Grey Shadow seeks peaceful relations, we're open to discussing trade routes or mutual pacts, but only if your intentions are genuine." A flicker of respect crossed Arcturus's face. "My territory faces winter hardships. Our hunts yield less each year. We, too, heard rumors that with Gideon gone, Mooncrest might become a hub for fair exchange. Some of us wanted to see if that was just talk. I can't speak for all in Grey Shadow, but I believe we might find common ground if you're willing to treat us as equals." Dominic and Cassandra exchanged a glance. She felt a cautious optimism, Arcturus's large group had arrived in force, but perhaps they truly sought legitimate ties. Over the next hour, they hashed out potential terms: limited trade of furs for salt and grains, safe passage in borderline areas, a pledge to discuss any territorial disputes rather than resort to raids. Arcturus insisted on independence, which Dominic respected. By the end, they drafted a preliminary agreement, a first step toward formalizing a relationship. "I'll bring these proposals to Grey Shadow's council," Arcturus said at last. "If they approve, we'll return in spring to negotiate details. If not, we'll part peacefully." Dominic extended a hand, which Arcturus clasped after a moment's hesitation. "Agreed. Thank you for coming under these uncertain circumstances." Arcturus rose, offering a half smile. "Congrats again on your union. I hope your open style doesn't invite future betrayals, but maybe you'll prove that trust isn't a weakness." With that, Grey Shadow prepared to depart. A wave of relief swept the pack. No conflict had erupted. No violence marred the day after the ceremony. Cassandra gleaned from Arcturus's tone that more challenges loomed. Testy factions or deeper grudges might still lurk in the wide territory beyond. But, for the moment, Mooncrest had extended a branch of peace and found it tentatively accepted. Over the following weeks, a gentle routine settled in. Dominic and Cassandra, now officially recognized as co-leaders, balanced each day's demands with mindful communication. The Pack Council grew used to seeing them confer quietly or share tasks once relegated to a single alpha. Wolves who once harbored doubts about Cassandra's past betrayal now regarded her with respect, acknowledging the crucial role she played in exposing Gideon. She, for her part, never lorded her position over anyone, preferring dialogue and consensus, a leadership style that mirrored Dominic's new approach. Saskia and Zane spent part of the winter traveling to enclaves, carrying news of the Union's success and exploring how these groups might collaborate come spring. They reported back that the region stirred with cautious optimism. Rogue attacks had waned. Enclaves improved their fortifications, and more travelers spoke of Mooncrest as a bastion of fair dealing. It wasn't a utopia, but the tide had undeniably turned. Sam oscillated between Arya's homestead and Mooncrest, ferrying letters or small trade items. Each time he returned, he brought a hint of fresh perspective, reminding the pack that independent folks in the foothills watched these changes eagerly. Arya herself occasionally visited to share her herbal knowledge in the new hall's record room, ensuring Cassandra had up-to-date medicinal references. The synergy between pack territory and homestead communities felt stronger than ever, an echo of the alliances undone by Gideon's manipulations. Under the orchard's thinning snow, Harlow proclaimed that early buds would open soon. Spurred by mild days, Cassandra and Dominic visited the orchard often, strolling beneath branches that dripped with melting frost. On one such walk, Cassandra noticed the slightest hue of green about to emerge at the tip of a twig. She paused, brushing a finger against it. A small, contented smile spread on her face. "It won't be long," she said softly. "Spring is coming." Dominic joined her side, gazing at the orchard. Like the pack eager to blossom after a harsh season, she nodded, leaning into him. "And we stand together, nurturing those buds rather than letting fear poison them. I never believed life could feel so hopeful." He slipped an arm around her waist, pressing a light kiss to her temple. "It's real, Cassandra. We earned it." Their quiet vow hung in the orchard's hush, a promise that the past's shadows would not define their future. From that moment on, Cassandra felt a renewed surge of energy, channeling it into finalizing more documents for spring expansions. Working with Dominic to outline a resource distribution plan that balanced the pack's needs against the alliances forming beyond their borders. Each day, they inched closer to the dream of a territory no longer driven by fear or secret agendas. Late snows still came, sudden flurries that dusted the pines, but the sun lingered longer, and birds returned with tentative songs at dawn. The new hall began hosting more gatherings, training demonstrations, small council sessions, even informal story nights for the pack's pups. Cassandra often marveled at how lively the building became, standing as the center of community engagement rather than an exclusive seat of power. She recalled the dusty old library of months past, overshadowed by Gideon's whispers. Now, knowledge passed freely, shaping a generation of wolves unafraid to question or contribute. At last, the orchard burst into flower. One mild morning, Harlow dashed into the lodge, breathless with excitement, announcing that buds had opened overnight. Wolves gathered in wonder, finding rows of apple trees, frosted not with snow, but with delicate white blossoms. The sight was magical, a breathtaking contrast against the receding patches of snow. Cassandra, tears in her eyes, walked between the rows with Dominic's arm around her, recalling how those same branches once seemed haunted by betrayal. Now they gleamed in spring's gentle sun, a living metaphor for transformation. To celebrate, the pack organized an impromptu orchard gathering. Wolves draped ribbons among the boughs, careful not to harm the fragile blossoms. Families strolled through the blossoming paths, children giggling as petals drifted in light breezes. Dominic and Cassandra found themselves by the old tree where they'd shared so many pivotal moments where once they had danced, then parted in heartbreak, and later returned to reclaim it. Saskia and Zane were present, having returned from a final circuit among the enclaves. Rowan and a few Dawnridge survivors also attended, marveling at the orchard's beauty. Sam appeared with Arya, who gasped at the blossoms, saying it reminded her of renewal after a painful season. Lucia flitted about, weaving delicate flower crowns for the pups. The orchard rang with laughter, conversation, and the gentle hum of bees already sampling nectar. Near midday, Dominic stood on a small raised platform of crates, calling for a moment of attention. Wolves gathered, quieting to hear him speak. "I won't keep you long from enjoying this bloom," he said, grinning at the orchard's display. "But Cassandra and I want to thank you. Each of you played a role in bringing the pack from the brink of ruin to this spring of hope. We learned that leadership thrives when guided by many voices, not just one. And we learned love can mend wounds if we face truth." He gestured for Cassandra to join him. She stepped up, touched by the hush that fell. White petals drifted around them. "In this orchard, I once stood on the brink of despair," she said softly, scanning the crowd of familiar faces. "Now, I stand in the heart of a community that has chosen honesty over fear, generosity over suspicion. Let these blossoms remind us that even after the harshest winter, life finds a way to flourish." A round of applause, scattered howls, and beaming smiles followed. Dominic laughed, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, pressing a quick kiss to her temple. "We love you all," he said, voice resonating, "and we vow to honor the trust you've placed in us. May the orchard's bloom herald a bright future for every wolf who calls Mooncrest home, and for those beyond, seeking peaceful friendship." With that, the orchard returned to its joyful bustle, pups chasing drifting petals, wolves sampling honey cakes laid out on makeshift tables, acquaintances forging new bonds. Cassandra and Dominic moved through it like anchors of calm, greeting old friends, accepting blessings from visitors. Every so often, Cassandra paused to admire the swirl of blossoms overhead, remembering how easily it could all have ended. That knowledge made each moment sweeter. As spring advanced, the snow fully melted, leaving muddy paths soon dried by warmer breezes. Birds nested in the orchard's trees. Patrols ventured further, confirming that roads cleared for trade caravans. Delegates from Stone Peak and Frostleaf arrived to finalize fresh treaties, each praising Mooncrest's stable governance. Rowan's group visited again, delivering seeds and tools for communal projects. Arcturus's messenger arrived from Grey Shadow, expressing guarded interest in a formal pact. The entire region seemed on the cusp of a renaissance, with Mooncrest at its heart. One evening, after a day of negotiations, Cassandra and Dominic strolled the orchard once more, marveling at how the blossoms gradually gave way to tiny green apples. The entire orchard buzzed with bees. Soft sunlight slanted through the leaves, painting the ground in golden patches. Cassandra slipped her hand into Dominic's, turning to see him smiling at her. "It's strange to think how quickly life changes," she mused, voice hushed. "A year ago, I was an outcast, hunted by the pack. Now, I'm leading with you, forging alliances." He nodded, his gaze lingering on her face. "Every day, I thank the moon that we found our way back to each other, that we chose to heal instead of letting bitterness consume us." She stood on tiptoe, pressing a gentle kiss to his lips. "Bitterness would have robbed us of all this beauty," she whispered. "And I can't imagine life without you. We're forging a new dawn, and I want to see it through." His eyes gleamed with affection. "Then we'll do it together. Day by day, step by step, facing whatever arises, because our bond is stronger now, unbreakable." She nodded, heart brimming with gratitude. They leaned against the trunk of an old apple tree, arms around each other, letting the orchard's hush envelop them. Soon, the responsibilities of leadership would call them back, disputes to settle, trade caravans to oversee. But in that moment, they dwelled in contentment, aware that every challenge ahead would be met with unity, not division. The orchard blossoms, swaying above them, mirrored their rebirth. No ghost of Gideon could taint that truth any longer. Summer arrived with lush greenery carpeting the Mooncrest territory, the orchard now heavy with young fruit. The pack thrived under its new, more inclusive governance, forging genuine relationships across the region. Occasional disputes arose, pockets of rogues tested borders. Allied packs demanded fair trades, but each conflict was addressed with clarity and respect. Dominic and Cassandra presided over these issues as partners, never letting one voice drown out the other. The new hall became the central hub for knowledge exchange, gatherings, and even small celebrations. Scrolls cataloging each alliance or trade route filled the record shelves. Wolves young and old entered freely to study or share stories. In a corner near the hearth, a memorial plaque quietly honored those lost to Gideon's treachery, ensuring no one forgot the cost of complacency. Yet the hall's atmosphere remained alive with possibility, not weighed by sorrow. One sunny afternoon, Cassandra guided a group of pups through the orchard, teaching them about the life cycle of apple trees. Her gentle voice prompted squeals of delight whenever they spotted a cluster of ripening fruit. Occasionally, she recalled how she'd once walked this orchard alone, overshadowed by heartbreak. Now, it echoed with the laughter of the next generation. A tender ache reminded her of what was lost, but that ache was softened by the promise unfolding before her eyes. Later that day, she returned to the lodge, where Dominic met her with a grin. He'd just concluded a productive meeting with a new band of travelers seeking safe passage. Their conversation turned to finishing touches on the orchard's summer festival, a smaller event planned to celebrate the apple harvest. This year, it would be free of the haunting tensions of the past. As they shared details over a quick meal, Their hands brushed, and they exchanged a look filled with quiet love. That evening, they walked to the orchard again, savoring the cool breeze. The sun dipped low, casting golden light on the trees. Their branches drooped with forming apples, a testament to the orchard's renewed vitality. Cassandra slipped an arm around Dominic's waist, resting her head on his shoulder. He pressed a soft kiss to her hair. "We've come far," he murmured, voice resonant with awe. "And there's still more to do. But, for once, I can welcome tomorrow without dread." She smiled, heart brimming. Yes, tomorrow is ours to shape, with honesty and compassion. She lifted her gaze, eyes shining. "I wouldn't have it any other way." Dominic. Their wolves stirred within, two souls intertwined, tested by the darkest storms yet finding light. The orchard's leaves rustled, as though whispering their blessing. In the hush of that summer twilight, Dominic and Cassandra stood as equals, as mates leading a pack that had chosen to rise above betrayal. Their journey, marked by heartbreak and redemption, had blossomed into something lasting and true. And as they gazed over the orchard's promise, they knew that whatever lay ahead, they would face it hand in hand, forging a future where love and unity truly reigned.